That's not the only thing that's gonna be swelling. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a lovely day. What is up? What is up? It's another Monday. It is another day where we are beginning a new week. So it's time for Oshiete or Cú-Sensei. Good morning. First thing, to answer Mafu, yes, you can 100% write fanfics based off of the plot lines from the membership things. That's all good. If it spoils the membership, like, plot lines, it's fine. It just means if people really like some of the fanfics and they happen to be based off of some of those, people can be like, oh, I should join the membership. I should join the scholarship and find those voice packs. But yeah, good morning, everybody. That's completely fine. Me ready for Sensei's stream with notebook and pen in hand? I mean, we're not going to get to those for a while. It's probably going to be like an hour and a half. We have to go through last week's homework. We have to do a couple of other things, so it's okay, guys. Don't worry. You won't be chased away by the yaoi too quickly. Jinye, thank you so much for donating to the Feileacán. Koiwa. Nani ga are? Kore. Nan desu ka? Kono muzukashii kanji. Nande. What does this mean? Love is what? Love is life? Koi wa jinsei? Fine membership advertising? Yes, it's all secretly marketing. Good way to promote the membies too? Yeah, exactly. People really like it. They could be... there's only one that's even slightly FellyCu coded so far. The other two are both like Feli and Ku in different ways. Senso. I was wondering. Okay, Koi wa senso. Love is war. The complete opposite of love is life. Fair enough. Atsu Chen, thank you so much for the 5 gifted scholarships. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you enjoy the stream today, and thank you so much for being here. And yeah, if you didn't know, please do join the membership if you feel like it. There are lots of voice packs. There is lots of art. There are lots of flash forwards of things that are going to be happening in the future. In fact... Oh, no, I'll do that at the end of this month. At the end of this month, we're going to have a proper membership post with some goodies. And I'm also going to tease something that will be revealed very shortly after. I just realized I can do that. That's fine. Koi wa senso. So desu. And remember, like, you don't have to finish your FellyCu fanfics by today. The FellyCu fanfics are going to be read on Saturday, which is the perfect segue for this. Our new week schedule. Oh no, it turned into a Metamorphosis theme. 1 second. I had it repeating all of them, not just one. I will post this on Twitter as well and pin it, but I will not actually do everything else that I'm supposed to do. I had this done by yesterday and I was like, I'm going to make sure that I write out all the righty bits by tomorrow, and I did not. I just did not. Sensei played himself. Sensei lied to himself, as Sensei often does. Copy link. New schedule for the week. Let's go. I'm gonna pin that message. They looked at me first, I swear. Hey, where you looking? You better be respectful to your sensei. Looking respectfully? Okay, that's fine. As long as you're looking respectfully, that's good. The song change was so on point. I know, if I'd meant it on purpose, it would have been great. Bad, freshly baked Mori. You chose this art because Feli is top, right? I mean, who's to say this is Feli on top of me? It's not on the tracks between. I don't know what he's doing there. He could be up to anything. I just know it's a very sexy shot of Feli. Velashir, Whispering May, did such an incredible job. Disrespectfully, I'm looking disrespectfully. Fair. It's in my rules, to be fair. You can be as disrespectful as you want to me and other fictional characters, so that's fine. He's giving Widow a new sibling. Damn straight. Look at all those abdominals. Abs for days. Yeah, I would like to think those are my hands down at the bottom grabbing the pants, but who knows. Can you touch his belly? I could. Do I want to die? No. Not die. Okay. Today, we're doing Oshiete or Cú-Sensei. We're doing love stories and FellyCu fanfics. We're just going to talk a bit about the FellyCu fanfics because we don't really have time to write full ones. That is going to be Saturday. So yeah, Today we're just going to talk a little bit about romance stories, silly little, you know, finding ourselves stories. I'm going to let you guys talk about some things as well. We're going to grab some of you guys' comments and messages, and we're also going to have those for next week. So the homework for this week is going to be like, if you want to share like cute love stories, like the most romantic thing that's ever happened to you, or embarrassing love stories, the times that things have gone wrong. I don't really have any cute ones today. I just have a few times that I've suffered. So it's going to be pain. But yeah, no, you can talk about that a little bit too. Obviously, it has to be safe for YouTube, which means you have to be careful about the way that you say things. But yeah, feel free to. If there was a moment of like, I don't know, and then they were both bottoms or something along that level. I read a funny one the other day. Oh God, what was it? It was somebody who invited a dude around for Netflix and chill. She was like, oh no, I'm really sorry. My TV down here is broken. We'll have to go up to my bedroom. And the guy fixed the TV. The guy fixed the TV because he was like, oh no, wait, this one's way bigger. It'll be way better for Avatar. And so he fixed the TV for her. And then he talked about, like, I realized how much I fucked up like 3 days later. I saw that too. Yeah, good shit. Good shit. That's the type of stories that I'm expecting more than anything. It's actually so Giga Chat of him. Honestly, yeah. The major fumble, but at the same time, that's marriage material right there. That's not one night stand material. That is like, okay, that's the one you wife down. On Thursday, we're going back to The Hungry Lamb, Part 2. Lamb is not on the menu, I hope. We'll see. We might get a bad ending already. I don't know how fast we can get bad endings, but first part has been very good, very dark. Lots of talks of all kinds of terrifying themes. So that's going to be fun. On Friday, the day before Valentine's Day in some timelines, me and Frederick Knudsen are going to be together working on our writing. Yeah, I'm having an early Valentine's Day date with Fred. But yeah, it's Writer's Workshop Part 2. I have rewritten the 2 parts that we went through last time. He's going to be sharing some of his writing again, so we're going to be like going backwards and forwards on each other's writing. Yeah, it's just the same thing as last time. We're going to be sharing writing, talking about the creative process. I'm specifically going to be talking about like some of the things that I've worked on. This time I actually like have full reasons that I can talk about, like, here's why I said this in the story, here's why I did this. Essentially. So we're going to see if it's any better. I'm going to talk about the things I've been working on, a lot of which came from like Fred's suggestions to read certain essays, but also a couple that came from like other Pupals in the comments section, or possibly people from Fred's community, because actually one of them I hadn't seen much as a Pupal before, but had some really great ideas. Had a nice idea for a book to read, as well as some essays. So that was cool. So yeah, I've done my best to rewrite the 2 scenes we did last time, as well as I'll probably bring a third. Probably. Saturday, FellyCu fanfiction. You know what it is. It's Valentine's Day. It's time to dive into the FellyCu. It's time to see if Felly gets on top. It's time to see if I get on top. It's time to see if somebody gets pushed down. Whatever you guys want to write, as long as it's NC-17. Writing and acting out Tabor X Brat. Why the fuck did I write it that way? But anyway, you can use the hashtag let me see what the heck it is, because I forget these things. Hashtag FellyCuVday to share them on Twitter or on Blue Sky. And I will be writing my O1 during the stream, as well as reading through a bunch of you guys' ones that you suggested. And when I say reading through them, I do mean full voice acting. If you've got like moaning characters, if you've got like grunts, if you've got like sound effects that I can do, like skin slapping skin, you know, we'll do our best. We'll do our best. I'm sorry. What? Plot twist, both are tops and angrily spin like Beyblades as a fight for dominance. That sounds about right. What is NC-17? NC-17 is the rating right before R-rated. So NC-17, you can get away with sexual themes. You can make things highly suggestive. It's pretty much everything but graphic penetration and intercourse. So, you know, you can go pretty damn far as long as it's not something that's going to get my video age gated. So yeah, you can do a lot. Or you can just do cute little things or silly little things. I keep reminding people of this as well. The FellyCu fanfics don't have to be like hardcore. They don't have to be like sexual in nature. They can be silly. It can be silly interactions between me and him. It can be, I don't know, me trying to feed him banana cream pie and him getting pissed off about it. Could be just about anything. Could be us just fighting over the body at some point. Anything. It can be cute, it can be silly, it can be fun. The only rule is to not make it R-rated, so not full-on graphic craziness. You can put that on the adult hashtag instead if you write it. All genres go so long as it's NC-17. Exactly, yes. Anything. Any tags, all good. All good. And finally, yep, writing and chill. So yeah, just the same as every week. Sunday, I'm going to go back to writing, doing work. If you guys want to join, feel free to. We always jump on to go, and we normally have 16 pupils in the classroom just chilling and working things on their own. I'm also going to clear the blackboards this time. So the blackboards will be cleared off before we start doing a new one. And I might... Doubtful, actually. I've got too much work to do this week. I was going to say maybe I'll set up like the classroom properly this week. I won't. That would have been a lie. Sensei was about to lie immediately. So yeah, no. The classroom will still be a mess, but I will clean the blackboard. So if people want to draw some more art while we're streaming, feel free to. So that's the schedule for the week. No stop pasta required. No stop pasta required. If you show up to that stream, just keep in mind there's probably going to be a lot of horniness going on. We're also going to do... Actually, yeah, I think we'll also start with the BDSM quiz, because people wanted me to take the BDSM quiz and for Felly to take the BDSM quiz. So we'll do that as well. We'll do both of those just to like set up the idea of like, who likes what in canon? Doesn't mean you can't do anything else, but yeah. Still confused as to how we can get you to see what we write. You just go on Twitter. You go on Twitter or Blue Sky, use the hashtag. I will be going through the hashtag. Just like I do lots of weeks when it comes to Oshiete or Cú-Sensei. And just like today, I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be going through the YouTube comments from last week. I always like some audience interactivity, so we always leave homework for everybody. This week, the homework is going to be the romance stories, as well as the FellyCu fanfics for Saturday. So yeah, we always have like some level. So yeah, as long as you attach like a hashtag with it, you can just upload, you can either link to like an AO3 page if you want to upload it to there, or a Wattpad page, or you can straight up just take pictures of the text. What hashtag? Sorry, I missed it. It's in the description of the video, guys. But I'll be posting it later on Twitter as well, when I do like the full write-up, as I normally do, of like everything that's going to happen on the week. Yes, FellyCu V-Day. Thank you. But it's in the description of the video if you want to see it, if you want to prepare for it early. You got 5 days to write some fics, and then you'll have like probably 2 hours while I try to write my own fic. What do we do if we're shadow banned on hashtags? I think you're just screwed at that point. I have no idea how to deal with that, because YouTube will censor it. That was the only problem. I wanted to use our YouTube community, but I realized like certain words will get censored on YouTube. So at that point, I don't know. I do not know. You can just make cleaning duties a thing like in Japan, so you don't have to work and the Pupals can clean and help set up the room for good noodle stars. Ah, no. That's mean. It's just cleaning the boards anyway. It'll take like 30 seconds, and I don't think anybody else can edit my room, so people can't put up the artwork for me, so it's fine. The blackboard, is my Mel Whitehead girl still there? Yeah. We haven't deleted anything, so unless you've deleted your own art, nobody's been like deleting anybody else's art as well, so it's fine. Are AUs all right? Yes, everything is all right. Whatever you want to do, as long as it is Felly and Cu, you're good. Any tags, any setup, coffee AU, hospital AU, business AU, cultivator AU, I'm good. Rule 63, over position, any position, whatever you want to do. As long as it is not R-rated, you are good. That is, those are the only rules. Not R-rated. Not that far. Time to cook a crazy story? There you go. Yeah, you can make it just completely silly. Okay. Can we comment under the live post? It worked last time for art I made. Maybe. I just won't read it, probably. That's the problem. I would suggest, like, using the hashtag. You shouldn't be shadow banned on hashtags. As far as I know, that's not a thing that happens. But you can try, but I'm mainly going to be looking through the hashtag. So maybe comment under it, but also attach the hashtag, because it should come up. If it breaks, I can't really do anything about that. Because, yeah, that's the best I can do to try and get you guys to actually be able to send these to me. Just because this one is, like, not something we can do on the YouTube community. And I don't get how you'd be shadow banned on both Twitter and thing. Blue Sky. Unfortunately, it is for me. Make a new Twitter account. Just make a throwaway account just to upload one, I would say, for that then. That's all I can say. My Wattpad has been deceased for almost 10 years. Yeah, I feel you. Wattpad got a little more, like, safe about things. AO3 is where pretty much everybody moved. Plus fucking Tumblr threw us out. Go to Blue Sky or the Discords. Yeah, you can also ask, like, another Pupal to post it for you if it doesn't work out. Was chatting 3 minutes on the past. Oops, that's embarrassing. Wait, what? Oh, crap. My bad. I left DVR on, didn't I? Okay, let me fix that. There we go. It's gone. There's another platform like Blue Sky. Yeah, no, there are literally 2 platforms. So there's no reason for you to be banned on both unless you've been doing something bad. If you've been doing something bad, I can't really help you at that point. What about posting of the community on YouTube in that case? Not going to work this time. If you do a cute one, like, that's the problem. I was thinking about doing that. It's not going to work this time because a lot of these ones are going to use words that YouTube will just, like, censor. You cannot fully turn off YouTube censorship, so just very simple words that are completely benign can sometimes get censored by YouTube. So if you write a whole fic and then post it on the community and then it disappears, yeah, I would feel bad. So just Twitter and Blue Sky. I will go through both of those hashtags. Premise. Felly gets interesting in what kissing feels like. Boyo's kiss, and he has led to the conclusion it's disgusting. There you go. Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't spit into my mouth. That would be good. AU is alternative universe. I legit thought it was Australia. There we go. Australia, aka the hell AU. The upside down. That works as well. There's a 63. There's a couple of pieces of artworks of Feileacan. I pronounced that wrong. It's just Felicia, but I always read it in my mind as Felicia because of fellatio. But yeah, no, there's a female version of Féileacán, which is Felicia. I don't think anybody ever decided on a female name for Ku, but there are a couple of Rule 63 artworks. And last time when we were discussing like fan fiction, people were asking, can we do Rule 63? And it was like, sure, go for it. Rule 63, all good. And yes, any tags, like I said, all good as long as it's not R-rated. If you really want to post your fanfic, you can ask other Pupals to help or support you. Yeah, if you're a member of any of the communities, you should be able to find somebody. What's the limit on how many fanfics we could submit? As many as you want. It's just if I come across like 2 or 3 in a row by the same person, I will try to prioritize like new Pupals so nobody feels unseen. So yeah, and I will be just like, I probably won't sort it by time. I'll probably just sort it by the natural way it shows up, which unfortunately does mean like likes and retweets will come into account for what gets read first. But I'm going to try to get through all of them. So just, yeah. Just use the hashtag. It's fine. If I think we've read too many for some person, and same for like the word limit. Word limit is fine. It's just if it goes on for like a good 20 minutes, that may be the point where I'm like, okay, maybe we skip ahead a little bit, see what the ending is like, and then move on to a different Pupal. Because obviously we're only going to be doing like a 4-hour stream. I don't want to be only able to do like 5 or 6 Pupal read-throughs. So yeah. He kisses and he goes, ew, never again. So many people have that exact story in their life, so that is a thing. Metamorphosis lost, but they're all Australian. What would Féileacán like instead of banana cream pie if he was Australian? I don't even know any freaking Australian, like, desserts, to be fair. Can we create our own tags on AO3? You can, and there's already, like, a Féileacán Ku hashtag. I had talked about the other day, I went through the Féileacán Ku hashtag. I saw some interesting FellyCu stuff. It was fun. There was also me getting rammed by a Minotaur, as well as me and Felly having a nice, interesting discussion about how we can both feel everything. Tim Tams, hell yeah. Barbecue. Just instead of a dessert, it's just barbecue. Fairy bread. Oh, that would be so sad. Kuden. Bunny the Sweet, thank you for donating the flowers. Sensei, NC-17 is more graphic than an R. We understand what you mean if we're watching, but people might misunderstand. Wait, what, really? NC-17 versus R. Have I misunderstood this my whole life? Restricted allows viewers under 17 with a guardian, while NC-17 bans anyone under 17. Huh? NC-17 is reserved for extreme explicit content, often sexual, that exceeds R-rated violence. What? You can get into an R-rated movie with an adult? Is this... Huh? Since when could you get into R-rated movie? Apparently, if you're with an adult, you can get into an R-rated movie. I've never known that was a thing. Okay, I'm gonna have to change the way I word that. I'll just like change it to, hey, no sex. No banging. No penetration. Everything up to penetration. Foreplay, fine. Penetration and beyond, no. Don't graphically describe the genitals. Oh, man. We're learning. Yeah, apparently. God damn. It's like a restricted age. I didn't even know you could get into R-rated movies as a kid as long as you have an adult with you. That seems like an oversight. So if you're just like a 15-year-old who has an 18-year-old friend, you could just get in... That feels wrong. That's how younger viewers see horror films. You just sneak in. You're just like, yeah, no, I'm totally 18. Don't worry. That's crazy. I never knew you could get in with an adult. Anyway, yeah, we'll change the name of it. You guys get it anyway. No penetration. No graphic, like, descriptions of intercourse or genitals. That's fine. How abstract can we make it? Like the serpent touching flowers stuff, okay? Sure. If you manage to hit me with, like, the Danmei censorship, everything turns into, like, flowers and snakes and petals and glistening morning dew. Sure, if you manage to do that, go as far as you want. If it's fully poetic and it's, like, not something that YouTube will hurt me on, sure, I'll have fun reading that. That'll be fucking hilarious. Touching sword. Yeah, but not in the Wei Wuxian way. Not in the... You know, Wei Wuxian took crossing swords to a whole new level. Oh, God. People were getting into Terrifier because of that rule. Terrifier's weak anyway. 2 kids in a trench coat. Hey, if they have a fake ID as well, then they're 18. The pistol and stamen touched. Exactly. The stamen dips low into the piston. I wrote it in a very implicit way. You'd have to read carefully to notice that they're doing it actions. I'm not sure whether that fits Sensei's guidelines. I guess we'll find out. You can roll those dice if you want to, Kushami. I will read it out loud, and if it gets to a point where it's like, oh, that's very clearly Feileacan, that's when we'll stop. That's when it'll be like, sorry, you failed the dice roll. Not good enough. Not good enough. I get why R-rated is seen in television back in the day. So is NC-17 the ones that they straight up don't play on TV as well? We did not talk about what Wei Wuxian did. Yes, we did. Yes, we do. He's a fucking legend. Especially since in cultivation stories, swords literally have spirits. So that was technically a 3-way. I was technically a 3-way. It was very inventive. Let's go. Perfect. I remember reading The Earth is Online and I did not realize they were doing the deed. Amazing writing. Sometimes that's the best type of sex scene. A really poetic one where you're just like, what just happened? That was very romantic sounding, very beautiful and poetic. Oh, that's what the morning dew was leaking out of the flower. I see. Poor Bichen. Hey, lucky Bichen. I'm pretty sure because the sword has a spirit, if it didn't want to be there, it could have just flown away. I'm just saying. Lanwan G was cucked by his sword. So Felly's whip. Dude, I don't think I am that brave. There's a certain level of brave, and then there's a level of just wanting to die. There is no non-spiky part of this whip. Like, there's no option. The hilt is not any less spiky than the tip, man. Don't want to die, thank you. Internal bleeding, not even once. Not even once. Nice try, though. Nice try. I mean, if you want to die, sure. And they did it. They do the deed. It was so fine, guys. My imagination is good. If you just put that at the end of the story, that'll work too. It could just be like, and then they fucked, and I'll be like, cool. Story's over. Perfect. I mean, it was, but Wei Wuxian has his own school of being a chaotic little shit. Yeah. He's an inventive spirit. Does the whip have a spirit too? Not that I know of, but who knows? It has a face. It has a name. I named her Barbara. Technically, she's the Binding Barbs, but I name her Barbara. So, who knows? Maybe that's one of his other children and we just don't know about it yet. Just making double sure that the Halloween yandere fic is okay to post, even though it's not really FellyCu. Yeah, because it's yandere, sure, I'll go with it. And that's continuing on from a previous thing, so that's fine. Not fully FellyCu, but involving Ku or Felly kind of works as well. Put the smut in chapter 2 and Ku-chan can read it after the stream as a treat. That works too, yeah. You can have everything up until the full smut. The same way that like Danmei authors have to do sometimes, where it's like everything happens except the deed, and then there's a secret chapter that you can't legally pay for, and they can't legally admit as part of the story until it gets officially licensed like outside the country. You can go that way. I might go that way with Metamorphosis Lost. I won't. Metamorphosis Lost isn't actually going to be sexual, but it would be funny. It's always funny to have like 0.5 chapters where it's just like, yeah, I decided to write some smut for myself. It's not actual like true storyline, but we'll just slip it in there. Sometimes you just want to slip it in. I'll come back to the stream after I'm done. Okay, have a good time. But also that goes against my channel rules. Please do read the channel rules. You don't have to announce when you're leaving. Just head out. Just talk when you're interested in what's going on the screen. You don't have to tell us when you're leaving. As an ace, I'm just going to try and write fluff. That's perfect. If you write fluff, I will have a wonderful time reading it. Today, we're going to be talking about romance stories, and next week, we're going to be reading romance stories. It is Valentine's Day. The only reason we're doing, like, smutty kind of things is because it's funny, and we don't do it most times of the year. We only really get this kind of thing in Valentine's Day, White Day, and April Fools. So, yeah. Feel free to go a bit nuts for now. Pull a My Immortal. And then he put his you-know-what into my thingy. Oh, God. Fuck it. I didn't even know they went that far. I've never actually read the fanfic. I've only listened to people, like, read the beginnings of it and freak out. That's amazing. So I'd say there's actually a type of plant that leaks when squeezed. There's several. There are several that will just leak gooey white liquid out of themselves. There's also like types of berries that do a very similar thing. They kind of just squirt. So yeah, no, you can get all kinds of descriptive. The gravitation mangaka writing the wildest dojins for her own series. As you should. If you don't want to fuck your characters... Well, no, let's not put it that way. That's not true at all. But if you think your character is sexy, lean into it. Have some fun with it. I wouldn't be surprised if so many, like, big name creators are secretly, like, doing dojins or, like, fan fiction on a side account. They just, like, create things and they pull a Stephen King. They have, like, 5 different author names. Oh, Valentine's is fun. Oh, my God, it's Jeren. Oh, Valentine's is fun. Business is doubled during that day. Like, yeah, I'll feel very tired and all, but the money kept flowing. Oh, no. She's hit a Maria stride. No, she's learning to talk like Maria. That's okay, Jaren. I'm glad you had a good day. I hope your thighs aren't too tired. Or your core. That's a lot of bouncing. Genuine question, but I forgot. Do you have a meme tag? We do not have a meme tag. If you, like, create memes, just put them in the art tag. The art tag is absolutely fine for memes. There's a part of me that wants to write an angsty FellyCu pic. You totally can. Like I said, angst, fluff, crack fix, whatever you want to do. It's Jaren's birthday today, I think. It is, actually. Happy birthday, Jaren. I saw that. Novect released artwork of Jaren looking very cute. She also looks tiny. My God. Legendary Gravitation remixes. Oof. To be fair, Gravitation by itself was kind of... had its own moments that were like, huh. Need to remember to finish eating before Sensei's stream next time. Yeah, you don't want to choke on your food. From disgust or from laughing. Either way is a bad idea. They can't confirm or deny the creation of fan art. Yeah. Sometimes they'll just retweet a nice piece of fan art and it'll be like, you never know. It could have been exactly them. The person who wrote the Minotaur thing, I don't know. Maybe there's a reason I talk about... No, I'm not going to steal other people's work. But maybe someday I'll just be talking about like a piece of fan fiction and like, man, I really liked that one. They really understand the characters. And meanwhile, everyone else in chat will be like, that's not how FellyCu would act. And I'm like, I wrote it. These how they act. I just can't say that out loud. You always got to be a little unhinged towards your own characters. Not always in a romantic way. Speaking as someone who's ace. As a treat. Yeah, sometimes rather than liking them in a romantic way, you've got to like the way that they cry. Or you've got to like the way that you hurt them. You got to be like, oh man, you look so beautiful while crying or while covered in blood and injuries. Let me fix this. Let me make sure that happens. Then I looked out the window and screamed. Snap was spying on me, and he was taking a videotape of me, and Lupin was masticating to it. I don't think they know what masticate means. That just means chew. Lupin was fucking chewing on the video? What in the cock chair craziness? They were sitting on their broomsticks. It's that bad? Jesus Christ. Okay, you know what? April Fools, how about we finally read my... Can you still find My Immortal? How long is My Immortal? My Immortal. Not Evanescence. God, if only. Ebony fanfic. That'll do. My Immortal Chapter 1. Oh my god, it's way, way back on fanfiction.net. Jesus. There are 44 chapters? Okay, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. What the fuck do you mean 44 chapters? Did she always write the names wrong just for the fucking fun of it? Because, oh my god. I haven't watched Sensei's live because I got addicted to Minecraft. Well, I hope you're having fun in Minecraft. What is the one thing you would love to read about you, Sensei? Like the little scenario you keep playing in your mind when you're just chilling. Fan fiction? Like what type of fan fiction? Because there could be all kinds of different things. Like honestly, I would like one where people just try to like humanize Feileacan. That could be okay. Meanwhile, if we're talking like weird shit, if we're talking like adult shit, Nah, I can't really think of anything right now. Pretty much anything. It's pretty open book right now. I haven't introduced like enough of the characters for you guys to actually be able to do much anything else right now. Give it time. Give it time. My Immortal is amazingly bad. That's why we're not going to read it. Ebony, Darkness, Ravenway. I always remember Ebony. Everything else, it's just really... It's enrichment for all riders to either A, inflict all of the horrors upon character, or B, put them in the most freaky of situations. Or just give them all the romance possible. You know, you could also just make somebody very, very happy. Please read it, sir. I'll literally just read the first 3 chapters. We'll see. I don't have anything planned for April Fool's Day yet, so honestly, maybe. D20, the chapter read-alongs. That's actually kind of funny. How long are they? Reopen closed tab. God damn it. Let's jump into fucking chapter 7, which isn't titled. It's instead just called Bring Me to Life. Oh my god. 7 is called Bring Me to Life. 19 is I'm Not Okay, I Promise. 42 is called The Black Parade. I hate that I like these songs. Oh, they're super fucking short. Oh, is this just PWP? Huh. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Love it when I can make you ponder. Yeah. Honestly, just do what you want. Like, we'll just see what happens. But the chapters are relatively short. You can maybe do a full read-through. But would I want to? Sensei, so mean you decided to do this today and not after Valentine's Day. I haven't finished your one-shot. Well, should have sped up. You can just post what you have for now. It doesn't have to be super long. If you've got some interesting writing, just, yeah, drop it on the hashtag. Drop what you've got so far, and we will check through it together. It should be fun, so no worries whatsoever. If you can't finish something, that's all good as well. We'll just read whatever we have. I'll be writing my own, so it's all good. I'm sorry, what? There's physical books too? Oh. It's nothing say so. That's on you then. Like, what did you expect me to do? Read the full-on, like, graphic ones? Open up a Pornhub account? Nah. You can't even do that on membership on YouTube. Nobody lets you do, like, porn content unless you're on an adult site. It sucks. Can't do that shit on Patreon. Can't do that shit on YouTube memberships. And I'm not bothered to make a fucking Pornhub account. So it doesn't really matter when you finish it in that account. I'll get to read it eventually and I'll be very happy. So much trouble writing deep, painful stuff, but I adore doing slice of life domestic fluff. There you go. And that's cute as well. As long as you're having fun with it, that's what matters. Most of my fanfic usually is slow burn with not loud, but loud enough in action kind. And I've been cooking fanfic for FellyCu. I have no confidence because it's too long. If you want to just like post the bit you're most happy with, that's good as well. If you want to grab just like 7 or 8 paragraphs from the middle and be like, okay, this is the bit that's like the real crux of the story, you can use that as like an advertisement if you want to then link to like an AO3 page or something else as well. Why did you choose 44 chapters specifically? I mean, okay, inspired purely by My Immortal. Good luck. There's not enough characters in Metamorphosis Lost that are overage, so you're kind of screwed there. You've got like 3 teachers. You guys even haven't even met like had his parents yet. What are you gonna do? Just Pupals? Pupals everywhere? That'd be weird as well. But you know, I mean, we've already talked about the egg stuff and any. You know what? Yeah, you do you. You do you. I believe in you. You said it. Now you have to do it. Nut up or shut up. I usually just make the poor traumatized baby happy and love. Yeah, found family, hurt, and then comfort. Always good. Always good. Reading My Immortal, I was more invested in the author's notes. The author arguing with their beta reader friend. That's never a good sign. If your damn author notes are just like, yeah, my beta reader said this was terrible and hated this bit and thought this was ridiculous, but they don't know, right, guys? We haven't met a lot of people yet, too, since it's the early days. Exactly. You've met, like, 6 kids, 3 teachers, 1 other kid who's the lost soul, and me and Felly. That's about it. That's about it. Man, the ones I've already written, man, don't expose me like that. All good. Would ever be able to get that slow damage stream? Nah. You can't. I wonder if they'd even let you stream that on the hub. I'm not sure if they would. Because they let you do adult games, but that has some content that goes into things that even the hub has started banning. The hub has started banning some of the, like, non-conny kind of stuff, so you never know. You might not even be able to play that game anywhere anymore. Just on Discord servers. Got a bit of a parents as well. Sad. You'll get more of a parent soon. Don't worry. It's going to be more sad. Look forward to it. There will be suffering, as there should be. So it's from an era when hate comments were flames too. So that's the author's notes as well. Oh God. So it's just the author fighting not only with the beta reader, but also with the viewers. You know what? They got something out of writing it. That's all that matters. Good for them. My Immortal became a legend. We still talk about it to this day, so achievement made. And like I've said in the past, I still imagine that writer is out there doing something incredible now. Took that all to heart and then created something amazing in the future and just has a completely different name. And we'll never know. We'll never know that they're actually a best-selling author. Early days are going to be a bit rough, extra character and customization-wise, but fanfic writers always find a way. That's why we're just starting on FellyCu. You could add whatever you want, but I don't think you could do a My Immortal, unfortunately. Yet is the important part. I'm low-key interested in the idea of an adult character, like a secretary or librarian that sees shit going on between Felly and Cu and can see their auras. Just doesn't want beef with the BS. That's pretty funny as well. I mean, you never know. People might be able to see things. Some of the chapters weren't beta read because they argued with a friend they made up after. Wait, there's a whole like relationship drama going on? That's crazy. I can see what you mean about that being more interested than the actual fic now. That's crazy. Oh my God. Okay, schedule done. We're done with the schedule for the week. I actually have some structure for this week's episode, so we're going to do our best. Local for Joshi with spirit powers. I mean, what's that anime? Something about the tricolored light through the window. There's like an exorcist who's exorcising ghosts, but every time he exorcises ghosts, he straight up needs to like give this other man that he's with a orgasm. I don't know. I don't remember why that was a thing, but that something about his powers needed that to happen. That's so goated. That was crazy. I only watched like the first 3 episodes. What? Why did he need to be touching on that man all the time? Can anyone remember? Or what's that? Just an excuse? Tricorded window. Oh, it's just tricorded window. Got ya. So that's not an orgasm. Wasn't it? Wasn't it, though? To be fair, I might be misremembering it. Maybe I'm just imagining stuff. Like the idea of a person avoiding the call of the plot by going, fuck that, I ain't paid enough to care about the supernatural bullshit. Oh, hell yeah. You're just like, nah, not my monkeys, not my circus. Go have fun. I'm just a librarian doing my best. Expel the ghost by expelling something else. Am I wrong? I thought he was, like, all over the man. Like, was there not an orgasm? Was I imagining that? It certainly wasn't ectoplasm. I can tell you that much. Funny thing, the manga isn't even BL. What? Did they completely change that for the anime? That's one imagination you got there, Sensei. I'm gonna have to rewatch that first episode. I'm gonna have to rewatch that. What the fuck was the manga about then? How did that? Yeah, how? Just how? Just how? It was highly suggestive. Sensei leaking his own AO3 fanfic WIPs. I guess so. I guess so. That's one way to make a ghost cross on, though. You want to give it like a happy ending. Give it a happy ending. Oh god, it's suggestive. So it's low level BL. Is that what it's the whole thing where it's like, oh, they're like very, very close, but not quite. There's also a magical girl one. The guy and the girl fight evil energy, and then they do it to make it pure again. Oh, I've never heard of that one. Is that one like a manga? That one, I'd imagine, doesn't have an anime adaptation. My dude, I got no idea. I never know what y'all are reading. I'm over here just reading school books, like the freaking 30-year-old nerd I am. Sounds like a skill issue, honestly. Man, school books? Terrible. Where is all the porn? Where is all the excitement in life? Okay, with that said, we will move on to the next segment. We're going to do homework in a minute, but first, I have a review to get through. I don't want to use this music for it. I think I'll use the Cu theme, actually. I should fit this pretty well. Sure. Sounds like Scumville self-saving system. In parts. A review of what? A review of Dust Bunny. I told people I was going to like do a proper review of the movie and see what happened. So let's see if this comes across well at all. That music's way too loud. There we go. So yeah, this week I watched, well, technically it was like 2 weeks ago now, but yeah, I didn't do a proper review last week. I just put it in the scrapbook. So yeah, I watched Dust Bunny with Mads Mikkelsen and Sigourney Weaver and a lot of interesting characters. It was a wild movie. The visuals were absolutely insane. Oh my god. So yeah, couldn't really be objective about this one because Mads Mikkelsen, let's be honest here, anything with Mads Mikkelsen gets like a +3 point range for me. It's about him being like a grumpy assassin to this little baby girl who thinks her parents have been killed by an evil monster called the Dust Bunny that lives under her bed, and she hires him to try and kill the Dust Bunny. So it's great. It's a wonderful time. The visuals are crazy. But yeah, it's a fun time. So I'm going to do this in a way that I'm just going to be able to clip the next 2 minutes in like a spoiler-free review. Nurhawati, this is the second time in multiple, I think like in 3 days that I need to time you out for not paying attention to the rules. Please read my chat rules. Do not use more than 3 emotes at a time. I'm going to put you in timeout for 10 minutes. Just so hopefully you can do this. Come back properly. Okay. So let's be honest. Dust Bunny was made for someone like me, so I'm not going to try to be objective about it. It stars Mads Mikkelsen as a tired old assassin basically being adopted by a child who wants to hire him to kill the monster under his bed. I am a sucker for cute kid heals grumpy old man and surreal visuals, and this one delivers on both of those premises really well. It's whimsical, iyashike, and bursting with style for better or worse. The visuals remind me most of Sucker Punch, with a lot of the more violent scenes filtered through the lens of a child's imagination. So instead of actual assassinations and body dismemberment, we get monster slaying and a variety of stylistic imagery. Occasionally things become more realistic, like when the assassin is disposing of a body and the child wants to help. He won't let her, but then he realizes that at least allowing her to wrap up pieces like presents will get her to actually like behave. Things that would be horrific are made fun. Meanwhile, the actual horror of the film is played off in a childish way. Every time the dust bunny shows up, reality just completely goes out the window, with overtly fake CGI and larger-than-life destruction that disappears by the next morning. It leaves you constantly wondering for most of the movie how much of it is real and how much of it is a child's imagination of other gruesome events going on. And that's where the story and filmmaking work together hand in hand. We see time and time again how the child is imagining some of the gruesome scenarios. And like us, the assassin believes that the monster who ate her parents was probably just another assassin or associate of one of his victims who just happened to enter the wrong apartment and kill them instead. It leads to the assassin feeling responsible for the child and deciding to take her in. As I said, the whimsicality and stylistic choices just aren't for everyone. For me, the set design, costumes, and camera choices were great fun. But some of the scenes with the dust bunny that stretched a little long crossed the line from amusing to just silly. Thankfully, that was only towards the end of the film, and it wraps up without overstaying its welcome. So yeah, damn good movie to me, who loves more of the quirky parts of this movie, but you might not enjoy it as much. 4 stars out of 5. There you go. That's my Dust Bunny review. As you can see, the costume choices are freaking crazy as well. It has like a lot of references to other movies. Genuinely a good fun time, though. You kind of have to turn your brain off. Visually, great, but also a little bit confusing. It has a bit of a Tim Burton-esque kind of thing, and like I said, very, very sucker punch, which some people like, some people absolutely hate. Personally, I really liked the visuals in Sucker Punch, where they tried to make it like a comic book movie. And, you know, it's Mads Mikkelsen as an assassin. There's so many cute moments between him and the child. You're constantly wondering, like, how much of it is actually real, so it's a fun time. I'm only now finding out about Dust Bunny. I might go and give it a try. I would. Like, it's already out digitally, so you can rent it. It's not out on any of the free streaming services just yet. So if you want to wait like another month or two, I'm sure it'll come to one of them, whether it's like HBO Max or Netflix or something, but it's a fun time. Next week, I'll do a proper review of Rental Family as well, because I watched that this week, and that I really enjoyed. And it's another one where I feel like some people are going to love it and some people are absolutely going to hate it. Madge's outfit looks like Kill Bill yellow suit. It does. And fun fact, the Kill Bill yellow suit is actually straight up based off of one of the suits that Bruce Lee wore in one of his martial arts films. So yeah, no, it's actually a reference back to Bruce Lee. I'm pretty sure the little girl's outfit here, because this is when she like sneaks into a place. I think this is like a Thelma and Louise reference, because the whole like the music gets very 80s at that point. They play like an ABBA song and she like runs away, Thelma and Louise style. It has a lot of references to other movies and a lot of like whimsicality and surrealism. Rental Family, Brendan, my beloved. Yeah, I really liked it. I really enjoyed it, but I've seen a lot of people saying it's just like joy slop. I saw the term joy slop used for it and I was like, oh, so you just hate happiness. It's like, yeah, no, I get it. It's like a little bit like overly happy. It like doesn't show like the dark sides of some of the ideas, but at the same time, it's cute. I enjoyed it very much. Do like the art style of Sucker Punch? I'll try to watch it. I hope you enjoy it if you do. I personally really enjoyed it. But yeah, from now on, I'm going to try to like, if I finish a book that I'm really interested in and want to talk about, or if I've like watched a movie where I'm like, oh, I really enjoyed that, or I really hated something, I'll talk about it. Game of Death. Wait, what's Game of Death? Been loving to see the promo season for Rental Family because Brendan has been getting so much love. As he should. I mean, ever since The Whale, ever since he like came back to acting, I don't know what kind of journey Brendan Fraser went on between like the early 2000s and recently, but when he came back, yeah, he's been taking very interesting roles. What the fuck is Joy Slop? The Bruce Lee film is, oh, thank you. Game of Death, thank you. I never actually knew which movie it was from. I just know whenever you see like a yellow jumpsuit, tracksuit with like the black lines, that's a Bruce Lee reference for sure. But yeah, Joy Slop, or I guess it's like just because everything is something slop nowadays. I saw somebody, have you guys seen the post on social media where it's a guy talking about how his child scare maxes himself? I was like, I I don't like the idea that there are parents that are using Gen Alpha slang. I hate the idea of like a parent being like, my child scare maxes himself. It's like, are you old enough? Like, this is somebody taking care of a child. The book. Yeah, it's a story. It's a parent talking about the fact that he reads this book that has a bunch of animals in it and ends, yeah, exactly, with an anaconda. And so he goes through the book making all the animal noises, but then every time he gets to the anaconda, he just starts screaming and crying until the parents come and take care of him. But that was the way that the parent described it online. He was like, oh man, why does my child scare max himself? And it was like, you're not old enough to have a child. This is terrifying. Oh god. But yeah, Joy Slop, which I'm guessing is like, yeah, just because we have like Friend Slop, which is just games that are fun to play with your friends. Maybe not super creatively endearing, but at the same time, you know, Friend Slop is great. I like those silly games. I like playing like Lethal Company. I haven't tried Yap Yap yet. I heard there's like some sort of exploit, which is a problem. But like Peak was good. Goodness sake, what is the world coming to? It just is what it is. Scare maxing, what is this language? He just meant like scaring himself. Crying on purpose, making himself scared. Which honestly, why not? We all like to watch horror films to make ourselves scared. This kid is just ahead of the curve. I think this kid figured out how to get affection on demand. That's what a bunch of people said in response to it. It was like, no, what's happened is this kid is training you. This kid is making it, like, getting attention from you whenever he wants. Yeah. Be lovely. I enjoy these reviews. Thank you. I enjoy doing them. I used to make reviews my content, but yeah, just doing one every now and then when it's just like something I actually want to talk about. I'll just try to like, yeah, make it a bit tighter so it can be finished within 2 minutes rather than just yapping about something for like half an hour. So yeah. For games, Friend Slop ain't bad. No, we've got way worse games. Gacha. Gacha and live service games. Like, I will never complain about Friend Slop if it costs like 10 to 20 pounds and you get like 40 hours of joy out of it with your friends. Meanwhile, I will always complain about live service games that try to be starting like broken and without the full content, so you have to pay month after month for months in a row. Or gacha games where it's like, oh, the whole point of this game is gambling. It's hey, do you want to gamble, kids? You can gamble. Go grab your parents' credit cards. You're so close to getting the pity. The worst thing is they're some of the best made games nowadays. It's just they also happen to be the most profitable. Might just be old-fashioned, but by God, we need to make words have meaning again and make language be a little more rigid again. I'm fine with people using slang. That's the thing. I'm fine with people joking around and being silly. It was just seeing scare maxing used by a parent felt wrong. It just felt so wrong. Language is always developing. Language is always changing. And, you know, at his time, Shakespearean language was considered uncouth and improper. So, you know, things change as times go on. But at the same time, I just don't want to see a parent being like, my son is scare maxing himself. God, my family just really wants attention slop. I'm so sick of it. God, they want me to like watch TV with them and spend time with them. The attention slop is getting to me. Very Sigma of you. I'm so Phantom Tax, man. I'm so Sigma. I just want to be your Sigma. Have you ever thought of doing a stream where you rate our Letterboxd accounts? Since you love movie content, we can get suggestions from you. I haven't thought about that, but maybe in the future. That would be fun, looking at other people's. Daily fatigue, too. Yeah, for you. Name lesson. The D in Mads is silent. Sounds like Maz, with a short vowel. I've only ever heard people call him Mads before. Maz Mikkelsen? Maz Mikkelsen. Thank you for letting me know. Huh. I wonder, because, yeah, I've seen so many interviews with him, and they always just say Mads. But thank you. That's good to know. I love Honkai Star Rail too much to hate on Gamcha. Amphoris has me in a chokehold. That's the problem. What's the new one that's like hypersexual? I forget the name of it. It's like something Snowdrive or Snowfield or something. The video that went viral where you're like powering up, you're leveling up your person by playing arcade games with them. Is it Snow Bunny? Really? And it's definitely not Enfield. It's not Enfield. No, I'm talking about the super sexual one. There's one where Like, the video went viral on Twitter. A bunch of VTubers are playing it right now because you get really good, like, react content out of it just because of how sexual they get. But, like, one of the scenes is you in an arcade with a girl, and she's playing, like, a bike riding game, like, leaning forward on the bike, ass sitting out, and you have to, like... do some things. But yeah, it's like really well voice acted, lots of like hypersexual sounds to the point where it's like, it's not sex. But if you just ignore the bike, it's pretty much sex. No, not Zenless Zone Zero. Not Honkai Star Rail for sure. Not Bodyguarded. Bodyguarded's agent. Is it Snowbreak? It's Snow something. Snowbreak. A lot of people are getting paid to play it right now. That's why like it's blowing up right now because that thing went like viral on social media and a bunch of like VTubers are getting sponsored to play it on Twitch. One of the first things that comes up, how to uncensor Snowbreak. Oh my god. Is this the one? Yeah, I think this is the one. Yeah, okay, it's this girl with the white hair who's in like what is half wedding dress, half lingerie. There's a scene of her just like bending over a damn bike. And it's like some sort of like level up event or something. Oh my god. Yeah. Gacha games, man. Gacha games are getting better. Someone said white hair. Enjoy that one, Melrose. She has short hair though. Not long hair, unfortunately. Pretty happy with Twisted Wonderland since you never have to pay for it, honestly. And you still get lots of opportunities to get the character you want. Oh, is that one that has gacha elements, but you can do it for free? I didn't even know there was gacha in that. I thought it was like a... I didn't really know how Twisted Wonderland made its money. I thought it was mostly just from merchandise and stuff. Anyway. As a Limbus Company fan, I can't say much. I like the story too much and I don't have to gamble. I didn't know Limbus Company was gacha either. That's wild. The fact that Mars is a grandpa and still serves Major Dilf on the movies he does is mind-blowing to me. Some gilfs are actually gilfs. Some gilfs actually had children and then grandchildren. But yeah, no, he does still feel way too attractive to actually be a grandpappy. I think I skipped the ads whenever I saw that. The ace in me felt repulsed. I have no problem with it whatsoever. I think it's kind of amazing, to be honest. It's just very funny to me. They're getting like closer and closer to porn. It's the same way that anime is gone. Where every season there's a new anime where it is just like, I can't believe it's not hentai, where for some reason they're always really short as well. It's like the PWP of anime. Like this season they have the one where it's like a girl who's pretending to be a male idol being discovered by the friend. I think there's another one that's airing right now as well, but they always air like 10 to 15 minute episode segments. And just, yeah, somehow it gets on TV. I'm sure Twisted Wonderland gets most of their money from merch. Oh yeah, for sure. But I just didn't know there was like an actual paid thing to go with it as well. Limbus Company lets you play in extra mode and grind to unlock characters. Oh, that's kind of sick. Does it just take a lot of grinding time? Got ya. There's a new Husbando gacha coming out soon called Project V. Thought I'd heard of Project V. Project V. Project V. I cannot find this at all. I searched for Project V and it comes up with like a vampire game, a TV show from 2020, a Brazilian game. No Husbando game. Damn. I wanted to see the characters. Playing Twisted Wonderland in JP server, so I can't pay or pull even if I want to. Does the JP... Oh, because your card won't work. Got ya. The person who created Black Butler also has done the character designs for Twisted Wonderland. That makes perfect sense. The character designs are amazing. The dude who is supposed to be representative of Scar... Oh, that guy's fine as fuck. Jack Skellington I didn't like, which was surprising to me. You'd think Jack Skellington would be one of the most sexy ones. Limbus has a cast of 12 characters, and you unlock different identities based on other characters through grinding. Oh. Leona? Yeah, Leona. Leona's damn fine. Feel like the people making the choices about shows sometimes judge a book by its cover, and you can't do that with anime. The cover titles and summaries are all misleading. Or... sometimes they're just spot on and they just describe the full show. That's more funny to me. Sorry, it's V Project. Oh, okay. Let me try V Project. Oh, V Project game. V Project unveiled an immersive 3D idol experience. Come on, just show me the boys. Your idol, a touch away. What a slogan. Oh, is this the one by... Is this the Chinese one? If this is the one from China, I saw some people talking about this. Okay, the models look pretty good. The guys look too young to me. They look too pretty. They don't have enough, like, edge for me. They're not bad, though. They move good. You can tell this has been 3D motion tracked from actual people. Yeah, okay. The dancing is pretty damn good. I'll give them that. The fact that they've got proper choreography, they've clearly had actual people record these things because they're slightly off in time, slightly different in movement. Good shit. Good shit. Reminds me of the K-pop group. Which K-pop group? That could mean so many different things. Unless there's just literally a K-pop group called V Project or something. But yeah, no, they look good. They just look too young to me. They always look like boys. Exactly. That's one thing I really respect about Love and Deep Space. Some of them look very pretty. Some of them, like, you could tell their age. They don't look old by a long fucking shot, but some of them look like very attractive, like... late 20, early 30 men. Oh, Plave. Yeah, okay. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Apologies if I am. I have mad respect for those dudes. They do everything live. I think that's gotta be the fucking selling point for them. Because, my God, they can sing well, they can dance well, they basically act like a old school. I don't know if K-pop idols still do this, but they really do that whole thing that back when I watched, like, J-pop kind of things. Like, when I watched... Oh, what was it called? Cartoon. Oh, cartoon. Like, when I used to watch J-pop stuff, it was, like, back in the early 2000s, and they used to do, like, the talk shows. They used to do, like, the idol challenges, the variety segments every damn week. So, yeah, they've got that kind of energy where everything is just constantly live, and they're always just very entertaining and somehow never make any mistakes. I mean, there are little slip-ups in, like, everything with the technology sometimes and with the performances, but it's so good to see them actually just be live, not just be like, yeah, we're totally live, was recorded 3 months ago and then put through heavy editing and fixing. Cartoon mention. Yeah, I miss Cartoon. Not really. Said that and then immediately was like, nah, not really. But I liked some of their songs. I was more of a newsboy. I fell in love with Yamashita Tomohisa. That was good shit. Good times. See, this is the thing. Everybody thinks I hate idols. I just went through my idol phase when I was a teenager, and then I moved on. Then I moved on to anime boys who won't betray you. Silas, my mature looking man. Yeah, Silas looks a bit more grown up, especially like you can tell through their muscles as well. Like they don't have like soft bodies a lot of the time either. Even when they are like not quite like perfectly sculpted, you can see that their bodies have been through some stuff. It just feels so human, and also the fact that they're committed to their laws too. Yeah, exactly. They're always in character. Also, BRB, I really need to blow my nose. Bruh. And I don't have a tissue, so this is going to be a big BRB. I need to go to my bathroom. BRB! I'm gone for 20 seconds and you guys resort to us. The heck? Not gonna lie, the fingers are completely different too. Yeah, no, they have really good quality models. Kaminashi just came to my country a few days ago. That's awesome. It's nice to see Kaminashi Kazuya and Yamashita Tomohisa still doing like acting roles. Yamapi was in Crap, I forget the name of it. Liar's Game? Is it Liar's Game? One of like the Netflix shows where it's like a death game kind of thing. Try Princess, thank you so much for the gifted scholarship. I hope you're having a lovely day and thank you for being here. The nose is much smaller than the bladder, confirmed. Hey, on membership streams, I have a bathroom break every single week. Like, I had a bathroom break just yesterday. You need to member up if you want to see me go to the bathroom. But yeah, normally I have tissues. I could just blow my nose quickly between things. We were cold. That's why you set fire to everything. That doesn't sound... I don't think that works in court. But thank you so much for donating to the Feileacán Cloudines. Yeah, no. It's just winter, man. It's just winter. And also, Jojo BB, thank you so much for the tissue funds. I hope you're having a lovely day and thank you for being here. Yeah, Alice in Borderland. I loved when that trailer came out and for some reason he was just naked. Fucking 17 to 19-year-old Ku-chan. Probably longer than that, actually. Probably started at... Yeah, it started at the end of secondary school. So actually 16 definitely happened through college. So 16 to 21-year-old Ku-chan would have lost his fucking shit when that Alice in Borderland, it was either season 2 or season 3 trailer dropped, and it was just naked Yamapi talking to everyone. Oh my god. The pee breaks are paywalled. Exactly. I'm very professional everywhere except for membership streams. Is this an advertisement for your scholarship again? I'd like to think no. I'd like to think if anything that would scare people away from the scholarship, but whatever works, works. Ku-chan, one of the things I noticed about you is that you know a lot of things and are into a lot of niche things. J-pop and shows. I think that just comes from being in your 30s. Like, I've already been through my teenage years. I've been through my 20 years of trying to figure out some stuff about myself. So I've tried a lot of different things. I think pretty much every 30-year-old, and I guess the niche things is more unique to some things, but yeah, it just comes with like decades of experience kind of thing. I've been through like a lot of different fandoms. I've been through the age where we used AOL chat rooms. Oh god. You had to trade phone numbers to actually hear somebody because you couldn't use a damn microphone. Microphones didn't exist back when we first got on the internet. Bro is old, man. Bro is old. In fact, I can bring up that story. My first e-dating experience that ended with me being, like, abused. My first e-dating experience that began on, like, AOL online chat rooms, and then I was stupid enough, baby little Ku-chan gave out his phone number to his fucking family house phone, because we didn't have mobile phones back then properly. People did, don't get me wrong. This was, like, late 90s, early 2000s. So people did have mobile phones. It's just I didn't have one. Most kids didn't get ones until they were like 12 or 13 back then. It wasn't where you got one when you were like 4 or 5. So yeah, I just had like a very scary woman calling my house and like having fights with my parents. That was a fun time. Anyway, oh. It's good to have dreams, Kushami. It's good to have dreams. I'm glad to hear this. Thank you for donating to the Feileacán. Have a fun time writing your fanfiction. Oh my god. I really hope you're alright now. Oh, that was more than 20 years ago. If I wasn't, it'd be bad. Fighting with your parents. Well, it was just like, it started as like an online just chatting kind of thing. It turned into like me being convinced to give them my phone number. We talked on the phone a couple of times, and then when things eventually went bad, yeah, it was like a teenage girl when I was about 9, still constantly calling the house, and me ignoring it, and then my parents picking it up, and me just having to be like, she's crazy, I don't know what you mean. How old was she? I think she was just like 15. But yeah, I was like 9. I should not have been anywhere near any of that shit. But I remember just having to convince my parents, like, I don't know how she knows my name. She just called the number. Like, I definitely wasn't on chat rooms. Like, they obviously fucking clearly knew. I was 9. I probably couldn't lie worth of a shit, but they let me get away with it. Oh my god. What did your parents say, though? Did they, like, start yelling at her on the phone? They would just hang up on her. She gave up after, like, a couple of days. Same Sensei, I was grounded because I gave my online friend my house number and my dad picked up. Okay, yeah. That, when I was older, when you learn some things and you're like, okay, you have to set up times for when you need to be called. Because for one thing, back before the days of broadband even, if you lifted up a phone while the internet was on, it disconnected the internet and the phone wouldn't work. You just got that horrible sound in your ear. But yeah, you had to like time your things. You'd be like online talking to someone and be like, okay, call me. And then you turn off the internet and go run to your phone to make sure you grabbed the phone as soon as it rang so none of your parents heard. Chat rooms were crazy and we were dumb. I had a 23-year-old dude wait for me outside my school once when I was 13. Okay, see, that's not a... Oh, that's terrifying. He was missing like 3 teeth. Yeah, children are dumb. This is why children need fucking parental controls and parental blocks. At least mine was like still a teenager. Oh god, I'm sorry. That is the beginning of a horror story. That's the beginning of a kidnapping. Could have fooled them by blaming those big yellow directories that had everyone numbers. They wouldn't have my name though. I just told them that like it was a random call and I told them my name because I just answered the phone. They let me get away with it. I think it's pretty obvious I was lying. Keep in mind, this is also back in the days when we had family computers, so they could have checked the browser history so easily and probably did. Like, there was no question of me actually being able to successfully hide this as a 9-year-old. I didn't have like my own internet source. I didn't know there was no such thing as an incognito thing. I didn't know how to clear like cookies and browser history. I had a 30-year-old ask me if I was a sub or dom in messages when I was 16. That's a pedophile. That is straight up a pedophile. And, oh, God. At least we know better about this. Well, I say we know better about this nowadays. Nowadays, there are kids fucking with TikTok accounts and Twitter accounts sharing images around their school and around their house. It's like, oh, here's the back door of my house. Here's a video of me walking through my house so you could see the entire layout. Here's a video of how to, like, climb over the fence in my back garden. That certainly won't be used by creepy people. 9-year-old Sensei's brain had not yet expanded. Hey, I was a gifted and talented 9-year-old. But still 9 years old, so yeah, not very expanded. What a time, my mom teaching me to cut internet so she could talk on the phone with my auntie. Dude, I hated that. And especially when it was a family member. My family had like family in Ireland and family in America, which meant that every time there was a call, they'd be on that damn phone for like 3 hours catching up on everything. I'd be kicked off the internet and I'd just be like walking around my bedroom like, shut up already, shut up already, shut up already. You don't need to hear that much about like aunties and uncles and cousins. Shut up already. So glad I didn't chat with strangers until my 20s. That was very safe of you. That was very smart of you. Meanwhile, yeah, no, they were not smart on the internet back then. Literally, AOL Instant Messenger had chat rooms where you would specifically go to meet other children. They had like different age gates, and I think it started from 12 to 15. So 9-year-old Ku-chan was like, well, they don't have like a 6 to 10-year-old version, so I guess I have to use the 12 to 16 one. Which is why I always say, like, keep kids off of our spaces on the internet for their own damn sake. Anybody who actually wants kids in their adult spaces is not safe and should not be around kids. And kids are stupid. Kids will try to get access to things. Just like when I was like 10 years old and I was joining easy board roleplay things where you were like supposed to be 16. It was like, we do adult topics here. Things get like a little bit sexual, very graphic, like violence-wise, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna join that Naruto role-playing thing. Like, I'm a very mature 10-year-old. I can handle it. Oh, God. The logic of a 9-year-old? Exactly. The logic of a 9-year-old that's like, I'm very mature for my age. I'll be fine. My parents were so protective. Younger me was sad/mad I was missing out on online stuff because of it. Like, the minimum age to create an account here is 13. So we'll create one when you'll be 13. That's the safe way to do it. Meanwhile, if you, like, they can't do anything. If you just tick the box that says you're of age, like... My mom saw me watching a Sasu Nadu AMV on the public library Wi-Fi. I mean, if it was Sasunaru, at least it was safe. You didn't get caught, like, watching anything too bad. That's just kind of cute. You were watching some shipping stuff. That's adorable. And I bet it was, like, either Linkin Park or Evanescence or... Yeah, probably Linkin Park or Evanescence or something, like, Japanese for the soundtrack, right? It's got to be, like, one of those. Oh, God. Looking back at me and my friends, always wondered how we weren't groomed. We went to 3-day anime conventions by ourselves and we're constantly on chat rooms. Yeah. Me on Amino when I was 14. I've heard Amino was terrifying. Thankfully, I was too old by the time Amino came out. But there are a lot of people that were too old for Amino that were on Amino, is how I will say that. Used to go on a Gaia-style forum site called Roliana as an 11, 12 to 13-year-old. Never revealed my age. Terrifying. God. All the, like, free-to-play MMORPGs that I started jumping onto when I was, like, 12, 13. And, yeah, people would always expect you were, like, 17, 16. So you'd just be like, yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Created an account at 7, pretending to be 13 for school. Oh, no. Then I proceed to use that account for anime roleplay chat rooms. That's good, at least. As long as it's, like, safe. You're safely, like, removed from the other people. Oh, God. Me discovering yaoi at the age of 12. A Sasunaru comic just because I read the ship name wrong and liked it more than the straight ships. That's fair. Did you think it was, like, Sakura Naruto? Because you read, like, Sasunaru and you were thinking Sakunaru? Because that's funny if so. I feel like a lot of people get tricked into yaoi sometimes. The first time I watched Loveless, because I watched like the anime adaptation of Loveless, and I was like, aw, look at this cute little cat girl. This is going to be adorable. And then I watched it. It was like, oh, they're both guys. Cool. Like, it wasn't a big deal for me. And I think that was like, that was still at an age where I was like, nah, I'm not into guys. It's just, anime characters are fine. It's like, anime characters are fine. It's like, if it's anime characters, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, there were signs. There were signs. God, when did I watch Loveless? I was 14. That was actually another grooming moment. There was a 19-year-old girl who convinced me to watch Loveless and wanted me to dress up as one of the characters. Not from Loveless, though. She wanted me to dress as someone else, but I forget who. Fuck, I really forget who. It was a different Boys Love one. Anyway, yeah. Met them at the park. I'm pretty sure they were a famous cosplayer. Oh, God. This is a good thing I have, like, no game. I've only had 2 notable experiences. We've accidentally gone into, like, the kind of love story. These aren't really love stories. These are more like, God, kids are fucking stupid. They need adult supervision. But yeah, these are some of the things that happened to me when I was younger. Anyway, I only had 2 notable experiences in love. One had a special place in my heart. He was a fiance now, but how he was sweet to me was special. The other one was an honor student who's now in jail. That is a life turnaround. The gifted and talented burnout hit them hard. They just swerved straight into crime. Let's go. It's kind of cute that you still like respect the one who's moved on and has their own fiance now. That's adorable. Yeah, they were, Sabrina Saberhagen. They really were. So glad I mainly hung out on Pixie Hollow and Club Penguin. There were some horror stories in Club Penguin, too. People got banned, but people were careful about getting around certain things. There was some... there were some things in Club Penguin. Yeah. Also, Neopets. Habbo Hotel? Holy shit, yes, Habbo Hotel, for sure. Habbo Hotel was a dangerous one. Anyway, we'll do the homework from last week, and then we'll dive back into these and start talking about, yeah, God, growing up as a millennial when people didn't know how to, like, protect kids from the internet. We could have all died. like, things could have been so much more rough for us. Agi, homework for the week. So, last week, I was asking you guys about your New Year's traditions. I wanted you guys to share with me what kind of New Year's traditions you have in your area, if you know where the stories come from, if they're like a cultural thing, or if it's more of just like a family thing. Imagine getting introduced to Misao at 12. Weak sauce. I was watching the Higurashi no Nakakura ni anime at like 12 or 13. I remember the episode. I very strongly remember the episode that started with the fingernails being ripped out. Episode 1 wasn't that bad. Episode 1 was like, wow, this is a lot of blood. And then we got to that episode where the kid was forced to rip out his own fingernails. No context. That was the like pre-anime opening. It just starts with that shit going on. And then just like the body in the trash bag. And it's like, oh, we're in for a good time. Anyway, Komode, thank you for sharing us homework. Hello, Sensei. Making gokzai isn't that common in Hong Kong anymore, but it used to be a Chinese New Year tradition on my mother's side of the family. Ours was always the sweet version with a simple filling of sugar and ground peanuts wrapped in fried pastry. The workload was quite heavy. Every year we would make several batches to give away to friends and relatives. That's hundreds of gokzai. I'm going to look up gokzai real quick because I wonder if they're the same thing I'm thinking of, but I know of them as a different... No, this is a completely different thing. Sweet fried dumplings. Oh. This one says Yao Gok, also known as gokzai. Traditional Cantonese pastry, often called peanut... It gets cut off for some reason. Peanut puff. Peanuts, sesame seeds, coconut, and sugar, then deep fried until crispy, symbolizing wealth and good fortune for the coming year. That sounds really good. That sounds so sugary. Watched Elfen Lied at 11. Same, actually. I remember Elfen Lied. The fucking puppy episode killed me, but the music was so good. Anyway, sorry. Hundreds of gokzai? Jesus, you guys did work hard. What's really interesting is that Grandma actually learned how to make gokzai from a neighbor decades ago. So the tradition was kind of adopted into our New Year routine. Usually a few days before reunion dinner. Grandpa would roll out the dough using the leg of an old TV. Oh, that's so cute. While other family members would use cups to cut out little circles of dough and spoon in the filling. I was always in charge of folding them into crescent shapes. Even with dementia, Grandma would still praise my pleats for being the neatest. Aww. Mostly she meant they were tight enough to keep the filling from spilling out and messing up her work of oil. So yeah, I was like, oh, you're doing the best. Meanwhile, it's just like, your ones aren't breaking like all the other kids. You're not terrible. The tradition has stopped after my grandparents passed away, and sometimes I wonder if my folding speed has dropped. Typing this out does bring back a lot of bittersweet memories. I hope they're mostly sweet memories, to be fair. That's such a cute family tradition, and especially like how simplistic it begins. Grandpa rolling out the dough and remembering the fact that it was using the leg of an old TV. That's so cute. Like, oh my God. Start it again? Exactly. Start it again. Make some for just your parents sometime, Komode. Like, you don't have to do like a huge workload of it, but just make some, share them with the family. See if it like spikes their nostalgia as well. It's always nice to restart traditions. But I get the idea of like, if it's more of like a painful memory at this point, because then you just remember the grandparents that you've lost. But that's a really cute one. I love that. And yeah. Oh, that's so cute. Sounds like a precious memory. Yeah. I can't imagine doing like hundreds, but yeah, just making some for like your close family just sounds like such a cute time. What's that from? The Elfen Lied thing? Saw that anime scene was like a fever dream. Elfen Lied was fucked up. We'll come back to that. We'll finish the homework first, but Elfen Lied had like a lot of traumatic moments in it. The puppy episode was the worst for me by far. Cad's Mushroom Tea. Welcome back, Sensei. I have 3 traditions that I wanted to mention for the homework. One that I learned about from my friend's grandma, one from my family, and a personal one that I started in 2025. Personal ones are always really good, and ones that you come up with your friends. Back in elementary school, I went over to my friend's house for a New Year's sleepover, and her grandma had traveled from Canada to visit me. At midnight, we all got to eat cocktail shrimp, except for my sister, who's allergic. Oh, that's so mean. After doing more research, I don't think that Canadians eat seafood on New Year's for any reason, but it's still tasty. My family on my dad's side go for the New Year's Eve dinner to celebrate. We couldn't go out this year due to the weather, but instead we ate Chinese takeout at home. That sounds nice as well. My new personal tradition is to watch one film I've never seen before. The list now includes Howl's Moving Castle, and for Old Lang Syne, Charlie Brown. I've never seen that Charlie Brown special. I think the only Charlie Brown special I've ever actually seen is the Halloween one, the one about the pumpkin that comes alive. But yeah, what I will say, seafood at New Year's, that's nice. That's like rolling the dice just to see if you survive it. It's, you know, it kind of feels to me like eating pork and sauerkraut at the beginning of the new year, where it's like, this will be good for your tummy, but it's like, we're going to roll the dice and see if like this seafood was prepared properly. Just having Chinese takeout at home sounds nice, though. I know... I'm assuming this is a different thing, but I know that a lot of, like, Jewish families in America have Chinese takeout for Christmas, because it's a way to celebrate and not have to cook food, while obviously not celebrating Christmas itself, which I thought always sounded nice. Gokzai is really nice, my childhood memories. I would love to try it sometimes. Most of, like... the Chinese desserts that I see involve like lotus root paste or ube, kind of things like that. I've never seen ones that like are actual deep fried like that, so it sounds good. But yeah, this sounds like a cute one. I like the fact that it's just like something that came from a New Year's sleepover. And yeah, normally you just eat out with your family. That's very cute. And just watching a new movie every year is a nice way to like celebrate it as well. Learn something new, see if you find something fun. Not Jewish, but that's true. Oh, so not just Jewish people. Got ya. I live in a Jewish neighborhood. That's true. Yeah, where I lived in America, that was like the thing. The Chinese takeaway places made a bunch of their money by staying open on Christmas for the Christmas rush. Lilith. Thank you for the stream and my homework for the week. I live in Malaysia and celebrating Lunar New Year or Chinese New Year is very big here. It's barely February yet. Red decorations, Chinese New Year promotions, music and snacks are everywhere. Like literally restaurants, malls, and houses. Also, let me extend this a bit. Did not expect that to get cut off. Extend it a bit to the side and make it a tiny bit smaller. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. There we go. It's very common for Chinese families to have a reunion dinner either in restaurants or in homes. Often, every family take turns to be the host of said dinner. Every family takes turns. Oh, so like when you've got like multiple adults in the family, you'll go to like one auntie's house for 1 year, a different auntie's house for a different year. So you like cycle where you're going to. That's cute. I don't know many families that do that because the tradition so far sounds like Thanksgiving. But when it comes to Thanksgiving for Americans, I feel like they tend to just congregate to one family for like a lot of years in a row. Unless there's like a new family that forms where like two people have gotten married or had children and started having celebrations just for themselves and then start like inviting people as well. But yeah, it's interesting that it is like a proper rotation where everybody takes turns. This year it was my family's turn and we planned, it is my family's turn and we planned to have a hot pot and sushi together. Fancy. Keeping in mind, not a traditional Chinese New Year dinner, but a damn delicious sounding one. Hot pot is so perfect for that as well. For like a big like feast kind of thing for a bunch of people. I have 40 plus relatives and I'm not letting my family suffer cooking that much. Yeah, no, that's sweet. And especially if you do a hot pot, it would be nice to like have the hot pot ready like on the stove and just be like, okay, and everybody bring a set of ingredients, like almost a potluck kind of style, where it's like, okay, you don't have to bring full like meals or anything, just like somebody like talk amongst each other, bring some meat, bring some vegetables, bring something unique. That would be a fun way to do that. Bring like something obvious, but then also bring something unique that you've never tried in a hot pot before. And then you try a bunch of weird stuffs. Giving out red envelopes is a must as well. However, we plan to create a fun game for the kids to see who receives the most amount of money. Oh, wait. Competition? Don't make it a competition for the kiddos. Unless they have to like earn the money some way. Hot potluck? Oh shit. I didn't even realize, yeah, those two words can fit together. I also want to share some Chinese New Year traditions in Malaysia since we're quite passionate about it. 1. The lion dance is a traditional Chinese performance always performed with drums, gongs, and cymbals. It features 2 performers in a costume performing as a lion. One person piloting as the head and front legs, while the other piloting the back legs. They work together to do stunts, usually the back person carrying the front. In competitions, the stunts are even more extreme, like jumping pole to pole at in a few meters of height. The lion dance symbolizes good luck, fortune, and to drive away evil spirits. So you can actually, I'd imagine this is the same in most big cities, but the only big city I've ever lived in London. But if you go to Chinatown during Chinese New Year, they normally have like lion dances as well. Are they supposed to only be 2 people? Because the lion dances that I've seen in the Chinatown in London normally have like 7 or 8 people doing like a long like lion dance and like walking through areas, as well as like the dragon ones as well. But I've definitely seen, when you mentioned like the poles, that's what I was going to say. One year in the London Chinese New Year festival, they had like a bunch of poles set up, and there was like a lion dance going on where they were jumping between the poles. They were probably about 4 feet off the ground, but they'd been set up under the little pavilion, the little gazebo area there. Oh, okay, so it's different, often in groups. Depends on the thing. Gotcha. Okay. I was just going to wonder if like the more than 2 thing was just like a more recent thing that kind of broke from tradition. Lion dances are crazy athletic. Yeah, they are. Kind of reminds me of my Christmas tradition on my Italian side of my family, with a big family cooking and doing fun games, not just for kids, with the adults too. That's cute. That feels like a family reunion thing to me as well. Like, we don't really do it for Christmas, but when we occasionally have like a family reunion in America, there's like giveaways, there's like the things where you draw tickets to win prizes, there's little games, and especially like games for the kids and piñatas and stuff like that. Family is too big to gather in one place, so yeah, we would cycle through everyone's houses, sometimes 4 to 5 places the day of. That's a lot of places to go. That just reminds me of that Vicar of Dibley episode where she gets invited to 5 different Christmas dinners, tries to go to all 5, and by the end she feels like she's going to die because she's just eaten too much food. But yeah, lion dances are freaking cool. Oh, someday we really have to do the DLC in Elden Ring as well, because there's a lion dance enemy in that looks like a giant lion monster, but then it turns out it is just like 2 or 3 men in a costume. 2, playing with fireworks and firecrackers. Children get to be terrorists somehow. It symbolizes good luck, warding off evil spirits, and it ties to a well-known myth in Chinese tradition called the Legend of Nian, where firecrackers were used to scare off Nian in order to protect the villagers. That one I actually know, and the Nian is a very creepy-looking creature. The one that has like the tusks coming out of the bottom of it, or the top of its jaw, right? That one's cool. I've seen, when I was doing like research into some of those things, I remember like that being on like bronze pots back in the day and stuff. So I know that legend about how they scared it away. On another note, I loved this so much as a child. Younger me would light streams in an empty soda/beer can and watch it explode. Okay, that sounds a bit dangerous. Dozens of cans were sacrificed and melted to satisfy my enjoyment. Furthermore, I also threw sparklers at trees so they would hook onto the branches. Okay, you did kind of act as a terrorist as a child. As a child, they were very pretty, reminding me of Christmas trees, thus I kept doing it. Don't worry, they didn't burn the tree. Good. Only you can prevent forest fires. I was going to say, the arson started early in that Pupal. That's great. Oh, if I'm not wrong, the pole jumping and lion dance originated in Malaysia. Oh, cool. So that's like a more specific locale one. Cool. Have you heard of the 5 fishes sensei? Yeah. I have some Italian Americans in my family as well. A couple of my cousins do the 5 fish thing, as well as like they do like a big bird as well, but then they also have the 5 fishes, and they're Italian Americans seem to like be very big on family events. Fish? Yeah, let me Google it to make sure, but it's just like they cook 5 different kinds of fish. Let me see where it actually comes from. It's probably, I'd imagine, a Christian thing, probably about like Jesus multiplying the fish and the bread. But let me Google what 5 fishes is actually about. But yeah, some of my family do that one. 5 fishes. 5 fishes. Italian Christmas. There we go. Feast of the 7 fishes. Oh, wait, is this 7? Oh, everything I'm searching for comes up with 7 fishes. That's interesting. I did not know how many fish it is. I've never actually celebrated with that family. I've been with them when it came to Thanksgiving, because they deep fry a turkey bird. That shit's crazy. They have their own deep fryer. Anyway, the Feast of the 7 Fishes, Italian Festa dei Sette Pesci, is an Italian-American celebration of Christmas Eve with dishes of fish and other seafood. Christmas Eve is a vigil of fasting day, and the abundance of seafood reflects the observance of abstinence from meat until the feast of Christmas Day itself. Oh, okay. Derives its name from 7 different seafood dishes that are typically served during the celebration, also known as La Vigilia. It is ritualized Christmas Eve feast consumed over several hours. An Italian-American celebration, it came along from the peak of immigration into the cities of the Northeast and Upper Midwest from the 1880s to the 1930s. The tradition stems from the Roman Catholic observance of abstaining from eating meat on the eve of a feast day. So I know about that one as well, because apparently, like, McDonald's in America sells a ton of Filet-O-Fish on Christmas Eve. I do know, like, a lot of Christians abstain from meat on, like, yeah, Christmas Eve, because there's like a feast for Christmas Day. But it's freaking hilarious to me that a lot of people's way of dealing with that is like, I'm going to go to McDonald's and buy a fucking Filet-O-Fish and a big old basket of fries. It's like, yeah, no. I'll abstain from the feast by getting fast food. It reminds me of when my uncle threw fireworks into his open fire pit. That sounds dangerous. Ku, you only go for the food. Same. Can't blame you. I don't like those family members. None of my family watches my streams, so I could say this. That side of the family hates the Irish side of my family. I get invited to everything. I always turn it down. We always invite them to everything. They always turn it down. Just occasionally, when it comes to like grandparent meetings and stuff, it's like, yeah, then we'll do stuff. But yeah, in general, it's like, it's parts of the family where we're cordial to each other and occasionally see each other begrudgingly. Remember when I worked at McDonald's in high school? Why did they always order Filet-O-Fish? Now you know if it was Christmas Eve. In general, I don't get why people like the Filet-O-Fish. I don't like it. Get a McChicken. McChicken's so much better. Chicken with extra mayonnaise. 7 Fishes. My brother-in-law is Italian and they have so much fish in December. Yeah, it was good to finally figure out why they do that, because I've never known. I've known that that's a thing for Italian Americans, but I've always wondered. So it was fun to Google that. Yeah, me just assuming, like, is it because of that story about the multiply and the fee? Me and my sister had a hard time pronouncing the Filet-O-Fish names, but we call them Fishatrons because our Baltic tongues can't deal with French. Wait, that's adorable. Fishatrons. I'm gonna get me a Fishatron sandwich. Honestly, that sounds like so. You should get like a... Why have they not made like a Transformer sandwich? Like the McGangbang, if you just transformed that into a Transformer sandwich, it would make a lot more sense. If you had like the bun and then the 3 different types of meat and like named it something after Transformers so that you could have like 3 different burgers if you wanted, or have them all stacked on each other and stuff. Gangbang. You guys have never heard of the McGangbang? The McGangbang is a thing that you can order at certain restaurants if they're cool. If they're not cool, it's something you have to make yourself. It was one of those things that was like a rumored like custom menu thing. But at some McDonald's places, if you order a McGangbang, they'll actually make it for you. I believe it's a McChicken, beef burger, and a Filet-O-Fish all on top of each other. But let me Google this. But it's all their 3 types of meats. They take like 1 patty from each type of meat, and then they put it between the buns. And they, no, it was colloquially really referred to as the McGangbang. Let me Google this and see if you could actually officially get them. McGangbang. That's a fun thing. Yeah, here we go. First result. I tried the monstrosity called the McGangbang, also known as the Baba Booey Burger. That's a cuter name. Oh, McDonald's secret menu. It consists of a McDouble with a whole McChicken in place of the middle slice of bread. Oh, so it doesn't even involve the fish. You just get a McDouble, and then you get a double cheeseburger or a McDouble, and then you get a chicken burger. McChicken. You get a McChicken and you get a McDouble, and then you put the chicken in between the 2 slices of the 2 patties of beef. But yeah, that used to be called the McGangbang. Apparently some people call it the Baba Booey. The way I'd heard it, wait, what's the one with fish then? Because I know there were people talking about like adding a fillet of fish to the, like, they should just call that the Noah's Ark. In fact, you should double it. It should be 2 Filet-O-Fish, 2 McChickens, and the McDouble. And just call that the Noah's Ark, because then it's 2 of every meat. I can hear my cholesterol rising. It's only bad if you can hear your heartbeat in your ears. As soon as you can hear your heartbeat in your ears, that's when you know you've eaten too much saturated fat in one day. Sorry, unsaturated fat in one day. The Noah's Ark thing. Wait, is that for real? Did they actually do that? Noah's Ark burger. Somebody already... Yeah, oh my god, okay. And Arby's already have it as an official thing called the Meat Mountain. Angus beef, cheddar cheese, chicken tenders, corned beef, and pepper salami. Oh my god. The Noah's Ark burger, also known as the Abomination burger. Oh no, this is a different thing. This is an Australian thing. Okay, yeah, no, okay, people have already stolen the idea though. Okay, so this is not a unique idea I just came up with. Noah's Ark burger from McDonald's, 2 Filet-O-Fish, 2 McChickens, and a McDouble. Topped with homemade sausage pasta sauce and Fritos corn chips. Oh, dude, what are you doing? You just want to die. But I'm looking at this one. Oh god. The Abomination burger from Australia is something you can order. It has 10 different types of meat in it. Noah's Ark burger consists of a beef patty, a chicken patty, a turkey patty, a lamb patty, a buffalo patty, an antelope patty, a kangaroo burger, an ostrich burger, and a slice of alligator bacon. Son of a bitch. You take one bite of that and you're out, man. You are out. Stop it, Australia. That can't be healthy. No part of any of this discussion was healthy. Antelope what, Sensei? Not antelope. Alligator. Alligator bacon, apparently. It's a bunch of different burgers and patties, but then for some reason, alligator bacon rather than just an alligator. I guess alligator doesn't form well into patties, maybe? Maybe if you have too much of that meat, it's too, like, chewy or something. Neo the kangaroo. They eat kangaroos in Australia. I have a friend who's had kangaroo meat. In fact, Vane, when I was on the cooking stream when he was making pizzas and stuff, he had kangaroo as an option. Doesn't that exist on the Heart Attack restaurant in the States? Yeah, the place where they name their burgers after bypasses. They have like the double bypass burger, the triple bypass burger, and the quadruple bypass burger. Oh, God. And if you're over, like, what is it? Is it 500 pounds or 300 pounds? If you're over a certain amount of weight, you get to eat for free. That place was created by a doctor who got sick of people, like, doing damage to themselves and then opened a restaurant that was specifically designed to try and help people hurt themselves. So it's a fucked up story, but people go there. The Heart Attack Grill? Yeah, the Heart Attack Grill. They literally have a scale outside, so if you're over a certain amount of weight, you can eat for free. They spank you if you don't finish your food. Oh, good. So they tie in weird fetishes too. I didn't even know they did that. I just heard the names of the burgers and the fact that they weigh you, and if you're over a certain weight, you get it for free. Ah, the burger that made you see God so quickly. That's why it's called the Noah's Ark burger. It takes you to a different land. Okay, sorry. We got so distracted for a while from New Year traditions. That's a villain story if I've ever heard one. Yeah. To be fair, not sure how much of it's actually true and how much of it is just honestly, you know, he wanted money. Lao Sheng, commonly eaten during the week of Chinese New Year, is a kind of fish salad, I suppose. Ooh, made out of colorful strips of vegetables. Carrots, daikon, ginger. I love ginger. Color strips of biscuits for a bit of crunch. Some small pieces of fruit. Ah, it's an American style salad. Some small pieces of fruit. Strips of raw fish, and topped with peanuts and this sugary sour citrus sauce. That sounds amazing. If you take out the biscuits, that sounds like it would be heaven. Given this sour, sweet, savoring, and fresh taste, with a crunchy, sometimes soft texture with every bite. Lao means to scoop up. Everyone will gather around the dish, and once everyone has a set of chopsticks... Sorry, I got lost because I scrolled down. Once everyone has a set of chopsticks, they start scooping up the Lao Shang as high as possible and continuously screaming, "Huatla angla angla." I butchered that, I'm sorry. To wish for prosperity, abundance, wealth, and luck. Typically wishing every blessing possible. We'll finally sit down to eat once the table is a complete mess. Cute. Biscuits are the best part for the children, though. Yeah, that makes sense. For the children. I hate when salads include things like croutons or like fried tortilla chips. That shit pisses me off. Because you order a salad thinking, oh, this is going to be nice. And then it comes with essentially just like a packet of crisps thrown in. Or 2 slices of toast crushed up and thrown in. It's, oh, come on, man. But the crunch, I get it. The crunch can be pleasant, but you can get that with the right type of crunchy lettuce. That's why I don't get when it comes to like Caesar salad. You're already using romaine lettuce. Romaine lettuce should crunch. Romaine lettuce should have a nice crunch if it's fresh, and that you're adding fucking bread to it. Empty carbs. Crunchies are life. That's part of it as well. I'm not big on crunchies. It's probably why I don't like popcorn. But then there's also the American thing where you just straight up add French fries to a salad. America, why are you the way you are? How about fried onions? Fried onions are great. Fried onions and just about anything are good. I prefer raw onions in a salad, but fried onions can work. Since when? Is this only like an East Coast thing? Wait, really? Yeah, no, if you order like a buffalo chicken salad or like random salads in like some places, they'll just be like, do you want French fries with that? They don't mean on the side. They mean in the fucking salad. Potato is a veggie, it counts. Have you guys ever heard of ambrosia salad? Because I heard of ambrosia salad and was like, wow, what a beautiful name. That must be nice. Let me Google exactly what ambrosia salad is. All I know is it's... Bleh. Ambrosia salad. Southern American fruit salad named after the food of the Greek gods. Yeah. Key ingredients. Oh, so it's not... Yeah, okay, it's not traditional. So, an ambrosia salad consists of pineapple, mandarin oranges, maraschino cherries, bananas, strawberries, with whipped cream, Cool Whip, yogurt, sour cream, or cream cheese. But some people substitute the whipped cream and whipped topping with marshmallow fluff. You can also add miniature marshmallows, shredded coconut, pecans, and walnuts. So it's kind of like an American halo. It's like a bunch of fruit. This was the thing. I didn't know like the marshmallow fluff was just like a location thing. When I had it, it was marshmallow fluff. It wasn't like mayonnaise or anything else. It was marshmallow fluff over a bunch of fruit and nuts with honey on it as well. It was delicious. And it also felt like I was going to pass out immediately after I had a bite. How on God's earth is that a salad? It's technically a fruit salad. It's technically a fruit salad. We're in the East Coast because I'm from there and I've never heard of that shit. Have you ever gotten a buffalo chicken salad? Maybe it's like a regional thing. But definitely, like where I lived, if you ordered like a buffalo chicken salad, it always came with French fries, but you could substitute. You could substitute for like different vegetables, which was good. Kind of like a halo. Yeah, it's kind of like the whole idea of like everything sweet just like thrown together. Should not be classified as a salad. It's just named a salad. What defines a salad? Because I mean, you can classify a lot of things as a soup as well. Salad definition. A cold dish of various mixtures of raw or cooked vegetables, usually seasoned with oil. Okay, so fruit salads don't even count as a fucking salad. That angers me. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. If that's a salad, halo is a salad. I'm fine with calling halo a salad. It's fine. Just think of it as a dessert salad. Yeah, exactly. If you can have dessert pizzas, you can have dessert salad. You guys have never heard of that. Okay. Is buffalo chicken salad just a thing only in certain regions? Because if so, I might have just given away the region that I used to live in America. In which case, yeah, my bad. But at the same time, yeah, do you guys ever get like... The fries qualify, cooked veggie seasoned with oil. Yeah, no. Fries thrown into a salad technically don't defy even the most basic definition of salad. Never heard of it, live in the West Coast? Fair. We're talking to the East Coasters right now. Do you guys get buffalo chicken salads? Do they come with fries or is that not a thing? I always knew you lived in this area. Fair. I have heard of that. It rings a bell. Not my European ass. Fair. The buffalo chicken salad exists, but I've never heard of fries in it. Somehow I get the feeling you weren't living in Florida, Fu-chan. I would fucking die. I would melt. That far down south, that much humid heat. Yeah, no, I would die. Anyway, number 4, red envelopes. Famous tradition that involves adults with families giving money in the form of red envelope to kids to get blessings. I don't often see people talking about what to do when receiving it, so I'd like to mention about it saying Happy Lunar New Year. Is that Shinyin Kuai-ya? I'm going to translate this just to be sure, but it looks like Shinyin Kuai-la. Translate. Yeah, Shinyin Kuai-la. Shinyin Kuai-la. Or wishing a person happy health and prosperity. Usually easiest to say when receiving a red envelope, but it's not the only saying you can give. Oh, gong xi fa cai. Fa cai? Fa cai. Gong xi fa cai. Gong xi fa cai. Thank you. Oh my god, I haven't heard that one since I was a child. I remember being taught that one and not knowing what it meant for years after. Usually the easiest way to say when receiving a red envelope, but it's not only the saying you can give. There's also to wish successful careers. Xie yo chang bu bu shang guo. Wang xiang. Wang xian. Sorry, I turned that into Wang xiang. Wang xian instead of Wang xiang. I was like, yes, Wang xian. Happy New Year. May heaven's official blessing always be upon us as well. Tenguan Sifu. Sorry. Xie yo chang bu bu shang guo. Wan xiang gen xing. To wish successful career, or wishing for prosperity, abundance, wealth, and riches. Nian nian you yu, fu gui ying men, zai yuan geng geng. Okay. And finally, used for families or happiness, harmony, and health. Xing fu mei man. Xing fu mei man, an kang hemu, it's gotta be her. Xing fu mei man, an kang hemu, tuan tuan yan yan. I freaking love when the sounds double up. I'm learning this one. This one's the cutest. Dan Mei brain kicked in? Yeah, it did. Tuan tuan yuan yuan. Xing fu mei man. An kang hu mu. Tuan tuan yuan yuan. Happy and fulfilling lives, health and harmony, and joyful family reunions. Oh, that's such a cute one. I love how that one sounds as well. Giving red envelopes has become a popular gesture to the point where Muslims and Indians in Malaysia decided to adopt it too. Aw, that's cute as well. So it's become multicultural. Just spread around the region. Awesome. What? Wang Xian done? Yeah. Is that why you call us the dog butterfly on Bilibili? Yeah. Go. Doesn't it sound cute? Wait. Let me have the pronouncer pronounce it. Go die. Go die. 谢谢我的狗狗爹. Go die. Go die. It's so cute. But yeah, that's the name of the Pupals, or at least the Pupal group on Bilibili. Pigeon, thank you so much for doing the homework. Wait, is this the one I just read? No. Why did I already leave a like on this one? Awesome. I'm above the game. Thank you for the stream. Here's my homework. We celebrate in 2 ways. In Japan, before the New Year's, people deep clean their houses and decorate them. It keeps evil spirits away and welcomes the New Year's deity. On New Year's Eve, some people go to countdown events with fireworks, and others stay at home watching the New Year's TV program. People also eat soba, which symbolizes letting go of the past and longevity and health for the future. Why does soba noodles? Does anybody know why soba noodles symbolize letting go of the past? Because that's a cute reason for it. I'm just kind of wondering why it's the long thin noodles. Buddhist temples ring the temple bell 108 times. 107 times before midnight and once at midnight. It's a tradition that originated in China and came to Japan in the Kamakura period. God, all of my old brain rots are coming back. My brain just wants to say, Kamakura, Kamakura, yes, queen. That's Danganronpa. On New Year's Day, people visit temples and shrines and pray for good luck and health, and you can buy omamori here. Omamori are amulets / lucky charms, and there are different ones for different types of luck. Health, success in school, university, luck in love, and many more. I actually have a couple omamoris that were sent to me by the Pupals in Hong Kong. The ones from, was it Hong Kong? Yeah. The ones from Taipei haven't come yet, but from the gifts that came from Hong Kong, I got a bunch of different omamori. I got one of like the technology ones. It's like a little omamori as well as 2 little stickers that you stick, one on the back of your phone and one on the side of your computer. So I've got those going. There's also another one, which is a little omamori that's shaped like a little dog paw. They got it so that when I get Duke, I can like attach it. It's almost like a key ring, but I'm going to attach it to his collar. So he's got to have a little puppy omamori wrapped around his neck at all times, which is so cute. And there's like a couple of other omamori that I got sent as well, which are just like really nice. One of them is like a really cute, like light blue flower shaped one, which is like threaded. So you can see the little piece of wood inside as well. I really like omamori. I think they're really adorable. Sorry, just sidetrack. I love omamori. I also have 2, one for health and one for love. I swear I'm not crying. Where is my perfect prince? It's okay. They'll come someday. Just listen to that Ray song. Baby, where the hell is my husband? I've been waiting for so long to find me. Oh. Yeah. Your husband is coming. That's part of the song. I paid money for the omamori. Where is my luck? The luck went to the shrine that you paid it to. I think you'll find. The tradition of omamori stems from carrying sacred texts on paper or on wooden tablets in small cloth bags. They offered protection for people who couldn't easily travel to shrines, and also eat osechi ryuri from New Year's Day until the 3rd of January. A traditional Japanese New Year's food made of many dishes packed in a box. Fancy bento? Let's go. The different dishes symbolize different things. For example, black soybeans symbolize health, and shrimps symbolize longevity. Cool. I'm going to see if I can find an image of one of those. Osechi ryori. Ryori means cooking, right? Osechi ryori. Whoa, those are fancy. Jesus. Yeah, that's a fancy-ass bento box. Oh, it looks so good. Thank you for sharing that. I'd never heard of that one before. That's actually brand new to me. I love that song. Me too. It's got a lot of high energy. In Germany, there are also New Year events everywhere with countdowns and fireworks shows. Many people invite family and friends to celebrate together. A lot of people eat raclette. It's meat, vegetables, and potatoes you dip into melted raclette cheese. Oh. So it's like... trying to think of the word. Fondue. It's like fondue, but instead of just bread, you go with meat, vegetables, and potatoes. That's nice. Fondue. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Potato salad or pasta salad. Schnitzel, sausages, and sauerkraut. At midnight, people toast with bowie. I love schnitzel. A bowie is a drink prepared in a huge bowl and is made from various fruit juices, fresh fruits, water or sparkling water, and with or without alcohol, depending on preference. It sounds almost like sangria. If not only tastes delicious, it also looks pretty. It's similar to a punch. Punch probably makes more sense. The drink, not the somebody's fist in your face kind of thing. Unless you drink too much of the alcoholic type and then you start to fight anyway. It's also a tradition to eat a deep-fried jam-filled dessert called a Berliner. Ich bin ein Berliner. Many people also gift each other small lucky charms in the form of 4-leaf clovers. A ladybug. Like a real ladybug or like a symbolic ladybug? Because one of those is cute. One of those is like an issue. A chimney sweep. Cute. Or small pigs made of marzipan. Delicious piggies. 4-leaf clovers were used by the Celts as protection against evil spirits. Yes, we call the 4-leaf ones wait. No, the 3-leaf ones are called shamrocks. Today they're considered lucky charms. The other one, wait, fuck, which ones are shamrocks? I'm losing my Irish card. Shamrock. 3-leaved. Okay, it threw me through a loop. I was like, it's 3-leaved because it's like bastardized into Christianity, but was originally like, yeah, the pagan 3 goddesses. But okay, yeah. It's the 3-leafed one is the shamrock. Ugh. 4-leaf clover is just luck. Okay. The Celts is protection against evil spirits, and today they're considered lucky charms. Not the cereal. The other ones also bring good luck in different ways, and people like to watch a British TV. Oh, here we go. Dinner for One. People were bringing that up last time. I'd never heard of it. They show this on TV every year since the 70s because people liked it so much. My family also likes to play board games. That's cute. Getting together just to play board games sounds like a fun time for sure. Sadly, I haven't celebrated New Year's properly for a few years now. Oh, that's okay. When you're a young adult, yeah, it gets to the point where you just kind of, you don't have your close family to celebrate with, and you still haven't like created a new family or done like just friends that you hang out with who are also away from their family kind of thing. So you will genuinely go away from like celebrating New Year's and even sometimes celebrating Christmas for a little bit. So it is what it is. By the way, the pronunciation of gogodie sounds a lot like Minnan, Chinese dialect phrase kokotin, which means being endlessly entangled, kind of like our attitude towards sensei. Aww. For one thing, that cow emoji is adorable. Thank you for donating the allowance, and also kokotin. That's cute. It also sounds like you're wrapped up in like a cocoon with me. Get threaded. I'm gonna string all the pupals together and make nunchucks. Perfect weapons. Sometimes you just let it pass by you, and that's all right. Yeah. Just pretend I didn't make that mistake. I'll be murdered. I've never heard of raclette cheese either. Is it one that melts like super easy, or is it just one that people melt to dip things into anyway? Ana esta Tamina. Thank you so much for donating the allowance. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for always swinging by to support us. I hope you're having a wonderful time. Claudines, I'm not edible. The jam-filled donut is called Pfannkuchen. Pfannkuchen, I remember that one. Not Berliner, at least in Berlin, and the capital is right. Hey, whoa. We don't want to start the whole like Berlin is always right. Whoa. It's designed for melting? Okay. Oh, there you go. No, Pfannkuchen are the flat thingies. Berliner are the jam ones. I have no idea. Good job, guys. Good job. Fight, my German pupil. The flat ones are Eierkuchen. Oh my god. There is actually a discussion going on. It's a fair discussion. It's not a fight. 999. Guys, bets. Who's going to win this one? It's a Swiss cheese. I think you'll melt, then scrape the melted cheese off. Oh, I like when they do that. When you have like a big old chunk of cheese over like a heat source, so the edge slowly melts, and then you like scrape off the melted bit. That's good. I think the German will win. I think so too. I think Germany's going to win this battle of the Germans. Let's just hope they don't build a wall between each other. That doesn't end well. Let's all just be friends. But thank you so much for donating the allowance. But yeah, thank you. The different one is played by British comedians. Yeah, I heard. We talked about that quite a bit last time because people were bringing up how it shows all over Europe. And I was like, I've never heard of that. I grew up in England, and it was like, yeah, it's an English thing, but they use it everywhere else. It's a war like pineapple on pizza. That's not a war. Anybody who gets stressed over the idea of people enjoying pineapple on pizza is just stressing themselves out over something that's stupid. That's on you. If you have serious problems with that, you're gonna have a heart attack by the time you're age 40. Like, that's just too much stress, man. Sensei, no, do not start a war between German pupils. Yeah, no, we're good. Germans are very gentle. It's all good. Wait till they hear about durian pizza. I would like to try that someday. Oh, big homework from Kushami. From my homework. My family is pretty similar to traditional Asian families. We usually have a reunion dinner together, receive red envelopes, and pay respects to our ancestors, things like that. I'd like to share some taboos that I often hear from elders when I was younger, even though I never really followed them. 1. During the New Year period, you shouldn't do any cleaning. If you sweep the floor, you might sweep wealth out of the house. If you create any trash, you must not take it out. Sweep it inward instead, symbolizing that all money stays in the home. That's an interesting one. So how long does that last for? How long is the New Year period? Because if it's more than a week, that's dangerous. Number 2, on New Year's Eve, you're not supposed to do laundry or hang clothes out to dry. It's said this may attract the attention of spirits or even cause them to cling to the clotheslines, bringing bad luck. So you're saying I could get myself a clingy ghost if I just hang out my clothing next week. Awesome. To like the 3rd, I think 1 week. 15 days. Oh, different people have different things. Think 1 week to like the 3rd, 15 days. If it's to the 3rd and it starts on the 17th, yeah, that's roughly 2 weeks. I think it might depend on the country/family. Probably. But yeah, now I understand fully why people decide to like do a full deep clean of the house right before the New Year to make sure it's like, okay, we keep this as clean as possible because if anything falls on the floor, it now belongs to the animal. Just have a dog, honestly. I almost got given a dog again. Fun little quick story. Just like I got emailed again by the same like breeder who is preparing my dog sounds so evil, to take home in June, to be born in like April. But yeah, they accidentally sent me a thing from like one of the other people that are going to collect dogs. So I just randomly got an email last night that freaked me the frick out. That was like, hey, you're scheduled to come in on like February the 17th at this time. And I was like, my dog shouldn't even be born for 2 months. Like, what? I sent them back an email super confused. They finally got back to me this morning and were like, oh yeah, sorry. We CC'd a couple of people to that. Duke was born 2 months early. That would have been horrible because I'm not going to be home for like that 3 weeks that I take off later in another 2 months. So I was like, no, this is horrible. I'm going to be traveling. It's cold right now. I want it to be nice and warm when it's time for training a puppy. Duke time traveling. Yeah, Duke testing me super early. Hey, Kuchan, first chat from me. I think I may not be one of your most active pupils, but I still love your content. Hey, it doesn't matter how active you are, as long as you enjoy watching the streams, whether it's catching the VODs or just like catching up with the content. It's awesome to have you, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for being here. The universe really wants you to have several puppies. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's fine. We're safe for now. 3. The reunion dinner usually includes a fish dish, and you must never finish it completely. You have to leave the head and tail to symbolize nyan nyan yo yu, having surplus every year, meaning abundance in wealth and food. Aww. Can you at least like give it to the animals? A cat would be so happy. 4. If you owe someone money, it's recommended to pay it back before the new year. Leaving debts and bad things in an old year symbolizes entering the new year light and unburdened. That's a good plan. That's just a good plan for life. If you have a debt, do your best to pay that off ASAP so you could not worry about that anymore. And interest sucks. 5. You must watch Cú-Sensei's live streams to start a wonderful new year. This is not a joke. This is a tradition among pupils. Well, perfect. I'll make sure that every new year I will be there on Bilibili and we will celebrate together. But thank you so much for doing the homework, Kashami. That's awesome. And yeah, we are going to be having our debut on Bilibili on the 17th on Chinese New Year. So I hope you guys will join me there. This is a fact and certified Pupal banger. I just hope you guys will enjoy the stream. Ali Bell Marie. Homework for the New Year's. 1. In the Philippines, we do this thing called medianoche, or a midnight feast waiting for the new year. There are a lot of things that we do during this time. 12 round fruits. If I recall, I was told this is from a Chinese tradition. The round shape represents prosperity and coins, and the number represents 12 months. Some add a 13th for extra month luck. Some people are just like, yo, just in case. Let's get the first month of next year as well. That's so cute. 3, ham is a must because pork represents prosperity and progress. I'm not entirely sure why we have ham on our table every year. I don't know either, but that happens in a lot of cultures. A lot of cultures are just like, go kill a pig. Happy New Year, bad New Year for the pig. The pig doesn't get to make it into the next year. A lot of cultures are just like, pig, symbol of abundance. Eat that shit. Get you some bacon. Get you some pork chops. Oh, is that why my family had the bowl of fruit? Maybe, Cú-Sensei. That's a cool one. I like that it's like gone through multiple different cultures as well. Ham or lechon? Yeah. 4, pasta or noodles are a must as it represents long life. Same as soba noodles in Japan. It's cool how so many of these like cross over to different regions. It's also a birthday tradition. Sick. 5, sticky rice cakes are like a local favorite delicacy named biko, are a must symbolizing luck sticking to you for the next year. That's cute. Wait, I need to look up biko. Biko. Oh, that's not what I expected at all. I was expecting something like the Dragon Boat Festival. Wow, what are those ones called? I was expecting something like that since it was sticky rice. But yeah, these are cute. Sweet sticky rice cooked in coconut milk and brown sugar. Oh, that sounds good as well. They do a lot with like condensed milk and brown sugar in the Philippines, it feels like. Dongzi, yeah, that is the Dragon Boat Festival, right? Or am I getting that wrong? Dongzi are quite nice. I've tried a few. I think I prefer mooncakes over dongzi, personally. 6, we also do the 12 grapes under the table thing. Oh my god, the Philippines has traditions from all over the place. Apparently, as well as the turning all the lights on all over the house. Then there's jumping at midnight because of the belief you'll grow taller if you do. That's cute. My adult cousins do it as a joke. Or I think they're still hoping to go past the 5-foot height. Oh my god, they're tiny. 7, it's a family thing we do, but most New Year's we visit a family friend's bingo game. Aww, the prizes are crazy expensive and each table, family, gets competitive, but it's all good fun. Oh, that's cute. So it's like multiple families coming together to all play a bingo game together, but with fancy expensive things. That's adorable. Short kings and queens, yeah. Jumping at midnight is just a cope at this point. If you're in like your late 20s, yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, it's... maybe it's time to get, you know, some just extra high heels. So yeah, some pumps. 8, in our family, every New Year's we wear the same assigned color. Sometimes we follow the color of the year, or when we get lazy, we just choose red. After the fireworks, we take a family photo with our Christmas tree as our background and include our pets. Oh, so you keep the Christmas tree right up until New Year. That's cute as well. Everybody wearing the same color together. Philippines has so many cute traditions. Oh, everyone comes together so much. Shush, don't crush our dreams. Leave us be. Technically, it's average in Asia. It's fine, guys. It is absolutely fine. As long as, you know, you don't have difficulty, like, getting things from a shelf, you're fine. And if you do, at least in your own home, you can have a little stepladder. It's, you know, it is what it is. It's better to be too short and be able to just, like, grab a stepladder than it is to be too tall and give yourself back and neck problems constantly craning. Yeah, or like barely able to like shove your knees inside. Every time I used to get on a plane, I've not gotten on a plane in like more than 10 years, thankfully. But when I did used to get on planes, God fucking damn it. Your knees were jammed into the fucking seat in front of you. I could not afford extra leg room, and I am a tall boy. So it was just, you would slide your knees in and just accept that your kneecaps were going to be in incredible pain until the end of the fucking flight. And when it was like an America to England flight, 7 hours each way. Oh, God. Knee torture. Knee torture. And the worst thing was you couldn't like man spread. You couldn't open up your legs because they always like overbook those flights. So you're not able to open your legs. You're just going to be like slamming your legs into someone else. It's, oh, God damn it. Meh, I'm a tall boy, meh, poor me. Hey! We can all share our weaknesses together. This is the cross I must bear. I am 6'1", which isn't even that tall. honestly. But yeah, I think I am pretty leg heavy compared to like my top half. One, I remember this as a kid back then. We would put a huge bowl of uncooked rice on the dining room table next to a bowl of round fruits. Sometimes the fruits are also in the bowl, and then we stick coins and rolled up money on the rice. I was told it was for luck, prosperity, and wealth. Ooh, cute. Chinese New Year. Sorry, I just realized I didn't read this. We're not Chinese, and we don't do these traditions as much anymore, but I think my parents used to do these traditions for luck and festivity, as well as exposing us to the culture. Got you. 2. There was also a memory where we visited Chinese temples. I vaguely remember things from the time. I was really young, but I do remember how these temples were packed. Someone with a megaphone instructs everyone to face north, east, west, and south to bow for specific luck. And in this one specific memory, they told us to wave/smoke our wallets in a bowl filled with ashes from incense. And my money-loving kitty butt waved so hard, my green bejeweled coin purse fell in. Number 1, that's freaking adorable. Were you able to fish it back out, or was it gone forever? But also, that's a cute one, actually. 3, lastly, buying and eating. Tikoi is my favorite tradition each Chinese New Year. It's a running gag in our country how we Filipinos wait for our Chinese friends to give us tikoi this time of the year. I like eating it dipped in scrambled egg and cooked. What's tikoi? Now I need to Google that one. 5'9", I'm considered a tower in Portugal. I'm surprised by that. I feel like some Europeans are even like taller than us in England. Because if you're in London, there's a lot of tall people. But it's also a capital city, so there's, you know, there's a lot of everyone. But like, I've never felt tall in London. Meanwhile, there are certain parts of Europe where I feel like everybody's 6 foot, like even... In fact, yeah, give me a minute. First, tikoi. Oh, tikoi are the same thing as nyanga. A traditional Chinese sweet, sticky rice cake made from glutinous rice flour, sugar, and water. Okay, I don't like those. I've had those before. I at least prefer them when they're like pan fried. But when yeah, I'm not a fan of like sticky rice things. Okay, tallest people by country. Let's see this. Yeah, Netherlands. I thought so. Netherlands is the tallest in the world. The average man in Netherlands is 6 foot, so that's average. The average is 183 cm. The average woman is 5'7" or 170 centimeters. Yeah, all the tallest people in the world are in like Europe specifically. UK doesn't come in. Iceland's number 5. Iceland, the average height for a man is 5'11". For a woman, it's 5'6". None of these are in Asia. None of these are in America. None of these are in Africa. The top 20 are Netherlands, Montenegro, Estonia, Denmark, Iceland, Latvia, Bosnia, Czechia, Serbia, Lithuania, Slovenia, Slovakia, Croatia, Ukraine, Sweden, Dominica, Finland, Norway, Germany, and Poland. Damn. That's them Viking genes, man. Suddenly it all makes sense. To me, it feels like it's like, you know how when you give a plant a lot of sunshine, it grows really tall because it's able to get a lot of photosynthesis and a lot of energy. But if you starve a plant of sunshine, if it's constantly buried in the snow, it actually grows extra tall to try and get some of the sunshine. I think that's what it is. I think these are the countries that are always buried in snow. It's super freaking cold there. So it's just like they've learned to be tall so that they can climb over the snow. Not them getting through tidy ass doors genes. No, it's the you have to buy extra leg room on a plane genes too. Chipping in for business class? Thank you, Secret Life of Anna. Not planning on ever getting on a plane in the future either though. I think if I ever want to like properly travel far distances, I will like find a way to get on the water, use a boat. Planes just aren't for me. I'm not built for them. My 23-year-old brother is 6'4", if that makes you feel seen. Honestly, that makes me feel small. Height is one of those things where I'm like, I don't need to be taller than people, but I am always kind of a little bit surprised when somebody's like more than an inch taller than me. It's always like, huh, you people exist. Just want to mention, of course, the Berliner Pfannkuchen fight is a classic German joke. Oh, okay. It's just different names in different regions. There's no right or wrong, but it's tradition to fight over it. Okay, I'm glad you gave us that confirmation. Because that whole time I was like, yes, fight. Wait, what if they actually fight? So, okay. It's just like a joke among like German people being like, no, this is a Berliner. No, that's a Berliner. Yeah. Thank you for donating the Feileacans, and I'm glad to hear that. That's a cute one as well. You're the tallest to us. Oh, thank you. Aren't you 6'1", Sensei? You're still tall. Yeah, if I have Feileacan's heels on, I go up to 6'3". The average length of Pupals is 18 centimeters. 18 centimeters, that's roughly what, 6 inches? Is that 6? No, that's a bit more than 6 inches. Damn, good for Pupals. Good for Pupals. They're not, though. They're actually quite big. They can be like 3 foot long when they're fully grown in the first form. We tiny? No, you're bigger than Kushami thinks. I think Kushami is talking about something else. I'm aware, Kushami. You don't have to finish that thought. You're good. You're good. Sensei getting excited when Feli is taller. Technically still the same height, but it does help. It does help having somebody who's like 2 inches taller than you. So is Feli only taller because he wears heels? Yeah, we have the same body. He stole my body. He inhabits my body, and then he also occasionally, like, you know, on the tracks between, we're both in, like, it's still my body. But yeah, he's 2 inches taller than me because of the heels. We are the same height. So if the heels came off, which they damn well won't, ever, the heels stay on for, you know, for grip. So you can get more of a push. Where does the hair go? On my head. As you can see, I have no happy trail. Unfortunately, I am clean shaven everywhere. Everywhere. But yeah. The hair stays on the head. The heels stay on. The heels stay on. Damn straight. Damn straight. Okay, so Tikoi. Thank you so much for telling us the Filipino and the Chinese traditions that your family follow. That's awesome. Is that a house and a cat? What the? Oh, Dr. Mousy. Dr. Mousy? Okay. So it's like Dr. House combined with a cat named Mousy. So Dr. Mousy. Okay. So Tragic, please stop doing this to your body. Someday I will let my chest hair grow out. That's about it. Okay, Niconax. Here's my homework for the week. Honestly, I'm not sure if there's a part of any cultural traditions, but I have seen some people around the Philippines and perhaps other areas in SEA who do these. Every year, my mom would make a New Year's prosperity bowl that consists of rice, bay leaves, these chocolate coins, eggs, 100 peso bills rolled and tied with a red ribbon, and some ang paos put in a bowl. That sounds very similar to one of the other Pupals things where you use like rice and then, yeah, coins. I've seen her do this for at least 10 years now. She would always make sure to set it up every New Year's Eve. By the name, it is said to attract wealth, abundance, and good fortune for the year. That's cute. Damn, you go above and beyond with the 100 peso bills too. Aside from that, our family would also hang grapes at the door. Other Pupals were talking about the hanging grapes by the door thing as well as the 12 grapes like underneath the table thing. Put 12 coins inside a bag, toss coins around the house, buy a small New Year's handan. This would traditionally be for a big batch of guests, but me and my family just do it for ourselves. Nice. And for us, we always make sure to take a picture together wearing red. So yeah, that seems to be a thing a couple different families around Southeast Asia do as well, like all wearing the same color, sometimes red, sometimes other colors. But we always stick with red. These are traditions that even if I have no clue what it really means, aside from attracting good fortune, the prosperity for the year, I also want to carry these on once I've made a home for myself one day. Thank you so much, Cú-Sensei. Take care and with you always. Thank you so much. That's cute. And I'm glad that even though you don't fully know where they come from, it's cool to see like how they compare and contrast to other people. Hadan basically means a feast. Thank you, because I was just about to Google that. When they first said a large Hadan, I don't know why, my brain went to like a gazebo. I was imagining like people building gazebos for each other. And I have no idea why. Jack Trader, thank you so much for donating the Feileacans. Vibes. I've never seen that super sticker before. Is that new? Thank you either way, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you, Sensei. Also, I got the wallet back since you were asking earlier. Someone fished it out for me. Good. Good. That man does everything with his heels on. As he should. As he should. It works well. Homework, which I totally did not almost forget to do. In Lithuania, New Year's is not really a big deal like Christmas is. At most, you have a glass of champagne and a sparkler, and that's about it. When I moved to the UK, especially with my now wife, things changed. I wanted to be less of a sourpuss about holidays and whatnot and put an effort into making family traditions and have fun. Hell yeah. Even if it's just your own tradition that you create yourself with your friends or close family, it's always good. For New Year's, we do two distinct things. One, I always make a bomb-ass meal, bulgogi beef with 3 homemade side dishes on top of rice. Oh, that sounds banging. Especially like when it's super cold like that. Oh, that's good. The second is a bit more bizarre. Every year at New Year's, a trolley, shopping cart for the rest of the world. Do some people in the world not know what a trolley is? That's kind of wild. Will mysteriously appear in our street for no reason. Huh? It's a gated street and only somebody from said street could move it there. But we talked with everyone. No one knows how that goddamn thing appears on the street out of thin air early in the morning and disappears a few days later. You guys have Fae living in your area. You guys, I hope to dear God you fill that thing with offerings and push it back into the woods. Yeah, no, that's the type. That's a spirit. That is a spirit requesting donations. Disappears a few days later. Now every New Year's we see it and say, "Oh, hon, the trolley's back." Now I'm just thinking of Peter from Family Guy. No, Lois from Family Guy. Peter, the trolley's back again. Everyone will try coming up with theories about how the hell it ended up there. And somehow my theory about intergalactic aliens going for a space shop run in the UK was the least strange one I came up with. Put food and money in that trolley and just let it disappear again. For your own safety. You keep giving it nothing, it will come for you. It will come for you. Someone call the SCP Foundation. Honestly, I just really like the idea that it's some dude who accidentally left it out one year. Or even a different person. Just one year, somebody brought a trolley in and abandoned it. And then people were like, "Did you guys see that trolley?" And then while everyone was asleep at like 3 a.m., they snuck out and carted it away. And yeah. Then the next year, someone was like, "You know what'll be really funny? If I just bring it right back." That's a cute tradition. I actually genuinely like that. But yeah, it's a Fae. You need to put shit in that for your own safety. I'll leave a loaf of bread next time. That Loki does sound like an SCP, and I will one day be a redacted name. Exactly. Maybe it's Santa's emergency sleigh. Could be. Or it's like Santa's backup plan. Yeah. Emergency sleigh is just like, just in case. And then once he's done by the new year, he's like, okay, I'll just leave this here. I'll collect it in another day. Try Princess. Sensei. Okarisama deshita. Arigatou gozaimasu. Homework. Each New Year's Eve, when the clock strikes midnight, my family and I do the 12 grapes tradition. The 12 grapes each represent a chime on the clock. Oh, that makes more sense. I thought it was like the months of the year as well. It's interesting how that works. As well as each month of the year. Fucking read, Kuchan. With each grape you eat, you make a wish and it's supposed to bring well wishes and good luck for the new year ahead. You have to eat the grapes when the clock strikes midnight and eat one grape with each stroke of the clock. You must finish the 12 grapes or else bad luck will happen for the year ahead. What if you're a slow eater? Do you have to do like a chubby bunny kind of thing where you're secretly like not actually swallowing them all down and you've just got 12 grapes stuffed in your cheeks just like, "Oh, Happy New Year, everyone." Kind of shit. Because yeah, good shit. I hope you didn't just slap yourself, Sensei. I face palmed. The microphone did pick it up really good. Yes, actually, it is a choking hazard. That's actually great. It's a choking hazard, yeah. Anybody who's a slow eater, you just got to get used to it. You got to get used to just deep throating those grapes. Just treat it like a pill. Hope that they're small grapes and just in and swallow. Don't even chew, just one down, one down. Grapes, isn't it marshmallows? Chubby bunny is with marshmallows. But yeah, no, I'm just saying you could chubby bunny the grapes. You could just stuff them all into your mouth and just be like, you know, it's fine. It's fine. D-boy, throat goat. Throat goat those things. No gag reflex, just swallow. That's how you know you're going to have a good year. That'll bring you abundance. You do that shit. In fact, yeah, no. The people for which the 12 grapes is specifically like a romance thing under the table, you get under the table and show everyone around you that you have no gag reflex. You're going to get a partner. You're going to get a partner. Everybody is just instantly like, hi, you want to hang out tomorrow? For no reason whatsoever. I just think you're really skilled. Oh. I have an excellent gag reflex for a reason. Let's go. Typically, you're only with family, though. Shit. Shit. Okay, that changes things. Yeah, that changes things. You must finish the 12 grapes or bad happen. It's a fun tradition my family and I look forward to greeting the new year with. But please be careful eating the grapes quickly. Fair. You do not want to choke. You do not want to start the new year by dying. Change of plans, my dog. There's always family friends there too. There's normally family friends. Then there's the worst thing. Oh, God. Thankfully, I've never had this happen. Sweet Home Alabama, exactly. I was going to say, thankfully, I've never had this happen to me. But I have heard of enough people going to, like, weddings and meeting somebody that they get along really fucking well with, spending the night together, and then finding out that they're related. That shit happens more often than you'd like to believe. People can be dumb, especially when it comes to weddings with, like, an open bar. People get drunk. They don't really question things. And then you just find out like, oh shit, your mom is X. It's like, oh shit, that's my auntie. God. Nightmare scenario, genuine nightmare scenario. Genuine. It's a cousin, isn't it? Not always. Sometimes it is the auntie. Sometimes it's the uncle. Some people have like 70 cousins. Plus you have like second and third cousins and shit. You have like distant family relative kind of things where it's like, your auntie's cousin, and you know, it's still like, nah, but you just assume like, oh, they must be related to like the bride rather than the groom who I'm related to. It's like, you definitely got to have that conversation. It happens in small towns. In small towns, it doesn't need a wedding. It happens everywhere. In small towns, it's legal in some states. Outerflower. Thank you for the stream and thank you for the compliments on my room. I'd love to see your version of the bunk bed for a school trip. Oh, the bunk bed was so cool. You did that really well. All the rooms Pupals created were so awesome. I want to try visiting them all. Okay. First is a Welsh tradition. The Mary Lead. Oh yeah, Marie Lead. Is it Marie Lead or Mary Lead? My bad if I'm pronouncing that wrong. The Mary Lead, which means grey mare in Welsh, and could be a reference to the goddess Epinar or Rhiannon or Holy Mother Mary, which is a decorated horse skull, usually with glass bottle eyes, ribbons, rosettes, and bells on a pole. The pole is covered by a white sheet to hide the person holding it. That's so cute. Wait. I'm imagining like a person dressed as a ghost. Because I know it's like the entire pole covered with the sheet and the person under it as well, which is even cuter. That's actually so funny. It's the rap battle horse skull. Hell yeah. Also kind of feels like a Trojan horse when you think about it. The horse skull is traditionally from a beloved horse in the community that has died of natural causes. However, ones that have been made out of paper mache or even wood or even a pillow. A pillow would be impressive. That's a cute thing as well. Wait, what do they do with it? You just make it. Okay. It's not like a dance. It's not like a ritual. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking it would be like, I forget the name of the poles in like the European thing, where they have like a long strip of fabric and then they like slowly go around in circles. Just decorate it. Okay. You just decorate it. Got ya. Cool. Does somebody have to hold it for the entire night? Maypoles. Yes, maypoles. Thank you. Does the person under the sheet just have to, or is it they only hold it while it's being decorated? That's like the easiest job. I'd want that job. I'd be like, you guys do your arts and crafts. I'm going to hold the horse head off. The wassailing in this case is a mix of trick-or-treating and caroling, where a group goes door to door with the Marie, and starts a punko, which is like a rhyming battle with the horse owners. Oh, if they lose, the group enters the house to cause a slight chaos. Usually allowed to win because they're meant to bring good luck and good fortune. Marie mock bites, neighs, and causes a general ruckus until the group is allowed to help empty the pantry of cheese, bread, and drink. Wait, this is so cute. The group do also provide merrymaking like music and storytelling while they have their fill. Then sing a farewell song as they move on to the next victim. I mean, house. Usually the houses visited were the more wealthy ones in the community who could afford to have their stores ransacked. That's so cute. Kind of like a puppet. Yeah. So you take in a puppet, you have like a rap battle. You have like a poetry contest. I wonder if that comes from... Because there used to be a thing in Ireland, so I'm sure like around a lot of Celtic traditions as well. I know they had it with Vikings as well, where you would basically have a poetry competition. You would argue with people and debate with people, but like in rhyming fashion. And then whoever like managed to outsmart the other one, or like people would generally consider like, oh yeah, this is the better rhyme kind of thing. It would be like a battle that way. So I wonder if it comes from like a similar place of like trying to outwit your opponent with clever wordplay. But then, yeah, then the Marie lead, or the Marie, I guess, because it's just the Marie part, goes in, tells some stories, sings some songs, ransacks the things, and everybody has a happy time. That's so cute. I love that. It's such a cute tradition. There are similar ones in the rest of the UK, which are also good fun, but take place more in the town square and have a parade thrown town and house to house. The Hoodening in Kent, the Broad in Cotswold, the Old Bull, Old Top, and Old Horse in Northern England. Also the Lair Barn in Ireland. I had not heard of any of those before, but that is such a sick tradition. I love that. In like a little village as well, where everyone can come together in the like field together and just be like singing, sharing poetry, sharing their food with one another. That's so cute. Second type of wassailing I celebrate is to wake up the apple trees, ensuring a good harvest for cider and scaring away spirits. A procession of people with a wassail king or queen at the front go throughout the orchard singing, banging pots and pans, tying ribbons to the branches as well as cider-soaked toast. Some think it's encouraging birds like robins, which are meant to be protectors of the orchard. That's cute, yeah, because that'll get rid of the pests. The birds will come in to eat the sweet bread, but then they'll also go ahead and like eat any of the bugs around. It will encourage the robins to stick around in that area. Sometimes there are Morris dancers, or also someone dressed up as the Green Man / Apple Tree Man, representing the oldest tree in the orchard. That's cute as well. That's another one that's like, there are a lot of similar like Irish traditions in which like trees have spirits. Because in Irish folklore, trees were the ones that gave the people of Ireland their first language. What was it called? The one that you would like carve. I forget the name of the language, but it's like vertical lines that are supposed to be like carved into like wood or stone. And then they just have like different shaped lines coming off of them. So one word or one sentence would all be like one long vertical line, just with like a bunch of little branches coming off of it. And each letter was like represented by like a different type of tree. So like the willow tree had like one letter, the oak tree had like a different letter. And there was the idea that the trees were like the holder of knowledge because they lived for so long. And so they gave those letters to humans. Gaelic? Not Gaelic. It was before Gaelic. It was Ogham. Yeah, Ogham. Thank you, Tally, the comfy cook. Ogham was said to have come from the trees, and each Ogham letter is supposed to be represented of a tree and like the original trees who gave Irish people the language. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's really cool. I wish I could learn how to write that. And they don't also have to just be straight vertical lines. You can also like curve them and curl them and stuff. So there are like some archways that have Ogham going over them that curl like around the arches and stuff. It's really fucking cool. But yeah. There's usually a large pot of mulled cider that everyone has a cup from, and the remaining cider, once cooked, gets poured down for the roots, giving thanks for the previous year's harvest and wishing for another one in the coming year. That's really cute. Okay, Proto-Irish. I read that wrong and it was so funny in my brain. I was about to be like, huh? Ogham script, Proto-Irish. I read that as Potato-Irish and I was like, Potato-Irish? Is it like Rune-Sensei? I mean, it's a similar thing. I mean, runes are just like a writing system. So yeah, it's a similar thing where most of the meaning of them are lost, but they know that they were like each Ogham like character was representative of a tree, like a type of tree, has a pronunciation. But other than that, like it's not like runes where like each one has like a specific like meaning as well. But there might have been back in the day, it might have been pretty much exactly like runes, and it's just been lost to time because like everything from Irish history was like destroyed and ransacked so many times by like Vikings, by the British, by Celts, by all kinds of different things, where it's just like people do their best to recreate what existed, but they never really truly know. It's not entirely wrong. I mean, you could carve it into a potato. Surely that's all Irish. Okay, Moon Kindred. You better be Irish saying shit like that. Not to get too deep into it, but scholars still debate how old the Merry Lead is, because the earliest written document of it is 1798. So some think it's a Christianity-inspired tradition. However, a lot of Welsh history was more of an oral tradition and passed through story and song. And a lot of it has been lost due to Henry VIII's action of union banning and it making English the official language. Yeah. Plus the decline in people being able to speak or understand Welsh in the current day. So even many people believe it's like a pagan or older tradition. There's no concrete evidence. Yeah, that's very much the same for like most things. Most like places in, yeah, Ireland is pretty much the same, where it's like, we have a general idea of where these things came from. And then the Christians came in and like destroyed everything, burned the originals, beat the shit out of things to try to erase all of the history. And anything that still existed, they tried to transform. So like anything that was like attributed to the triple goddess, the like, oh fuck, what is the triple called? Maiden Mother Crone. Maiden Mother Crone got like tied to the Holy Trinity instead. They just like, yeah, they basically took all the traditions and like would take the original stories and then shape them as like, no, that's not actually representative of like the three celestial bodies or like the power of three. No, that's representative of like the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And there'll be things that were like actually to do with like old stories about like fairies or old deities, and they'll be like, no, that's about a particular saint. A saint did that. And so yeah, they just rewrote the history, and then like, yeah, well, it is what it is. Thank you guys, Maiden Mother Crone. It was not clicking in my brain for some reason. Ogham is the name of the script. The language it represents is usually called Proto-Irish in Celtic linguistics. Yeah. Sounds like a great foundation for a sleeve tattoo design. Honestly, I just think it'd be cool to learn how to write it and then to be able to do it into like spirals as well. It's all of us know. Colonized pupils? Wait, what? Colonized pupils rise up. Do I get to join? We were colonized back in the day. One final tradition that my family did with friends when we were younger is we would all go on a hike on January the 1st as a big group, usually to a local forest with lakes where we would have a picnic. Ooh, that's cold though. Teas in thermos and leftover party food from the night before, because we would always celebrate the countdown and sing Auld Lang Syne together too, bidding farewell to the old year, bringing in blessings for new beginnings with everyone gathered. We would always try to head out early as we were setting up for the picnic we'd see in the sunrise. My parents explained that we did this to start the year getting up early, being productive, getting fresh air, etc., so that we would hopefully continue the habit of it throughout the year. Or it would just make you tired for tomorrow and you'd be like, okay, now I'm going to wake up at like 11 a.m. We'll hopefully continue to make most out of our days ahead, so welcoming good habits, health, and fortune. That one's brilliant. Thank you for sharing all of those. I really like the horse skull one, man. That's so sick. And especially if it is representative of a Pono or Rhiannon, that's cool. But yeah, it could have been like Holy Mother Mary if it's one of the more recent ones. Such a healthy tradition. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, gangster. This is not to do with the homework, but cool. Thank you. I'll read that one later. Oh, I already did it. British Chinese means my family celebrates the New Year twice. When I was a kid, we'd either watch the London fireworks in person, hell yeah, or be nice and cozy at home singing Auld Lang Syne. Big Fat Quiz of the Year as well became something I'd watch when I was older. For Chinese New Year, we'd go to Chinatown and have them dim sum, watch the dragon dance, and get lucky packets from someone dressed up as the god of wealth outside the Bank of China. Wait, that's so cute. They give out red packets just to like any kids who come by? That's so adorable. These days I celebrate a bit differently with my partner who's Czech. On the 31st of December, we have Jednohubki, canopies throughout the evening. Wait, I need to Google this. Kind of want to see what these look like. Czech finger food. Oh, canapes. Oh my god, canapes. Canapes like the food type. I thought it was two different types of food. Canapes. Okay. Small open-faced sandwiches served as an appetizer. They're created on bread rolls in circles about 1.5 inches, 4 cms wide. Oh, that's really cute. So it's little open-faced sandwiches. It's almost like crackers with like different meats and spreads on them. That's awesome. Don't laugh at me. How often do you see the word canapé? I just read it in a pronunciation way and I screwed up. Oh my god. Right when it turns the 1st of January, we have some alcohol-free champagne. And later in the day, we'd have pork and lentils. Then, oh, pork and lentils. A couple of different people do that, it seems like. Then go bowling with some university friends. Often? Okay, posh person. When I worked at a restaurant, we would call that shit finger food. We'd call that shit appetizers. You guys are just more posh than me. I very, very rarely ever in my life have heard the word canapé. My partner said that Czechs didn't have chicken or fish on New Year's because it symbolizes luck running away. Pigs are slow and lentils are like little coins, which brings good fortune. We heard that one the other week as well. Awesome. I go to see my parents around Chinese New Year, and of course they prepare a big meal with things that are seen as lucky, like steamed fish, chicken, and lobster. That's cute. So you get to celebrate like the full family traditions of both you and your partner and at different times of the year. That's awesome. Posh, it was a sports bar. Then why did they use the word canapé? We say canapé in Spanish too. Well, that's cheating. That's cheating. Sweets Chun. My New Year's tradition, my family eats a Korean dish called tteokguk. It's a rice cake soup with some green onions and beef and dumplings. We also make our own homemade dumplings night before too. When I was little, I would do a traditional Korean bow to my elders and wish them Happy New Year. Then I'd get some money afterwards. Okay, as always, I need to see what the food looked like. I'm imagining something that looks like tteokbokki, since that's rice cakes in like a sauce. Oh, it's so different. Made with sliced rice cakes. Oh, that's why it sounds similar. That's what that comes from, is rice cake. Now I know. A savory broth, typically beef or anchovy, garnished with ingredients like eggs, seaweed, and scallions. It's a symbolic dish eating on Koreans' New Year, Sulul, to mark gaining a year of age, with the white coin-shaped rice cakes representing purity, a fresh start, and prosperity. Cool. Glad we got to like learn the actual meaning of it as well. Thank you so much, Sweets June. That's awesome. Okay, we'll do one more, and then we'll go on to like the other parts of today. Sorry, we did a lot. we did a lot of homework today because this has all been fascinating to me. Homework. Actually, I grew up with my family no longer had any Lunar New Year atmosphere, but when I was a child, my mother's side of the family had a tradition. Gambling. And you can keep that tradition going by playing gacha games. The adults would play mahjong, the younger people played cards, and everyone tried to win each other's red envelope money. I'm now unfortunately friends with a big group of people that play mahjong continuously, and it hurts my soul. It looks so complicated to learn. The last time. When I was visiting friends around like December, everyone was playing mahjong, and I would just be like sitting in the corner with like 2 other guys. We'd be playing like, we played like the Cyanide and Happiness trolley problem game. It's not. It feels like it would be. At the time, I was still a kid and didn't know how to play cards on mahjong. My younger uncle would act as the dealer and run the games. He let the children play dice games, betting on which number was bigger. Oh, that's cute. So that's what I need. I need an uncle. I need an uncle playing like card games with me.
He can secretly steal my money. He probably will. They'll be like, the house always wins. You let the children play dice games, betting on which was bigger. Kids would usually bet $1, $5, or $10, but I was pretty stingy. I always used candy, something everyone could eat as my bet. Damn, smart. You were ahead of the curve. You let everybody else gamble while you collected winnings. I really miss the feeling of the whole extended family being together back then. There was nothing particularly special about it, but it's my favorite memory of the Lunar New Year. Oh, that's cute. That's the best thing about traditions. They just help bring family together. And you can always change the traditions that you do as well. You can always just decide like, oh, this is going to be our new tradition. We're going to do something that feels completely different. Sounds very nice. Yeah, all of these sound really nice. Just getting together with family and having a fun time. Learning about different cultures is always fun. Yeah, we had some very interesting ones today. And it was nice to see the ones that like overlapped with each other, sometimes from very different regions, but still like following similar scenarios. Like the 12 grapes things that spread all over the place. Sometimes being hung over the door, or sometimes just actually being eaten. Sometimes being eaten under the table to try and find a partner. You can be the Cu-Sensei? I could, but thankfully my friend group, only one of them has children so far. For now, I'm safe. For now, we don't have to deal with children. Well, two of them. Damn. Oh no. Soon it is going to be like that. Well, at least I'll be able to run card games. I'll just do this. Yeah, I'll do the fun card games while everybody else plays their complicated mahjong. Play like Old Maid or something with the kids. Some people will go to the extreme of wearing red underwear for good luck to win money in gambling. To be fair, that's like a different tradition in different places, just like wearing red underwear at the beginning of the year if you want to find love or romance. Black underwear, I think, was for something else. Green underwear was for luck. Yellow underwear was for money. Red underwear, I believe, was for romance. Or maybe it was for just general... Was black underwear for something fun? I can't remember, but there are different colors for different things. I'm at the stage where kids are having their second kids. Sorry, raining windows. I'm sorry. Yeah, they slowly start making their own family traditions, and then you lose the friend group. For the grapes thing, we usually put them on display alongside other round fruits for New Year's. Not sure why we do it, but it makes my mom happy. Somebody else was saying about like doing 12, specifically 12 round-shaped fruit. Could have come from the same thing. Red underwear to pass exams. You should not be using your underwear to pass exams. That... Not a good plan. Not a good plan. Black was for all the things. That makes sense. Black is like every color together. So it makes sense that it's just like, yeah, in general, good luck, good prosperity, everything all at once. Red panties on New Year's is a must, according to my mom. Fair. Fair. If the other person is also Filipino, then it makes sense. Wait, for which one? Oh, okay. I think they were. Wasn't black for the spicy time. I think it's different by different things. I also made a joke about black just always being, yeah, black underwear. Good plan. It's tradition to wear red underwears when you take board and bar exams. I didn't need to know that. That's gonna like condition all of the fanfics I read from now on. You know the ones where it's like a man wearing like a really good dress suit, but then underneath they're secretly wearing lingerie? Yeah. Now it's always got to be red. And you can see it just a tiny bit through the white shirt. You just see like a tiny bit of red shining through and you're like, Probably a prosperity thing then. Yeah. Or just good luck in general. Definitely feeding the writers right now. I'm just setting off an office AU for FellyCu. So yeah, okay, now we can talk about the other thing for this week, which is romance stories as well as FellyCu stuffs. What niche lawyer fanfics you reading? Don't worry about it. I don't know how much, to be fair, it's a trope, but like I've just seen a couple of them, but I know it is like a trope that happens continuously. More than fanfics, honestly, doujins. I've seen a few good like office set doujins where it is like, normally it's like a man who thinks they're straight. realizes they're bisexual because the boss happens to notice like a little shine of the underwear. Like their girlfriend is into them cross-dressing and has them like wearing lingerie at work because she finds that exciting. And then the boss sees like the flash of color and just like strips off the shirt and then is like, oh, if you don't want anyone to know, you're going to show me everything. And you're going to have a different series of responsibilities from now on. Some dojins will really be drawn with one hand. Oh, yeah. Who'd be the higher up? Honestly, could go either way. Somebody asked me the other day who would be like the king and who would be the queen out of Felly and Cu. I'd be the queen, Felly would be the king, but when it comes to like office dynamics, you could have it either way. Coercing Felly works for me. At the same time, being coerced by Felly, out of character for Felly, but you know, for an AU, could be fun. FellyCu, legally blonde AU, legally platinum. Nice. I feel like I read 10 of those. You're so real. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. People can at least back me up on it. There's a lot of the time as I say some things and it's just like, dude, you have just found like your way down a weird rabbit hole. But nah, yeah, okay. I'm glad they know it's not just me. Nothing cultural, but my family have a fairly new tradition now that my youngest cousins who are cooks in restaurants make us the whole meal. That's a good tradition. It's just like, hey, you guys cook good. Make us some damn food. Make us happy. Give us food. In down Mays, they're more traditional, or in older times, instead of underwear, it'd be dudor underneath. Gotcha. Not going to click that one, Raining Windows. Sensei'd be a very annoying boss. I'd read that. Yeah. I'd be the annoying boss who's going out of his way just to annoy Felly to see how much I can get away with. It'd probably be one of those... Oh, God. Office AUs are actually one of my favorites. We, you know, on Saturday, we'll actually go through like our list of like tags or do the test or whatever. But the whole idea of an office AU, like being forced under a desk... Being forced under a desk and just, God, brilliant. Nobody knowing that you're under the desk. The person trying to keep their voice down. Finding some space in like an office like cupboard or some shit. You can get very creative with the office settings, honestly. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Just joined to hearing Cu being the queen and Felly being the king. That's so cute and adorable. I'm sorry what it turned into. Pencil skirts? Hells yes. Pencil skirts and, garter belts. Yes. And office uniforms. Yeah. And suits. Suits are fucking brilliant by themselves. That and Make It Mafia. Now you're just hitting me with the twittering birds never fly thing. Perfect. It'll work for me since I started a corporate job. That's the same for like most fetishes though. Most fetishes, you don't want something that actually plays into your real life. It's more of a thing where it's like... It's something that you fantasize about because it is something that either like was a setting you used to be in or is just a setting that you've never been in. It feels too weird for me if it is like a place that you always are. If it's like your general thing, it's like, I don't really want to sexualize that place. Like people who sexualize the gym, I get the idea because you're getting sweaty, you're wearing like tight clothing and sometimes revealing clothing. But at the same time, I'm not looking at other people when I'm at the gym. I'm just getting my shit done. And I don't want people looking at me. I don't want people talking to me. So when there's shit like that set in a gym, it's like, this would be so annoying. I hope they damn well wipe down that fucking bench press machine when they're done with it. Secret Life of Anna, thank you for donating to the allowance. On the side note, sir, you two remind me so much of Kichiku Megane, a classic. Let me Google it. Kichiku Megane. Kichiku Megane. It's also the same thing for like the incest thing. Incest is one of those things where in fiction it's like, okay. It's okay. It's not what I seek out for, but sometimes, you know, it's okay in a fictional setting. Meanwhile, if you actually... I feel like a lot of the people that are super heavily into incest specifically do not have siblings because it makes it weird sometimes. Oh, God. Oh, my God. These two are great. Okay. So one with the slick-backed hair has, like, glasses. Wait, why are sometimes they're both blonde and then sometimes one has purple hair? Oh, this is different couples. The main couple are both blonde. The main couple look very similar, so I can see why this reminded you of me and Felly. One looking very confident. Oh my god, this is back in the yaoi hands are so real. This is classic. Let's fucking go. What are these guys? Are they related, or do they were just drawn very similarly? Let me see the Wikipedia page. Plot. Katsuya Seiki. Katsuya Seiki is a 25-year-old unsuccessful salaryman working in a marketing subsidiary of a pharmaceutical company whose division is at risk of being laid off. Nice. So he's very reliant upon the seme as well. Same person? Oh. Weak-willed and shy, one evening he comes across Mr. R, who gives him a pair of glasses that he claims to change his life. When Katsuya wears the glasses, he becomes confident and domineering, but the more he wears them, the more brutal and sadistic he becomes. Oh, this is a video game. The endings that the player achieves depending on which character is selected as Katsuya's love interest, whether Katsuya keeps wearing the glasses and other choices made throughout the game. So wait, you can't even fuck yourself? This is just a whole bunch of like self-cessed imagery that doesn't actually exist as an option? It's bullshit. Katsuya Seiki. Is there like a... What about Mr. R? Is Mr. R the one who looks like the same? They can interact? Can they? Oh, you can. Oh, it's the hidden ending. People really liked that hidden ending. Wait, let me find out which one is Mr. R. Because if Mr. R is the one who looks exactly like him, that would make sense. No. Oh, Mr. R is sexy as fuck, though. Oh my god. The trench coat, a hat, the man tied down in the chair, the long blonde braid. Okay, I might have to look this up properly later. But yeah, it's crazy that the first things that come up are all like the self-cessed options. I see the rest of the love roots as well with the other guys, but man, everybody just draws Blondie with Blondie. What was the name again for research? Let me grab the thing again. Oh no, it went so far back I can't grab it anymore. But yeah, self-cessed is good. Self-cessed. If you can't love yourself, who can you love? Kichiku Megane. Thank you. There we go. Now I can grab it up on screen. Good looking dudes. I can't believe... Yeah, no. I should have noticed that was self-cessed. Plus, self-cessed, you can't really complain about it. At what point can you ever say that self-cessed is in any way problematic when it's literally fucking yourself? There is nothing you can compare that to in the real world. It is a completely fantasized kind of thing that either involves like time travel or some level of magic. So it's one of those things where if Puritans get on you any way about self-cessed, it's like, fuck off. Like, if you're the one looking at it and thinking about like real life twins or some shit, that's on you. Once clones are real. Or if you really want to experience it, you could just make like a, you know, a doll that looks exactly like you. People make good enough, like very realistic dolls nowadays. So if you really want to experience that in real life, that's probably the best you can get. Or like a doppelganger. Just find somebody who looks exactly like you. There's probably somebody in the world who looks exactly like you. You just have to hope that they're down to clown as well. Put your photo on a pillow. Who would ever do that? Who would possibly sleep with a giant ducky pillow of both themselves and another version of themselves in their bed that they cuddle up to every night and that has a very nice cool feeling during the winter. Nice velvety soft texture, which hopefully won't be too warm in the summer, but we'll find out in time. Who indeed? Who indeed? Ku often plays with other people in the office. Felly is completely at a loss at first, thinking, so this is the kind of job you'll be doing. Yeah. There's a route where you can either be dommed by your arrogant boss or put on the glasses and totally put him in his place. Oh, hell yeah. Tamer being tamed by the tamee is fucking great. My head is full of ideas right now. Write them out, Kushami. It's all good. Surely not my Oshi? Surely not. Surely nothing which will hopefully be revealed in like the next week or two. Sir, can I please introduce you to the Greek myth of Narcissus? He would sleep with the body pillow of him. Wait, did he? Did he have a body pillow of himself? Was Narcissus the one that drowned trying to get to his reflection, or was that Adonis? Which one drowned trying to be with his reflection in the water? Because that shit is like peak comedy, right? Oh, he did fall in love with his reflection and drowned. Okay, awesome. Okay, that was Narcissus. Awesome. I think that's a joke. Oh, okay. Well, you can call me Narcissus if you want. That's fine. Honestly, it probably would have been a better name than Féileacán Cu. I could have just called myself like Narcissus Cu. The other one could have been named Narcissus just because it would have been like, because he's so sexy. That would have changed the ending of the Metamorphosis Lost webtoon prequel. Call me whatever you like. I don't have a name. I'll call you Narcissus. Because you're sexy as fuck and I kind of want to fuck myself. Rather than, I'll call you Féileacán because of all the butterflies. I'll call you Narcissus because you look just like me and I'm gonna smash. No, it's Narcissus because the flower Narcissus is named after the myth. Yeah. There's a lot of like flowers that are named after like Greek legends. Sensei just liked the butterflies so much, they were so pretty. I think first time viewers get confused since Féileacán Cu is technically 2 first names, but your name isn't Cu. Yeah, it's Cu or Ku-chan. I'm Cu. Féileacán's the other guy, but Féileacán Cu makes it so that I didn't just name myself Cu because that would be an SEO nightmare. And then it turned out Féileacán Cu is an SEO nightmare because of the complex characters. I shot myself in the knee while trying to avoid shooting myself in the foot. So that would be an entirely different story. Well, now you know how to begin your FellyCu fanfics. See, we were on topic the whole time. It was always coming back to FellyCu. Nemesis was annoyed at him after Echo faded away because of him and cursed Narcissus. So mean. So mean. Narcissus is a beautiful flower, and he certainly thought so too, so that's perfect. You're here now, Sensei? Exactly. Honestly, I really need to fix my YouTube page so that the first thing that auto plays... Or did I already do that? Let me check. The first thing that auto plays should be my webtoon prequel. And then they just watch the first 20 minutes and be like, oh, awesome, now I get the lore. View your channel. Wait, where's the option to view it as a new viewer? Customize channel. View channel. They don't have that option anymore. They used to have a thing where you could click a thing to view a channel as a new viewer. That's aggravating. You can add pronouns now? That's wild. Yeah, I need to customize some things. I'm just going to make it so that, like, home tab. Yeah, there we go. Layout. Add section. For you. Yeah. I'm going to change it. I'm going to make it so that it auto plays the webtoon, like web comic, motion comic soon. Made myself laugh way too much with my own comment. Wait, which one? What did you do? Oh God, it was so long ago. Narcissus tried to smooch himself, but he'd definitely have had a body pillow of himself. Oh, he definitely would have. He's jealous that they didn't have body pillows back in the day. Echo is the one where we get the word echo from. She loved Narcissus, but he loved no one but himself. So when she faded away, only her voice could be heard. Nice. Heavily paraphrasing. Greek myths are crazy, man. There's also a guy who was in love with Narcissus. Don't remember his name, though. They got double bullied. Saw that comic so many times because I watch it before sleep and after taking sleep meds. Good. There's even a phrase in the comic. This new pain medication is wild. The myth was written today. He most likely would have one. He would. And also the author would be dragged through the damn mud. Unfortunately. Opinions on Hades 2 Narcissus? Let's go find out what he looks like. Hades 2 Narcissus. That's the correct pose for Narcissus. Wait, why is he a shadow creature sometimes? What? I like the actual art. I don't know where the shadow creature's coming from. But the actual art of Narcissus, damn, he's fine as fuck. Tanned, he has the flowers petals growing all over him. The blonde hair with the black undercolor. The booty? Damn, you can even see the booty. Yeah, okay, that's a good sprite. Oh, it was just a placeholder in the original beta release. Got you. People must have been so frustrated knowing he should have been like sexy as fuck. He was the last character in Hades 2 to get a portrait. Well, they cooked hard on it. It looks good, but that must have been sad. Jennifer Multi-Fandom, thank you so much for donating flowers. I can imagine with the Queen and King AU that it was arranged marriage, and they slowly fall in love since at the beginning they hated each other. I also imagine Ku being a pretty princess picking flowers, and Feli loves that. Yeah, Feli loves it, but secretly, he won't like admit that he loves it. People in chat keep cooking. There you go. Maybe he was gatekeeping his looks from us. Could be. But thank you for donating the allowance. And yeah, that sounds like a good start to an AU story. It sounds perfect. Sorry about that, guys. For some reason, my YouTube was like a minute or two late. Oh, you're good, Neferre. Don't worry. That happens sometimes. I accidentally forgot to turn off the thing that makes you keep on time as well. So that's my bad. Also, I need water. I also love the idea of him gatekeeping his looks from us to literally be like, no, nobody can see me. I'm too sexy. Only I get to see me. Only I get to appreciate this beauty. Okay, chat. The conversation for now is love stories. Embarrassing ones, cute ones. Hit me with what you've got. For me, I will tell you of the time I embarrassed myself within the first week of going to secondary school. So within the first week of going to secondary school, I fell in love with somebody. You know, fell in love. I had my puppy love, like, crush moment of, like, liking somebody who was, like, 4 years older than me. Little 11-year-old Kuchan was like, oh, I'm going to woo this person by giving jewelry. Because obviously you do shit like you pick up on what your parents do, you pick up on what happens in like romance movies, so you're like, oh yeah, this is how you ask someone out. You do like a big confession and give them a piece of jewelry. You don't just like say, hey, I'm into you. So no, what I did was I saved up my pocket money for like 3 weeks. I think back then I got like 8 to 10 pounds a week. Is this the public confession? It wasn't super public, but it was public enough. Full-on proposal mode? Yeah, exactly. Probably like 8 to 10 pounds a week, so probably like 20, 30 pounds. I remember going to like the markets nearby me and buying... In fact, funnily enough, I'm wearing a fucking key around my neck right now. Yeah, I literally bought this person a key-shaped necklace, which was probably like made of pewter. It was so cheap. Oh, probably a piece of garbage. But yeah, bought this necklace, went into school on Monday, held out the necklace to her and were like, like there was a letter written inside it on like fucking notepaper. I didn't even get like fancy paper. It was like lined notepaper that I ripped out of a school book. And I wrote like a poem on it, which ended with something along the line of like, you are the key to my heart. So yeah, gave that key to that girl with the letter, just like handed her the like jewelry box with the letter inside and walked away. Never got a response, whether yay or nay. Was too embarrassed to ever fucking look at her again. So yeah, that was the full story of how I confessed to my love. Never found out what the fuck she thought about it. I was just like decided in my mind like that was the most embarrassing thing ever, and I must now avoid her for the rest of my life. Getting secondhand feelings. You mean embarrassment, right? Secondhand embarrassment is fair. I would have folded so hard. That's adorable. Please remember, this was like a 15-year-old girl, and I was like an 11-year-old boy. And in secondary school, I had just barely entered secondary school. I was a baby compared to that person. So yeah, no, there was no chance in fucking hell. But yeah, oh God. Embarrassing. And the poem was probably garbage too. The poem had to have been garbage. I just remember the whole like, you are the key to my heart, because I found that heart necklace and was like, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Laughing so hard in the middle of the night. No, it's fine to laugh. That's one of the most embarrassing things I've ever done. Being just like, oh yeah, no, I love this. I will give this to them and then they'll come find me like within the next few days. Had you seen Millennium Actress prior to this moment? Nah, I don't think Millennium Actress was even out by that point. Yeah, let me make this very clear. This key is not the key to anyone's heart. This key Has its own reason, and most of the reason is that it has no reason, which is important, but that'll make sense someday in the future. That was cute, but I can imagine you'd be incredibly, horribly bullied. Yeah, I probably deserved it. I probably deserved it. It's not embarrassing. That's cute and sweet. It's still embarrassing. It's both. It's cute. It's sweet. It's so like puppy love, adorable. At the same time, I would have beaten myself up. 15-year-old me would have seen 11-year-old me do that and beat the crap out of me. Like, I didn't become like emo angsty me until I hit like 13, 14. Trinket from Camden? Nah, different market. It was just like a local market, like one of those little areas where they just put out the market stalls every weekend selling like cheap crap. The key to Felly's heart. Sure, go with, if you want to ride an AU, go for that. The key already existed before Felly, but yeah. Now you have the key. Imagine if it was the same key the whole time. Very sweet, very adorable. Most definitely would not have folded. I'm sorry, baby Cu. No, you shouldn't fold. You should have laughed, but yeah. Okay, you guys' turn. Hit me. Now I get to laugh at you guys. Was about 17 years old. Went to a cosplay gathering as Toby. Which Toby? Low 10-year-old and I just met 15 minutes ago came up and confessed to me. Sorry, I actually choked on my spit. This is literally the opposite side of what I did. No. He started crying when I told him I was too old for him, which honestly, respectable. At least he stuck around to hear the answer. That 10-year-old had more confidence than 11-year-old me. Are you okay, Sensei? No. I'm not okay. I'm not okay. At least, yeah. Toby is in like creepypasta. I'm sure it wasn't creepypasta. I do wonder which Toby it was specifically. Toby from like Naruto? Like with the mask? Because that's an interesting thing to fall for. That kid was ahead of his game. But yeah, you got the opposite. I've got the embarrassing story. You've got the cute little story of like, oh, that cute little 10-year-old. Either she thought it was adorable or she thought you were a messenger for another student. Oh no, I definitely said like, come find me kind of thing in the letter as well. So no, she knew it was from me. She never came found me. And any time I happened to see her like on a bus or something, I instinctively like ran away in the future. When me and my wife who started dating, I saved up my paychecks at work to treat her, but she beat me to the pay every time. Aw, I got to pay. She throws a card on the machine going, ha, I paid for it. I do that kind of shit too. Just with like my friends and stuff, I will like sneak off and pay for the meal while we're having the meal. So that when everything's done, people are like, okay, let's split the bill. And I'm like, yeah, there's no check. It's already been paid for. But yeah, that's cute. It's cute that you two are both like fighting for the check. That's adorable. In middle school, I had a notebook I used to doodle in and unfortunately scribbled a boy's name in the back pages a bunch. Oh no. Doesn't help that I would write a lot of really bad poetry too. I'm sure it wasn't as bad as you thought. Probably. Wait, where's 2 out of 2? Oh no. We will get it eventually. I'm scared that somebody found this notebook and showed it to the boy whose name was in it. Former sensei, you're the key that opened my heart. Current sensei, you're the key to my back door. That's more like it. That works. When I was in primary school, I was friends with a boy and some of my classmates were teasing us to the point of having a fake wedding thing in the schoolyard. It was embarrassing and no dating happened. I've seen that happen a lot with kids, where kids will bully each other and be like, oh, they're practically dating. Oh my God, you guys are practically married. And it just makes it super awkward between those two people. Sometimes it started by like one of the kids who's jealous of the idea that they might be dating, so they try to make it awkward. Other times it's just like kids being silly. That's cute though. They threw you a little wedding. Probably embarrassing as shit at the time, but still adorable. The boys in class snuck my notebook out of my bag to read out loud. No! Little me was mortified. My crush decided he wanted to become my bully from that day forward, killing those feelings instantly. Better to know early, to be fair. That sucks. That must have fucking emotionally devastated you at the time. At the same time, 100% tells you that guy was a piece of shit who didn't deserve your time. But yeah, the idea that like the poems that you wrote get read out in front of everybody else. Did he know he was at the back of the book as well? Did they see his name scribbled there? Because that makes it extra fucking evil. And if anything, that probably just shows that he had his own insecurities going on, but that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. 40 and some years ago, I broke up with my first relationship due to not being emotionally / mentally ready yet. A friend of the same sex was O'Reilly Auto Parts. This one has not been continued yet that I can see, so we will wait. We will see what that turns into. My partner and I met into a museum studies class, and we used to have dinner together a lot after class. I eat really slowly, so I was genuinely happy to find a dinner buddy who moved at the same pace. Oh, that's cute. So yeah, you guys just started sitting together because you both took a really long time for dinner. It'd be cute if one day it turns out your partner's just like, you know, I actually eat super quickly. I just wanted to spend more time with you. So I pretended. They're like, I've been holding back this whole time. God, I want to eat this burger. Please let me eat this burger. It's like, God, I've had to eat slow for so many years. Please free me. Teacher called me out because I had my hair down once, and she said, are you letting your hair down for insert teacher? What the fuck kind of... I got so embarrassed because she was right. Okay. That's fine, because it's cute for, like, you having, like, a little crush on your teacher. Cute. Adorable. At the same time, another teacher calling that shit out. Why would you just try to, like, embarrass one of your students that way? Teacher clocked you. Yeah, but that's not a thing you call out. It's just like, oh, let me just emotionally devastate one of my children in my class. Like, are you threatened by one of the children trying to look like slightly more interesting to a teacher? If you are, oh God, that's so fucked up on so many levels. But yeah, no, that teacher's like, yeah, that's catty behavior. Yeah, it's so catty. It's so underhanded. It's so mean. Just to like do that, just to be like, I bet you like that teacher. I had a boy in high school follow me, and I mean follow me, everywhere I went for around a month, asking me to go out with him. He was my age, but I was taller. He tried to put his hand around my shoulders and couldn't. Oh no, the short king. The short king couldn't even get his hand around the shoulder. That's sad. That's sad. At the same time, shouldn't really, you know, put your arm around somebody without permission, but oh, that must have hurt the pride so hard. I feel bad for my thing. I had a guy confess to me and I straight up laughed in his face. Aww. People were paid to be nice to me as a joke all the time, so I was convinced he was paid to confess. I know that feeling, to be fair, Fallen Celestial Ray. I've had people not be paid to do that, but I've had the whole thing where like people will do like a confession to you, and then it turns out the confession was fake, and they're all like laughing about it with their friends, like, oh my God, I did the dare. I actually confessed to that weirdo. He was not, in fact, paid, and I did apologize. And we dated for a bit before I went to high school and we drifted apart. Shit, happy ending. That's the best ending possible. I can imagine how much it devastated that kid to you just laugh at his face when he confesses to you. But at the same time, it's cute that you guys got together for a little while and had a cute little, like, yeah, puppy romance fling. Sensei, how far can we go with these stories? Just checking. Same thing as like all my rules, just as long as it doesn't hit sex. Even if it's a sexual story, but you don't describe the act, you just say like something funny that happened. Trying to think of one of the funny things I've heard happening with people during sex. I think one of the funniest ones possibly is just like there are two friends of mine that have been partners for a really long time, and one of the things that they very graphically described to me, so I'm not going to graphically describe it to you, but it's just the fact that apparently he's not like a stand-up comedian, but he's like a comedian kind of person. He tells a lot of jokes. And so it's become their thing for him to practice his jokes while they're mid-activity. And the reason this came about is because one time while he was trying to smash, he got a cramp and like started like hopping around, and the movement For one thing, the girl was very happy about it. But for another thing, then he was like making old man noises and she just started laughing her ass off. And then that apparently feels incredibly good while you're inside someone because there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of vibration and twitching and all kinds of other things. So yeah, apparently it's just become their thing that he will practice his one-liners with her whenever they're smashing. Just to be like, can I make her giggle? Can I make her laugh? And then they both find pleasure out of it. So, you know, cute story. Started with a bit of a horrific story of him like jumping around while inside. Turned into her laughing at him for it. And then him being like, oh, this works for me. Them figuring out this works for the both of us. So yeah, there you go. There's an embarrassing like sex story for you. It brought them closer together, but it's definitely one of those things where it's like any other time you laugh at somebody while you're trying to smash and it's like, it's got to destroy their confidence. They're going to lose their confidence. And if they're a man, they might lose their wood. If they're a woman, they might just slip right out of it. One of my female friends sent me a marriage request on Facebook to tease me. My dumbass thought it was a friend request and accepted it. It stuck with me until today. She'll bring it up. So you two are just like on Facebook. It's like married to X, married to Y. That's kind of cute, actually. I'm the ugliest girl in school. So one senior said his friend liked me when I walked past them. So I said, isn't now near your university exam? You should use your brain that time studying rather than for this shit. Bye. I think when you've been used to like being bullied with things like that, you get pretty good at like snappy white-liners back just to like try and devastate them before they can hurt you. I feel that. That's a good one. Did you ever have parents walking in on you or like right after you've done? Not right after, yes. I specifically remember like during like studying time, we would be like quote unquote studying, and this is why I've brought up the thing of like, yeah, I feel like most people, like especially when you're like sharing the house with people, you blast music as a way to like hide sounds. Like you don't want people to know what you're doing, so you're blasting music. And I had like somebody in the house telling me like turn that music down, and I was like ignoring them because it was, you know, other things were going on while we were pretending to study. Thankfully, we were already done by this point, and we were fully dressed and things looked normal. But yeah, the other person decided to just like smash open the bedroom door. Like it wasn't like they broke anything, but they properly like slammed it open, not realizing there was someone else in the bedroom, just thinking I was listening to loud music. I was like, turn down the bloody music. Like froze mid thing, realizing there were two of us on the bed. But yeah, no, I've roommates, family members, that shit gets fucking annoying. It can get embarrassing, and thank God it was like already after kind of thing and fully dressed had already happened, but ugh. 1 out of 3. I was likely old when this happened. Have you guys ever had that? At least you finished. Yeah, no, at least we were both fully dressed by that point. Locks exist. We didn't have locks in my house. 1 out of 3. I was already old when this happened, like 27. I was into astrology, and for some reason, I was really good at guessing people's zodiac signs. So one day, this new person joins the choir, and I liked them immediately. So being the effing weirdo I was, I approached them, and the first thing I said was, "You're a Cancer, right?" Oh, that sounds so aggressive. They were a Cancer. We started talking online every night. I thought they were going to be like, what? Just not thinking it was like a Cancer star sign, but being like, a Cancer? Like, I'm just the new kid. Why are you bullying me? After that, and after a month started going out, it's been 10 years and we're still together. Oh, Sabrina Saberhagen, that's adorable. So you just went up to your partner and were just like, you're a Cancer, right? Started talking, got together. I've now been in a relationship for more than a decade. Fucking happy ending. Let's go. 2 out of 2. I don't know if our teacher ever found. Oh, wait, where's 1 out of 2? No, I can't see the beginning. Damn. In middle school, I had a crush on the new kid, influenced by love confessions from movies/TV shows. Oh, this is going to go bad. I decided to confess with a paper airplane. I threw it toward him and he read it. Unfortunately, he was with his new friends at the time. He immediately went towards me and shouted at me to stop sending so many letters at him, even though this was my only confession with his friends behind him. Oh. That sucks, Chat Sama. I'm sorry. That is probably one of the things where he was embarrassed. Like it being a new school, them being new friends. He was like, oh, I have to look like a badass. I have to like play this up. It's like, yeah, stop sending me your silly love confessions. Like, God, there's been so many. Just leave me alone. I know I'm beautiful. But yeah, I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's rough. At an anime convention, one of the cosplayers gave me a rose as part of his bit. I later found out that one of my friends got jealous of the cosplayer because the friend had a crush on me. Hey, that's actually super cute, Meikurihiko. So they did have the moment of like, oh, that cosplayer is trying to steal my person. Did they like tell you this later? Is this something where it actually turned into a relationship? Because that sounds like a cute story that you hear later on when you're already dating someone. Where they're like, yeah, you know, you remember when that cosplayer gave you a rose? I wanted to kick their ass. It's like, God, I was so jealous. Wish that was me giving you a rose. In uni, I bonded with a guy in our friend group. I thought he liked my friend, so I gave up my crush. Find out later he made a Facebook post. I can't believe I'm falling for her. And he meant me. Oh, Ali Bell, damn. That's one of the worst things is like when, yeah, two friends happen to like the same person and then it just becomes awkward between them on some level. Emmy's virtual diary. Had a guy ask me on a library date. I was super excited, so I dressed up like one of my favorite book characters. When I arrived at the library, I saw him and his friends waiting for me smirking. No fucking way. Turns out it was a whole joke to see if the weird girl would ever fall for him. It was so embarrassing, but I ended up getting a pretty hardcover Alice in Wonderland to cheer me out, myself up. I'm glad you got something out of it, and they, on the other hand, got nothing out of it other than realizing how much of fucking douchebags they are. I'd like to think in the future they look back on that kind of shit and realize, wow, we were terrible people as children. That is the one good thing. Most of these things do happen in your teenage years because it's just like, yeah, hormones going wild, people being idiots and not fully understanding that other people have emotions and shit. But I'm sorry you went through that. Can I ask which character you dressed up as? Because that's very interesting to me. When you first said I dressed up as my favorite book character, I was like, oh, wait, is that going to be the story? Is it going to be like they were super into it and you were dressed up as like like Katniss Everdeen? Came in with like a leather jacket and a fucking bow. My first boyfriend was, as I remember? Huh? In middle school, I met this kid while taking a test and I didn't really know this boy that well at the time. I so very remember him stalking me during recess and I confronted him about it. He said he wanted to get my number and innocent me gave it to him. Oh, never give the stalker your phone number. Oh, dear God. He started bombarding me with pet names. I got so scared and I avoided him since. It's actually terrifying as well to think of like a kid using pet names that early is worrying as it is. Like, where have they been learning that shit from? Ugh. I'm Aero, so confessions always upset me since it meant I lost another friend. When I say I played dumb as hell most of the time, they could confess and I'd change the convo low-key. Still guilty of this. There's nothing to be guilty about. At the same time, I'd like to think, depending on how old you are now, maturer people, if you like have that conversation with people, I think nowadays most people would get it. I understand like when you're a teenager, people confess to you and it's like, oh no. Because yeah, at that point you have lost a friend, as unfortunate as it is. People feel like they're being friend zoned and it makes the friendship awkward and then yeah, you just end up not being able to stay friends. But I feel like once you hit like mid-20s, it can get to the point where you're like, yeah, I have feelings for you. Would you ever want to go out? And if the other person's like, no, it's like, oh, cool. At least we're still friends. Like, I don't want to ruin what we have now kind of thing. But yeah, hopefully you get to that stage in the future where you can have friends and just be like, yeah, by the way, I'm aromantic. It's like, just have that conversation early. It's the best way to do it. Wish I could say this was my teenage years. This was 2 weeks ago. Wait, what? I was dressed up as Emma Bloom. I need to Google Emma Bloom for one thing. 2 weeks ago. Fuck that, dude. How old are these people? Oh, from Miss Pettigreen's. Okay. Yo, you dressed up in a nice sundress? Did you have the flower in your hair and everything? Fuck that, dude. How old are these people getting away with this shit? Oh my God. Messed up on that one, Sensei? Oh, you're good, Ari. Don't worry. We got like the general meaning of what happened by the end anyway. He did tell me we did have a relationship for 2 years, but we eventually split up. Aw. That's fine though. Like, yeah, I just do think it's one of those like cute stories when you're with a partner and suddenly you find out they've had feelings for you longer than you thought. And you're like, wait, you were interested in me even then? And like, you get to have that conversation of like, yeah, I mean, I was embarrassed when somebody did this thing, or like, yeah, I was jealous when somebody did this thing, or like, oh man, when you talked about like going on a vacation to somewhere, I was like, damn it, I'm going to lose them. The most embarrassing / regretful thing I've done was when I was 22, dancing. Someone gave me a compliment and asked for a date. I said, sorry, man, I'm 5 years only. Oh, sorry, men in 5 years only? He seems nice, but I was too scared. Men in 5 years. I don't get the meaning of that one either, Claudine. Sorry. It's recent for me, but right now at my job, I keep being told that one guy who isn't one of my bosses, he's 2 to 3 years older than me, has a crush on me. I don't know what to do about that because I never was and probably never will be interested in being in a relationship. He keeps coming to my department to talk, which doesn't help the teasing. That's bad. I'd like to think that that's just like office place silliness and that he doesn't actually have a crush on you. If he has a crush on you in an office setting and he's actively going out of his way to find ways to spend time with you, don't do that shit. That's not what the office is for. But yeah, I would definitely have a conversation. That's a HR thing. As the boss, exactly. The power dynamic for one thing, and everybody else in the department like joking around about the fact that like, oh yeah, no, he totally has a thing for you. That's an unhealthy thing. You have to like have that conversation either with him or with HR kind of thing. You don't want that to keep going on because chances are maybe he's just a nice guy and he just like really appreciates your work. It could be that and other people are jealous, but it's definitely a good idea to have that conversation. Get that out of the way in case it does get fucking weird in the future. And if he is like a creepy power dynamic guy, it could be one of those things where he starts trying to find ways to get you alone, go on like work trips or other things. Keeps buying me coffee too. Oh God. Yeah, I'd have that conversation with him, and if it doesn't change immediately, take that conversation to fucking HR. In high school, I managed to get enough courage to try and hang out with my crush and his friends after sending him an anonymous chocogram, except they started saying rude things about someone I was friends with. Aw. Hope they never figured out who sent the $2 rose. Well, fuck them then. They just proved what kind of person they were and that they weren't worth your time, so... yeah, I'm glad you were able to figure out early and just ditch them. 23, it's still so awkward it's over. I feel like maybe when you hit like 25, 26. 23 is very much like, we talked about this the other day. 23, you're still kind of around the university age, so it still has the feeling of people acting like children sometimes. But yeah, hopefully. Yo, Honey Osura, it's been a while. I hope you're having a lovely day. Yeah, that person sucks. They're college age and they did that shit. They should not be in college. That's fucking zoo behavior. Inviting somebody out to laugh at them. Why is that the best thing that they can do with their life in college? They should be having actual fun. Oh, I'm sorry you had to go through that, Emmy. Remember faking being interested in League of Legends just because I really liked the guy? I still don't know what I'm jungle means. You dodged a bullet. Never date somebody who's fucking into League of Legends. It consumes their life. Never ever do it. You just stay away from League, honestly. My partner and I were friends for a while before we dated. We were both seeing different people and we didn't like each other that way, but we were very close. She told me back then she always thought we'd make amazing partners, and she'd say if we were in a different situation, we'd make an amazing couple. Years later, we do make a great couple. That's cute. So it was like straight up, just like slow burn friends to relationship, where it's like we were friends for a while, we felt like we'd be a cute couple, and then it happened. That's adorable. Oh, like he would have to wait until I was 27. He was too young. Oh, so you were saying like, wait 5 years. Got you. That makes sense. Also, Tuesday, I'm sorry. These ones are too far apart. Number 1 has disappeared before I can grab part 2. Comedy! At 14 years old, my crush was the mysterious new kid who fit all the quiet book girl tropes. Ah, God, we all know that feel. Somebody transfers in and you're like, yo, are they gonna be like cool, mysterious, Or are they going to be like one of the preppies who fits in with the cool kids and like, I don't want to deal with? I decided to confess with a cringe-ass poem. Turns out she preferred fanfics. I still keep some of her fics for me. Oh, that's cute though. Glad it sounds like you became friends, possibly, if you managed to keep up with their fics. But at the same time, hey, that's adorable. You confessed with a poem. That's such a literary kid tactic. And I'm sure it still went better than the shit that I did, so don't worry about it. At least you didn't give her a necklace. And then not even wait for a response. When I was still working at a restaurant, I remember seeing a customer vibing and dancing to the music. I was having a bad day, so I smiled at him. He approached me later and asked for my number. He was basically like, I like your vibes. Although I wasn't interested in dating / on the clock, still not now, Aero Ace. And thankfully he was understanding. It was my last day working there too. Damn. Okay, so it was just like somebody said they liked your vibes. That's cool. I have no clue what I missed the first one. There we go. Got another. I was in love with my best friend in high school and not as subtle as I thought about it. Apparently I blurted something out while we were hanging out one day. I have no clue what I said, but she laughed so loud. She said I was adorable and had never told me what I said. Freud for a 16-year-old, though. Okay. That is cute. Maybe it would be better for people with longer stories to put them in the comments if they're not too far apart. Yeah, probably. I mean, we're going to read them next week in the comments as well. But in general, I think what a lot of people are doing is writing them out and then copy-pasting them in 3 comments in a row. Like these, where it's literally like 2 comments in a row, is probably the best way to make sure we can grab them. But if it is a long one, keep in mind we're going to be reading more of these next week on Oshiete or Cú-Sensei as the homework. So if it's too long, it's all good. Just like save it, post it in the comments, and we'll read more next week. Cuter story. In high school theater, I was cast as the prince. I was the only girl willing to play a boy. Ace bandages hurt, by the way. Oof. My first kiss would be a stage kiss. My crush who knew I was crushing on him offered to kiss me, so my first kiss wouldn't be a stage kiss. Oh, that actually is sweet. So they were like, oh, I don't want you to lose your first kiss to just being like an acting thing on the stage, so let's kiss. And the fact that it was your crush as well. Did you end up like getting to actually date them? Because that's so adorable. That sounds like something out of a fucking shoujo manga. I remember back in middle school on lunch break, I would always go to the flowers outside. Then I saw a ladybug on. I started talking to them and making up stories as if it's a fantasy adventure. Okay, already cute AF. As I had the ladybug on my hand saying, let's go on worlds, Lady King. My crush was there and I don't know how long for. Maybe they liked it though. You don't know. Maybe they were like secretly watching you the whole time thinking this is the most adorable and creative person I've ever met. Maybe they were like, did you have a conversation with them after 52 Hertz? Because that sounds so sweet. Sensei, I've never played League of Legends in my life. Please marry me. It's been a long time since I've had to use this one. Nah. No, oh God, this really doesn't work with the size I'm at right now. But nah. No ring on this finger. This finger is only for pointing towards people. Got to shoot your shot. The bar isn't that low. I'm not that old. I'm not 80 on my deathbed trying to find like a final love. It's not like I've never played League of Legends, so please marry me. No. I don't need a green card. I'm doing fine. Oh, so I grabbed this 1 out of 3, but the other 2 out of 3 disappeared. I took too long. If anyone remembers my divorced friend who confessed he still had feelings after he married. Oh, guess who is a hardcore demi-romo that she developed feelings 20 years later. Wait, no! Wait, I need parts 2 and 3. You know what? I will scroll up. I can't grab them, but I can find them on YouTube. Oh God, I need to know how this goes. No, it's disappeared from here too. Can you repost parts 2 and 3? I do remember this. I remember this story. I remember you telling me about this. The feelings turned back? He's so sad? Yeah, no, this is a story. We've heard the beginning of this story months ago. That isn't even the ring finger? Yeah, but that's the only finger that I use. That's not true. I use the other fingers. For bowling. He was so nosy, I'm crying. No, you guys don't understand. We heard the beginning of the story before. We heard the story about the person who had already gotten married and then confessed to this person. And now it sounds like, oh, thank you. It sounds like they've realized they had feelings. As in the last 2 years, and it was progressing. But then I discovered our stance on adopting kids doesn't align, which squashed the feeling quick. He's still one of my closest friends, though. Also, to defend him from the slander last time, he divorced not because of feelings for me. She cheated on him. Oh, that changes everything completely. Damn, we really talked some shit about that. I'm so sorry. But the fact that you started to get feelings back is amazing. That was a long, slow burn. 20 years? Still distanced myself after a bit because I did not want to be a rebound. That's fair. You never want to be a rebound. You want them to be like single for a while before you get together with them after they have a divorce or like any kind of big breakup. But at the same time, damn. So yeah, okay. I am curious, like, you don't have to answer this because this one is very, very personal. But I'm wondering, what was it about adoption that ended up like becoming the breaking point where you didn't want to be together? Was it that you would rather adopt children? They would rather have biological? Was it that you don't want any children, adoption or otherwise? Like, I'm very curious about that, but you don't have to answer that one. Either way, that's cute. It's so cute that you started to realize even after 20 years you had feelings. I'm glad we got like a sequence, like a beyond, like an after story for that one. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Leah. There was another time in middle school I had a crush on a sophomore in my class. I was a freshman. I told this to my friend and asked her to keep it a secret, which she said she will. Uh-oh. Which she said she will. However, literally the next class, she told this to one of my bullies. That girl immediately shouted out at the top of her lungs, "Chat, someone likes this guy." Worst thing is that guy was in class and heard everything. I was both embarrassed and angry at this point, so I lunged at her and covered her mouth. Fortunately, I later found out he's actually my cousin. Shit, you dodged a bullet. It's a good thing that shit got cancelled real early. That would have been so much worse if the feelings had gone on for a while. Those feelings immediately dissolved, so happy ending, I guess. Yeah. See, chat, it doesn't even just happen in weddings. Sometimes you just meet someone and you're like, damn, they're fine. And then somebody's like, yeah, that's your cousin. And you're like, I mean, cool. But yeah, it's a sad story, but honestly, at least you know to stay away from that person forever from now on. Sometimes I just test people like that. I've been told that this is a sign of psychopathy, so I know it's not a good thing. I will say this first out. I don't like test people that I'm actually close to, but if it's people that like I'm meeting for like the first couple of weeks and I'm starting to think like, I kind of like this person, I kind of vibe with them, should I spend more time with them? I will sometimes like share personal things with them and just see like lies mostly. I'll share lies with them and be like, I wonder if this will spread to other people, because then I'll know specifically who exactly spread that rumor. And it'll be like, ah, there you are. So I will never tell this specific person anything ever again and only treat them as like a very light acquaintance. I set my forever love on a quiz and fanfic site. Oh, I met my forever love. RPing in chats. We're going to celebrate 10 years, majority long distance together next month. Number one, congratulations, Cú-Sensei. That's awesome. But also, what were you role-playing as? That brings me more interesting questions. I would love to know like what you were role-playing as, if you're comfortable enough to share it. But yeah, that's cute. 10 years is a long time, and it's an interesting way to meet somebody like under a role-playing thing and then to get to know the person behind the character. I feel like a lot of people, like some of my relationships back in the past would have started from like online MMORPGs kind of things. Sensei, has it ever happened? Like how often did people spread the fake info? So fucking often. I was in an environment where pretty much everything leaked for a long time. So I would sometimes just spread lies and then see which ones got back to me to just know immediately like, okay, that's the lie that I told to X person. So cut that person the fuck out of my life and just not deal with them whatsoever. But yeah, no. Yeah. I wonder why I have trust issues. But no, that happened a lot. Continued with my previous message from chat. I fumbled, sorry. It's okay, Skate. Thank you so much for donating the allowance. Some weeks after breakup, I developed a crush on a friend who had started dating. I said nothing, pined for a while before moving on. Some weeks after breakup, I developed a crush on a friend who has started dating. Aww. Sorry that it happened to be one, that was dating. But at least you managed to move on over time, Ukeisuke. Sometimes you just need to have a kind of experience. Sometimes it's good to just be chasing something, to be pursuing something. Honestly, falling for somebody and just being like, I think I like people. I think I like someone, and just having those butterflies in your stomach, having that feeling of something being new, something being exciting, something that you want to pursue, can honestly be better than actually being in the relationship sometimes. He can't love children that aren't blood related to him the way he feels they deserve, and I'm insistent on adopting someday. He's not proud of it, but supports my wishes. That's a very mature conversation that you two had, to be fair, Leah. That's, honestly, I respect that more than just about anything else that could have come from that. Because that is a very difficult conversation to have, and there are a lot of people who would just lie for now and hope that things could change, and that is always a recipe for disaster. So it sounds like both of you are very mature individuals who know what you want in life and just realized, okay, even though there are some things we like about each other, this just isn't going to work out between us. Plus, as you said, it did sound like it was pretty early after the last breakup, but yeah, I'm proud of you for having that conversation, because that takes a lot to just be like, no, I want to adopt. And for somebody else to be like, well, I genuinely am not sure I'd be able to actually love adopted children. I want biological children. That is a very mature adult conversation that you have to have at some point with your partner. And if you're scared to have that conversation, you just don't trust your partner enough to have it. And yeah, at that point, you really shouldn't be having children. So yeah, I'm very mature, very interesting. Thank you for sharing that with us. I recently had a breakup with my ex-BF. I loved him so much, and so did he. But one day he came to the house with a bouquet of yellow roses. I immediately knew what was about to happen. He told me you deserve to be a mother. Wow. Jesus Christ, he just leaned into that shit, huh? It wasn't like, you deserve a good partner. It wasn't like, you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be a mother. And I know with me not wanting kids, I will hurt you. You deserve someone better than me. Oh, okay. I was crying in his arms and he was crying in my arms and kept apologizing. I asked if we can share one last kiss, and after a few weeks later, we watched Wicked and A Good Friend. My dad told me he looked like he didn't want to break up, and I still have hopes for me and him. Damn. That again, that's one of those conversations you have to have with a partner. It's a long-term thing. When it's early in the relationship, you can just flit around it. But once you start to get to a point where you're thinking about settling down, yeah, it's one of those things where you have to just be like, okay, they're not going to change. They are set in this way. I want children. They don't want children. That is the type of thing where it is just we're on two different roads in life. So yeah, it just sounds like it's not going to work out between the two of you. Even if you said you have hopes for me and him, you shouldn't hope for somebody to change. And that's the thing. If you genuinely change in the future and ever get to the point where you're like, okay, I think I'll be happy without children, that's a conversation to have. But if it is the type of thing of oh, I'm hoping that someday he'll change his mind and want children, you don't want to bet on that. Because especially if somebody gets to the kind of level where they've had that kind of conversation with you, they've definitely thought about it. They have set down their boundaries, and hoping that they'll change and just expecting it'll change, always a recipe for disaster. People can change, even with things as serious about that. People can get into different stages of their life and just suddenly be like, okay, now I want something else. But yeah, you definitely don't want to be thinking oh, but maybe he will want to someday. But yeah, if it's just, yeah, there are things like that. There are things where you feel like you're absolutely perfect for each other in pretty much every way. And there is just one key thing where you're not going to vibe and it's going to make you unhappy in the future. And yeah, it's one of those things where you just have to be like, okay, and now we have to separate. Even though I love you and I want you to be happy, and it's going to hurt me when you're happy with somebody else. I do understand completely that this is a thing we're not going to change our hearts on. And yeah, that is also something there is also the flip reverse of that, because there are times when people say they don't want children and then they end up having children with somebody else as well, which that can be very painful. I've heard a lot of stories with people that were like, they were with a man who was specifically saying they weren't going to have children, so they had to break up with them. And then within like a year, they've gotten with somebody else and had children, and they are like the best father in the world. And yeah, that kind of point, it is just, they weren't ready at that time in their life. Because I've seen people give people the advice of like, oh, then they just weren't ready with you. They just didn't like you enough. That's not always the case. Sometimes it is just a thing that things click right with a different person, or that they just develop as a person. So as much as it hurts you, I hate when people do the whole, oh, then he didn't love you, he only loves this other person. And it's like, no, he might have just changed. He might have just grown. He might have just like, things were different. But that doesn't mean that like, oh, I could have changed them. Less of a love story or romance, more of a classic boy torments girl for no reason. But back in high school when I was a freshman, there was a guy in my gym class who was a senior. We got to be on relatively friendly terms, but for dude would literally take 180s and snatch my student ID from my neck and make me chase him for it. Would also randomly bully me too. Oh, that does suck. It sucks that there are boys who do that like right up into adulthood. And I saw a video recently that was like pointing out the fact that men who are comfortable do tease their partners. They do act very childish with their partners, and so they can do things like that. But there's a difference between doing that with somebody that you've been together with long enough, where you know the boundaries and you know what you can joke about, compared to just doing that randomly to someone. Because at that point, it is just like bullying. Plus, they have to know like when is a different time. Like, they also have to know the boundary for like, okay, you can do this while we're in public. You can do this while we're in public. You absolutely cannot do this kind of thing in front of my friends or family kind of thing. Like, there are boundaries that you have to like establish in a relationship over time. Meanwhile, yeah, if you are just like, it's a young boy thing where it's like, oh, I'll pull a girl's pigtails to show her I like her. Or, oh, I'll bully the boy that I'm into because like, it'll show him that I'm strong. And they just don't understand feelings. And like, yeah, going through that into your like teens, let alone into your 20s, is crazy. Like catcalling your significant other, it's fine for fun, but others have boundaries. Yeah, exactly. Catcalling your significant other, sometimes that is like a flirtation tactic. Meanwhile, if you catcall some random person on the street, you deserve the dirty look that you're going to get. Like, catcalling is just such a stupid thing if it's just like in public, just randomly calling after someone else. Expected, cute love stories, reality, we're all crying. There's been a nice mix, actually. There's been some silly ones. There's been some embarrassing ones. There's been some deeply romantic ones and happy love story ones. So this is all very cute. I told the guy I was trying to figure out what kind of guy is right for me, and that I only saw him as a friend. The timing of his question was definitely wrong in retrospect. Oh, I remember when I started hanging out with a guy a couple years ago, during our second time going out to eat, he popped the question, do you see us as partners or friends? Now you see, I am on the opposite side of that, where I do think if you catch feelings for somebody, you probably should have that conversation early. Like, I do think it shouldn't like stretch on for too long. I think on the second like going out experience, maybe not like, do you see us as partners? That's a weird way to word that. If they instead like confessed their feelings and were like, hey, I'm starting to like you kind of thing. Like, I'm imagining this is the second time you're going out alone, correct? Like, this isn't just like the second time you've ever met, because that would be like a fast movement kind of thing. Don't get me wrong. But if it's like you've been hanging out like a couple of times and then you've gone out like just yourselves twice, yeah, just the wording is mainly the problem for me there, where it's like, I feel like the better wording would have been like, hey, I actually like you. Would you ever like see us like as a couple in the future maybe? Like, do you have any feelings for me? Just to like test things out, just to be like, hey, kind of starting to catch feelings for you. Don't want to be going into a weird direction if this is just like a friendship thing. I think you should be able to have that conversation of like, hey, is there any chance between us? And if they say no, be mature about it and be like, okay, cool. So we're friends. Awesome. But yeah, doing the whole like, do you see us as partners is a weird way to word it, where it's just like, are we already partners? Like, were they just expecting that because you'd gone out alone twice, you were automatically dating? That's a wild one. I'm actually crying right now thinking about how I still love him. I'm sorry to hear that, Jennifer Multifandom, because that's the thing. I don't think anybody's trying to tell you like, oh, you should forget them in a mean way. Nobody's trying to tell you like, oh, forget that person because they suck. They don't suck. You don't suck. Nobody's a bad person in this. It just is one of those things where it is, you have a very strong difference in something that is a core value between the two of you. And if you don't share core values when it comes to family and future of your relationship, it probably won't work out in the long run. And if you've already had that conversation between each other, they've probably thought about it for a while as well. You've thought about it for a while as well. And if you do want to make that sacrifice, because that's the thing, it is a sacrifice. If you've always wanted to have like children and you've decided like, okay, I like this person enough that my life will be complete and fulfilled without children, that's something you have to consider for a very long time before you actually start down that route. Because if it goes like 5-10 years on and you start resenting that person, if you start to realize, God, I wish I had children, God, I wish I'd been with somebody else, then it turns into a thing of like, you stole my happiness, you're not enough for me. So just, yeah, it will suck if it is like they would be the perfect person other than that one thing, but that one thing can be enough to be like, okay, and I need to completely separate. But yeah, I hope things get better in the future is the most important thing. I had a crush on a boy in grade school. After liking him for 2 years, I finally mustered enough courage to ask if he wanted to walk around the playground with me during recess. I was shy, but he said yes, and I was so happy. But then I learned my shy friend liked him too. Oh, I didn't want to become her rival, so I stopped pursuing him so she could shoot a shot. And then I moved. Years later, my mom told me that boy probably liked me back because he gave me a gift card on Valentine's Day gift, even though we were in different classes. Wait, that's so sweet and sad. You were going to move away anyway, and young relationships very, very rarely work long distance, especially grade school. I mean, that's forever ago, but yeah, I hope he's doing well as well, and that actually is cute. It's nice that you stepped aside for your friend, but god damn it, you never should step aside for your friend. I think that's one of the other things that I believe very strongly is if you have feelings for somebody, don't make it like oh, my friend has feelings for them too, therefore I should back out. You don't know if that person has feelings for you. You don't know if that person has feelings for your friend. If that person ends up like they have feelings for you too, and you step aside for them to like let your friend shoot the shot, and the friend never had a chance anyway, you know, you're throwing away what could have been your own happiness for nothing. And if your friend is truly your friend and you both just realize you're into the same person, it's going to be painful. It's going to be awkward. But if you are friends, you should be able to get over that thing. And yeah, they'll be able to find their own person someday and not be jealous over it or hold a grudge about it. It should just be like, hey, yeah, that wasn't going to work out anyway. They were into you. Chaos 751. Not really a love story, but I confessed to the person I crushed out and found out we are more suiting the platonic soulmate relationship. We still keep in touch now and then. Number 1, thank you for donating to the allowance. Number 2, I need to see what this avatar is. I don't know what that is, but it's a cute little critter. But number 3, platonic soulmates are honestly one of the best fucking things in the world. When you meet somebody who you vibe with on like such an intense level, everything just feels easy with them, like talking to them about things that are actually deep. Like not just like the surface level things where it's like, oh yeah, we like this anime and we happen to like some of the same characters and some of the same genres and stuff. Oh, it's from Sky, Children of the Light. Nice. Is it artwork of them? It didn't look like it's taken from the game. Yeah, it's artwork of them. That's cute. But yeah, finding a platonic soulmate or just like somebody that you vibe with to the level where you can have all the deep conversations, talk about things that you don't normally talk about with other people and actually feel heard and seen and listen to the type of shit that they say back and be like, even if you don't always agree on the same set of things, being able to have that debate, being able to listen to each other's viewpoints and share that is honestly so fucking wonderful. But yeah, thank you for donating the flowers. I hope you're having a lovely day. And it's glad to hear that you have a platonic soulmate, because so often people like act like the platonic relationships aren't as important as like romantic relationships. Platonic relationships can be just as fulfilling as romantic relationships. As long as you have people in your life that you care for and that care for you, that's honestly all that matters. We just like to be seen. We just like to be loved. And love doesn't have to be romantic type of love. Love can very much just be like, okay, this is person who knows who I am, who I can talk to about everything, who I genuinely have a good time with and wouldn't want to spend my life without. It's brilliant. And yeah, a lot of other things get in the way of like the romantic type sometimes. So sometimes it's just easier to find platonic too. This is the story I messed up on. The first ex-boyfriend, still single. With my first ex-boyfriend, still single. I was 16 at the time and I met him at work. I got excited that somebody liked me back. So once again, innocent Ari said yes almost immediately and dated him for 4 months. And he would just take me on dates just to watch The Hub. The fuck? And he didn't respect my boundaries at that. And I can't even remember how we broke up. If your dates consisted of him trying to get you to watch that, yeah, that's not really a date. And that's very clearly like angled in one direction. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That sounds uncomfortable as shit. Oh, God. I remember doing that kind of shit with people when I was like a teenager. When you're first like figuring yourself out and stuff, you would like watch that kind of thing with other people. But man, just being like, oh, let's go on a date. And it's actually just like, oh, I'm just trying to see like what you're into and basically try to see if I can shoot my shot kind of thing is like, that's not a date. That's not a date. That's somebody trying to hook up. But yeah, I'm sorry you had to deal with that shit. Personally think platonic is even more important. It can, because especially like if you have romantic feelings for somebody and sexual feelings for somebody, but you don't actually have the platonic foundation, it's shit. It is shit, because that shit will run out. There will be a time in your life, no matter how long your relationship goes on for, you may think like, oh, this will be the happiest thing forever. Honeymoon period ends. The chemicals stop flowing. You stop having like the intense romantic feelings and they settle into like gentle romantic feelings that you have to keep kindled by keeping working at it. More than that, the sexual things become a bit of a challenge because a part of a sexual thing is like exploring new things and like learning new things about your partner, and eventually you are going to run out of things. So all of that piled up on top of each other is to say, if you don't like your partner and you just like have a bit of a romantic connection and a sexual connection, you're going to get to a point where it's suddenly like, wow, why am I with this person? God forbid you already have children or are married by that point and you suddenly realize, oh God, I'm attached to this person who I don't even actually like. There was just like things that were more interesting that were keeping me from noticing that. I love the term platonic soulmate. Yeah, platonic soulmates are great. Whether it is like something where it's like platonic soulmate is in like, I want them to be my partner. We're not like romantically or sexually involved, but I just want them in my life forever. I've heard about platonic soulmates like getting married just legally because it's like, hey, it's better for taxes. Like straight up, like we're platonic soulmates. We want to be in each other's lives forever. There's nothing romantic. There's nothing sexual, but they're my best friend. I'm going to be around them forever. And frankly, it makes taxes easier and a whole bunch of other things more accessible. So sure, let's get married legally. Couldn't you watch by himself? Oh, he definitely could. Somebody who does that kind of thing, somebody who straight up like invites you around and then puts on adult content, they're hoping most likely, either one, they're a porn addict, in which case, stay the fuck away from them. That's an unhealthy obsession with something that you get in fucking trouble. Or number two, they are hoping that like, oh, if I put on porn, they're going to get horny and then I'm going to be able to make a move and they'll be too horny to say no. It's a creepy fucking thing to do. It's a super creepy fucking thing to do. I have a crush on my girl best friend, but she has a boyfriend, Sensei. What should I do? Don't ask me like that. I'm going to give you terrible advice. This is not me giving actual good advice. This is just me talking through my own thoughts on things. And I am not good at these kinds of things either way. So I'm just like talking out my feelings through things and seeing what Pupals are saying back. So yeah, I'm trying to let go, but I've been crushing on her since 4th grade. I was the first, not him. Aww. She has a boyfriend. I've been crushing on her since 4th grade. I was the first, not him. Honestly, you've got to have a conversation with them. That's the most important thing. The most important thing is to just like, if you're jealous to the point where you can no longer be friends with this person because it's hurting you too much to see them happy with somebody else, that happens. And that is a fair reason to like get out of a relationship. And there are people, I hate the people that are like, oh, so you were just like, you didn't actually like somebody, you just wanted to smash them. It's like, no, you can like have feelings for somebody and just be in like pain that they're moving on and that doesn't work for you. So yeah, if it's too painful for you to be around them while they're happy with somebody else, you kind of got to let it go. They're happy. Like, they're happy. They've got a boyfriend. You can't be like, I was there first, because you were there first as a friend. You don't know if they have the same feelings for you, and talking about it at this point will feel like, even if that worked out, even if you said to them, hey, I have feelings for you, break up with your boyfriend, you know you love me more, honestly. No, that's not going to work out. You're going to be the rebound, or you're going to be the person who stole that person. And that's always going to be attached to you. That's not a healthy way to start a relationship. That will eventually become a problem and a strain on the relationship. If you want to actually ever have any chance of having a relationship in the future, be happy that they're happy right now. If you need some distance to move on, have some distance and move on. But yeah, definitely, like, I was going to say, like, you need to have a conversation and, like, tell them how you feel, but no, they're happy. They honestly don't need to hear that right now. And the whole, like, oh my God, wait, no, you can't say that. Where was this? Their relationship is low-key falling apart, so that's not a good thing. The fact that you're celebrating that thing is not a good thing. I would honestly say, move on. If they do break up and you start spending more time together and you still feel an attachment to them, you still have feelings for them, at that point, have the conversation with them. Say like, hey, I'm into you. Do not let it go by. That's the thing. You don't want to be the one who like sneaks in and becomes the rebound where they're just like getting rid of their feelings by spending time with you. But if they do break up and then they're broken up and this person is single for like a couple of months, maybe 3 months, then you can talk to them and be like, hey, like, I'm into you. Have you ever thought about like being with me? And then you do have to have that conversation, because all kinds of things could come out of that. It could be that they're not interested in you in that way, but they still treasure your friendship. It could be that they are interested in you and everything goes well, but definitely you don't want to set up your possible relationship for failure by either one, being the person who steals them from a past relationship and that hangs over your relationship forever, or two, being the rebound, in which case they could just be like lying to themselves that they have some feelings when they're just distracting themselves from pain. So yeah, just be careful with all that. You don't want to like put that either way. It's better for everyone's health to move on. Yeah, especially if you're sitting there in the background like, oh God, I want them to break up. Please break up. He's not as good as I would be to her. Like that's an unhealthy thought to have. Definitely build up some distance. Me and my divorced friend, honestly platonic soulmates, we're content as we are now. Despite having had these feelings in the past, we've made it through these decades together after all. Yeah, sometimes divorcing is actually the best step for people to actually go back to being very healthy friends and being part of somebody's life. Some of the best parents I know are people that were together, got divorced, and now they're stronger in each other's life than they were as parents. Because as like parents together, married, they were fucking toxic as shit and they were putting their children through hell. Meanwhile, once they've divorced and realized like, okay, we're not good as like lovers and husband and wife, or like husband and wife, it is just a thing of like, oh, we're better as friends who also have children, and then they're able to actually attend functions and give the children a healthy like household. God, that's like the song Jesse's Girl. I wish that I was Jesse's girl. Yeah, not a good song. Not a good message. Good song. Good to sing. As someone who's ace, the best advice I can give is communicate and move on. Be honest about it if nothing else. Every friendship and relationship is founded on trying to talk. Yeah. And there are 100% got to be things where you fall for somebody who just isn't into you. And so yeah, don't be afraid to have that conversation and just realize, okay, that's fine. And if it is too painful to stay friends with them, that doesn't make you a bad guy. If they try to make you out to be the bad guy after that kind of thing, it's like, no. I just realized I have feelings for you and it's painful for me to just be friends with you. At that point, yeah, you're not being a good friend. It's better to step away. And if they try to like manipulate you and do the whole like, oh, you're a bad person, then everybody has those feelings sometimes. If you like somebody in a romantic way and they don't like you back, it's hard to be friends. It's possible, But yeah, you kind of have to like bury those romantic feelings, and that doesn't often happen if you're still spending constant time with each other. Sensei, I'm a hopeless romantic and my best friend that I like recent kissly, but he's dated every girl in town. Red flag. Chunky Mango, the reddest of flags. If this person, like even if they just had like a bunch of like dated everyone in town, red fucking flag. Is it possible that they're going to change? Maybe someday. Is it likely that you're going to be the one that they change with? Very fucking unlikely. You will just be the next bicycle. That is the biggest red flag, where it is just they are playing the field and trying to get with everyone that they can. Stay away from that shit if you are a hopeless romantic. Don't think I can change him. Pay attention to what's gone on in the past and be like, well, if you really care about me, fucking woo me. Give me a long time. But they're best friends. Still red flag. Still red flag. That's literally the plot line of the movie. Oh, God. Ghosts of Girlfriends Past. I forget the name of the movie. But it's one of the ones where the dude has like smashed pretty much everything around him and been best friends with a woman for like a decade or two. And then suddenly she's getting married and he's like, oh, okay, now I've realized that I love you. I need to rekindle this. And it's, oh, it was called Maid of Honor. Maid of Honor, but M-A-D-E, where he was made the Maid of Honor for her wedding and then suddenly realized, oh no, I have feelings for her. No. Is it possible for people like that to change? Yes. At the same time, be very fucking careful. And yeah. It also, like, if they're your best friend, I feel like there should have been a conversation before a surprise kiss. That honestly feels like somebody who is like trying to achieve something. Honestly, I don't know. And that's not me telling you like, oh, you shouldn't be friends anymore. It's just like, you know, you've seen everything that they've done so far. Up to you. Feels very red flag. The very least, it's giving indecisive. Yeah. Good friend doesn't equate to a good partner. Exactly. You can be friends with people that you would absolutely never fucking date, never want to spend the rest of your life with, but are just like, oh, they're a lot of fun. I love hanging out with them. Oh, God. I didn't realize I'm arrow, nor that I'm on the spectrum, so I just acted in every relationship and thought that's what we were all doing. Got to the point where my body would reject the other person. I'd feel sick just from them touching me and felt like a terrible human for it. Took me 3+ relationships, but people IRL still advise me to try again because they think I'll just mature into it. That's terrible advice. You should never just try again because like, oh, maybe it'll work out. At the same time, if this is how you feel about things, if you're aromantic, you never have to have a relationship. It doesn't mean you can't have like very good friends. Very good friends who are close enough that you never feel like you need one. Friends can be more important than a relationship, and especially when you're aromantic, there's no reason to ever try and force yourself. But especially when it comes to like the touching thing, like, especially if you are on the spectrum, it's different for everybody on the spectrum, but that could be like a serious reaction that's never going to go away. And it could be something where someday in the future, even though you are aromantic, there could be somebody that just connects you with you in such a way that you want to spend more time with them specifically. That does happen as well. And that doesn't take away the fact that you are aromantic. It could just be that, oh, I found somebody that I'm really attached to the point where I do want to make this work if they're the type of person who can accept who I am. Because that is the biggest thing, that you do have those conversations with those types of people. And it's not, because you will also occasionally get some people that do the whole like, oh, that's fine for me. And then what they mean is like, oh, but once we're in a relationship and after a while, everything will totally go to like how I want it to be. They'll try to manipulate you. They'll try to change you. Meanwhile, there are people who will hear like, oh, I'm aromantic, and be like, okay, well, we can just be friends who get like closer and actually want to spend our lives together. And that is actually like the perfect relationship for two aromantic people sometimes. But yeah. A lot of asexual people have that problem, especially where people will like say like, oh yeah, no, I'm fine with you being ace. And then like a lot of them will start making moves in the relationship as if like, oh, but it's different when we're in a relationship, right? It's like, no, That's the thing. If they're trying to change you, that relationship is never going to work out. Meanwhile, you will possibly find some people that just want to spend time with you platonically in a way that, like, yeah, you can actually consider that possibly something to spend time with in the future. When it comes to confessions like that, where one person is in a happy relationship, I feel like what's the point of confessing if they're happy? What would it put them in that position? Even with the other one that people, like the other one that the Pupal brought up where it was like, oh, but their relationship is low-key like bad and it's going to like break up. It's like, you still don't want to be the person who says like, oh, but I like you. You should leave your boyfriend to be with me. That's never healthy. That's not how you start a relationship. That is setting yourself up on a foundation of failure. If anything, if they are in a toxic relationship, you can have that conversation with them. You can have the conversation of like, oh, you guys fight more than you're actually happy. Are you sure you want to be in this relationship? But never guide it into a way of like, oh, you should be with me instead of them. Because that just, for one thing, it can give people an escape hatch. If somebody is like, oh, I don't like this relationship anymore. Me and this person don't fit right with each other anymore. We're kind of like toxic to each other. And then somebody comes along and says, you should be with me instead. It might be they don't even properly have feelings for you. And they might just be like, oh, this is a good way to get out of it. It's not that I'm breaking someone's heart. It's that this homewrecker is coming in and stealing me. But it's not even like a homewrecker in that case. It's just more of like a, oh, this turns it into a romantic story. It is no longer me splitting up with somebody. It's me being swept off my feet by somebody else. Just going to become an escape route? Exactly. It just sets it off on a bad foundation. It sets it off on a bad foundation. And then they might do the same thing to you down the line. You see their relationship as being toxic. For all you know, they're both quite happy in it. Strange as it is, there are some people who sound like they really shouldn't be together who are deep down actually very happy. And they're just both very negative and loud and aggressive people. So yeah. Oh God. But yeah, you just never want to be that person. And you know, you also can make yourself like look like the bad guy if you're the one saying like, oh, you two are in a toxic relationship. And it turns out that you're trying to sweep in and be the person who like picks them up afterwards. That will give you a bad reputation around your friends. It'll possibly make them think in the future like, oh, were they wrong about my past relationship? Maybe I would have stayed together with that person if this other person hadn't been whispering into my ear that they were the better choice. My ex-lover dating with me, but had a big crush on our older classmate. He confessed to him, and after that, he broke up with me. He dates with me because I and the classmate have a project together. That's fucking terrible. I'm assuming this was like middle school. Even if that's high school, that's a bit old for that. That's fucking disgusting. But I'd like to think this isn't anywhere near as far as university, because that is just annoying. Just using somebody to pass the time, essentially. Shami is very correct. My friend enjoys that OC and playing D&D. Ooh, roleplay? I don't really have any lovely stories. I really dislike talking about relationships. Even the kind where friends become lovers make me feel very awkward. I just want to watch my favorite CP. Ba, ba, ba. No, I feel that. It's not for everyone. I like to watch romance stories, even when I considered myself aromantic. Because I considered myself aromantic for... God, from 23 until like 32 maybe? So almost 10 years. For almost 10 years, I would straight up tell people like, I'm not interested in a relationship. That's not on the board for me. And it did turn out that I was just like, me personally, I was just going through like a lot of attachment issues and I did not trust anyone and I was not letting anyone get close to me. But it is different for every person. There are people who are going to be content being aromantic for their entire lives, 100%. So it's okay to just be like, hey, I don't want to hear about romance in general. There's also the fact that you can really like romance in like fantasy, in fiction. Because that was one thing that was big for me. I was always like, romance isn't for me, but I love watching love stories. I've always loved like romance movies and romance manga and all kinds of other things. But yeah, you can be that way for your entire life. Like, that's the thing. That's why it is a term. It's just a way to tell people, not interested in a romance, not interested in a relationship. Don't try to guide things into that direction. And yeah, as long as you can find friends, as you can find happiness that way, that's all that matters. I just want to watch my favorite CP Papa. Oh, so you don't even like want to watch the romance. You just like, I just want them smashing. That's cool. I like even like the smashing when it comes with romance as well. That can make it more powerful for me. When it's like a slow burn and you're getting like the sparks flying just from like hands touching. The sparks flying from like two people making eye contact and both looking away at the same time. That shit, you know, it can be hot as well as cute. Love reading romance and fiction, but if I even think about putting myself in there, I just get the ick. Yeah, for me, it was very much like I loved romance and fiction, and it was very much if anybody tried to do anything even remotely romantic to me, it was just immediately like, no, 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 no. No, don't like that, don't want that. And I probably would have been very content with that for my whole life. That's the thing. I was incredibly happy. It wasn't like, oh, I was one of those people who secretly wanted a relationship. I was desperate and it was just that I was closing myself off. No, it's just who I was. Who I was very content, like reading my books, playing my video games, hanging out with friends, keeping everything surface level. There was no part of it that was like depression. So yeah. Yeah. But that's one of the things that I always have to stress as well, is just because I thought I was aromantic and turned out for me it wasn't that case because something else worked out in the future. Yeah, very different. Like, never let people try to tell you the whole thing of like, oh, you'll change in the future. Like, oh, you'll just like, you'll learn to love, or especially when it comes to like sex, like, oh, you'll grow out of like asexuality, or like you'll want babies in the future when you get older. Anybody who tells you all of that kind of shit, fuck that shit. You may in the future. You may, but who you are right now is who you are right now, and people need to listen to your goddamn boundaries and respect who you are, especially when you have that conversation with them and you tell them that yourself. Otherwise, they are overstepping your boundaries and trying to control who you are. If it was easier to like romance and fiction, the rules are more clear. IRL, I get so fucking lost, man. What can be considered romance? Honestly, that's the thing. If something makes you happy, that's all that matters. People get too focused on way too many labels when it comes to things. People get too focused on like what people feel like joy should be. If you are happy in your life, or you are happy in the relationships that you have, even if it's 0 relationships, if you are very content with the fact that you have some friends and you have fiction that you enjoy, things that you enjoy, hobbies that you love, that's all that matters. Anybody else who tells you how you should be happy aren't telling you how you should be happy. They're trying to tell you what made them happy and acting as if like, oh, poor you don't understand what true happiness is. You don't understand that it's like having a family or having a partner or doing this or doing that. It's like, no, whatever makes you happy, that's what makes you happy. Just, yeah. Self-actualization and not letting people push you into things. Fortunately, it was in college. Oh, God. But after that, I showed Professor how bad my ex was in part of our diploma work, so he failed. Holy shit. After that, I started reading Dame and I understand. Damn, I am the villain. That's fucking amazing. Jesus. You were just like, oh, you fake dated me? Okay, let me ruin your school career. That is a fucking revenge story that I love. It's like, and then I pointed out to my teacher, they did none of the work on our group projects. They were just using me. And they failed the course, and now they have to redo a year and pay all that money and get in more student debt. Life of a villain, and yo, good shit. I thought I was asexual. Now I'm much more comfortable with one-night stands with strangers and the possibility of being in a serious relationship. I feel that as well, because that's how I was. I was aromantic, but not ace. I was aromantic, and it was very much like, if we're going to do something, it is going to be low-key. It is going to be like a night, maybe 2 nights. Maybe we see each other a couple of times, but there are not going to be heavy feelings attached to it. So yeah, if you have those conversations with people, it's completely fine. There are so many other people who will be into that. And it is annoying that there are so many people that will tell you like, oh, that's just a phase. When you grow up, you'll want to settle down. And it's like, not necessarily. There are so many people that are very happy just being by themselves, doing what they want to, engaging in their hobbies. So yeah, I think there's no need to specifically label yourself as aromantic, heterosexual, bisexual, or homosexual. These things can change over time. Just enjoy your own life. That's exactly it. I think labels are useful, but they are not important. They do not define you. labels are one of the things where like they can help you discover things about yourself. When other people explain like the type of way that they are, when other people explain like the first time I heard the term aromantic, it was just like, oh, yeah, I think that's me. Like it just clicked in my mind of like, yeah, I don't want a relationship. Aromantic, that's a thing. There are other people who feel this way. And it helps you to like accept something about yourself. But yeah, everything is a spectrum. Nothing is like, the whole point about those types of labels is that a lot of the terminology nowadays, a lot of the beliefs are based around like heteronormative things and neurotypical things, which not everyone is. And when heteronormative and neurotypical people try to like force other people to fit into boxes, it doesn't work out. So the labels are useful because they help people find pride in these things. It helps people find pride to see a bunch of other people saying like, I'm aromantic, I'm asexual, I'm this, I'm that, to like have pride in that and not have to keep it in the shadows, not have to be like, oh yeah, I'm just a depressed, sad person who doesn't have relationships. It's like, no, I'm aromantic and I'm proud of it. I have a lot of fun in my life. I am very fulfilled. And, you know, depending on if you're ace or not, you may also get a lot of sex. And build community as well. Yeah, it helps people discover things about themselves. It helps people realize like, oh, there are other people who are comfortable in this skin this way. And it's not just like, it's not just a phase. It's not just something that will pass. It's not something that makes you weird. It's just part of who you are. And so you do learn about things, and you can maybe like get attached to a label. A label can become part of who you are, but it does not define who you are, and it can always change throughout time as well. You don't have to be locked in for like, especially being bisexual. Oh my God, this comes up so much, where it's like, if I'm like with a guy, people are like, oh good, you are bisexual. If I'm with the girl, it's instantly like, are you bisexual? Are you just straight and you just like pretending you're bisexual? Like there is such a like negative connotation towards bisexual people, where it's like, oh, if you're with a partner of the same sex, you're bisexual. If you're with a partner of the opposite sex, it's like, oh, you're no longer part of our team. And it's like, what? Like, there's literally been times, like, I remember when I came out to somebody for the first time, they told me, I don't think you're bi. I think you're just confused. And it was like, by that point, it was like me admitting it to myself, where I'd already had experiences. And so to tell somebody like, oh yeah, I think I'm bisexual, and for them to be like, I don't think you're bi, and me to be like, but I literally like, I was with men. Like, it wasn't just a one-time thing. It wasn't just like one specific thing. Like, no, I've figured this out about myself. And being told like, yeah, no, I don't think you're bi. Yeah, it's aggravating. It's aggravating as fuck. Not by myself, but I think a big part is living your life like the queer person you are outside of your relationship, whether it's a het-passing relationship or not. See, with that, I don't really know what you mean, Clowny, because in my case, it is just a thing of like, I'm just me. I want other people to be proud of what they are, and I'm proud of what I am, but at the same time, like, yeah, I don't know how you mean about living your life as the queer person you are now. Just being prideful in it, being able to like say you're bisexual, yeah. I feel that, if that's what you mean. I don't think you're bi. I literally kiss girls. Yeah, that shit happens so much. Like, do you think I get a discount at a grocery store for pretending to be bi? We should, though. We should. You should get cheap fruits, if nothing else. Oh, what did Miss Munchkins get? I thought I was ace for a long time. Turns out I had a touch aversion. Turns out I needed to meet the right person that respected my boundaries and showed me touch doesn't always hurt. Turns out I'm pan. Let's go, Miss Munchkins. That's awesome. I'm glad you discovered that about yourself. And yeah, people with touch aversion, it's a difficult one because some people have a touch aversion no matter what. If you're pansexual with a touch aversion, that's like great. Suddenly realizing like, oh, I feel safe with this person. I'm content with this person. I feel comfortable when they touch me, compared to like, yeah, there are people who have full touch aversion where it's just like nobody. It's just always going to feel gross and icky, and yeah, you can't do anything about it. And it is just something that when you're in a relationship with a person, they have to understand that, and they just have to figure out other ways to be close to each other. I think one of the cutest stories I ever heard was somebody talking about how their partner had a touch aversion, and they always felt quite lonely when it came to like being on the couch and watching things together. As much as they loved their partner, it felt very isolating to them to not be able to cuddle up with their partner when they were just like watching movies or spending time together. And then they managed to find a compromise where they got like a weighted blanket. And so they would both be together under the weighted blanket. And the one who like wanted to be able to actually hold their partner would just like crumble up a bit of the blanket and hold it a bit as well. So they're both underneath the weighted blanket. The one with touch aversion is fine under the weighted blanket, and the one without touch aversion feels like they have like that closeness and comfort that way. So it is just about finding ways with your partner to be close to each other and to feel fulfilled, even when there are like boundaries that you can't get over. Love dreaming about relationships and having that special person, but I am single as fuck. Which is fine. It's also important to be single for long periods of time in your life. It is very important to be single in times for your life because you just want to be able to figure yourself out. If you're always in a relationship, you don't know who you are as a single person. And there are a lot of things where like, yeah, you balance your life based around like what my partner is doing. What are my partner's hobbies? What are things that we enjoy together? And so you need times where you are single and away from them. Otherwise, you've never developed who you are as a single person to figure out there are some things that you actually might want to bring into a relationship later, or some things that you need to do alone. There are also things like you don't have to share everything with your partner. You need like a certain amount of time where you're away. Even though I've gotten over the fact of like fully pushing people away all the time, I am still the type of person who needs like probably half a day a week just by myself, away from everybody else, with no social contact whatsoever, which is just full on like that isn't even like any kind of complicated thing. That is just, I'm an introvert. I need to recharge. And so there are times when I'm just like, okay, whole world, leave me the fuck alone. Like I need to be away from social situations which drain me and just recharge by sitting alone in my bedroom, reading a book or watching a YouTube video. True, I love myself so much these days and I'm recovering from trauma. I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. I'm glad, Sky Kim. Wish for someone I can cuddle with without feeling like it's fake and worrying about if they actually like me. Even if they kiss me, hug me, hold my hand. I have hope, but there is, yeah, I'm glad you have hope, just Mono here, because that is one of those things. That sounds like the type of thing that I would have used to feel, where it would like, that built up over time to the point where it was just like, well, now I just want to push everyone away because nobody would ever possibly like me, and I will just like make sure that nobody likes me, kind of thing. But yeah, there are people, and one thing that you've got to remember is that having a relationship with somebody, if it's a true relationship where you both truly love and care for each other to a certain degree, it should be the type of thing where you do trust them. You are able to just decide, I want the best for this person wants the best for me, and you are able to share pretty much everything. And that takes time. It's not like, oh, you got into a relationship, you should immediately like open up your bank account and share everything with them. No, it's one of those things where take your time to get to know somebody. If like they pass the vibe check, start to like move on in some direction. If they feel like they actually care about you, keep moving forward in the direction. You can be very, very careful about who you open up to make sure you don't get hurt. Because I feel like a lot of people that have been hurt a lot while they're younger are scared to ever open up again. But yeah, it does get easier. What do you do when you've literally never had a love life due to anxiety and just not clicking with a lot of people? Do you feel fulfilled would be the main question, Chewing. Like, are you happy with the relationships you have, or is it something where you do want to find somebody? Because if it is the fact that you do want to find somebody, I would say, I don't know. Like, I don't know. That's one of those things where I really can't like give advice, because it's one of those things where it's just like, if you are in the kind of scenario where you're too anxious to properly open up around anybody else, you're too anxious to be comfortable with people, it is just a thing where there's going to have to be somebody who comes into your life who manages to pass through all those barriers. There has to be somebody who comes into your life where you're like, I like this person and I don't want to lose them. So even though like they do some things that make me a bit uncomfortable, it would be more uncomfortable to be without them. And so, yeah, you start to become more comfortable specifically like around them, and you let some of your barriers come down. That's how I'd imagine it would happen. You can also try putting yourself in like less comfortable. I would say talk to a therapist if it is a thing where you're feeling unhappy where you are in life now, because that's the type of thing where maybe it is something where I've heard therapists sometimes recommend things like trying to put yourself into scarier situations so you become more comfortable in them. But I am not a therapist, so I'm not going to say, hey, go out and play the field. Fuck that. I don't know shit. Go talk to a therapist. But yeah, I've definitely heard some people be recommended, like, give it a go. Try to open up to some people. Don't, like, throw yourself into danger. But yeah, gradual exposure. Gradual exposure, slow, if it is something that you want. Oh, I'm not sure. It's never anything I've experienced before, and I wouldn't know how. But I wonder if I'm missing out. I fear I'm running out of time sometimes. You are never running out of time. That is one thing that you have to, like, as long as you're happy, as long as you're content, if there's just like a little nagging voice that's like, maybe you should try this thing, you can try that thing. But it should never be like, oh, if I don't do this, I won't have time in the future. Like, oh, I'm getting older, so I need to do this now. That is how you will, like, put yourself into a bad position of just accepting something that won't actually make you happy. So as long as you're content for most of the time, I would say, like, you're good. If you want to try actually getting into a relationship, like I said, I would say if you have the funds, if you have the opportunities, talking to a therapist would be the best chance to see, like, what they think about it. But yeah, if you just want to do like a slow exposure kind of thing, you want to start talking to some people, you just want to go out and meet new people, that's always a possibility as well. But as long as you're content, that's fine. And we all have those little like moments where things talk in our brain about like, oh, maybe you'd prefer this. It doesn't mean that it's actually got to be what makes you happy. Sometimes we just do have those thoughts of like, oh, I'd be way happier if I did this thing. And then you try it and you're like, nope, that kind of sucked actually. So you never know. If you are interested in trying it, go ahead. Dip your toes in. Try like meeting some new people. Just, yeah, find like a hobby. One of the types of hobbies where people meet offline in groups or even online. Try to like play a game which has social elements. Try to like talk to people kind of thing. Just see what happens if you click with anyone. But yeah, you never have to force your way into it. And you definitely never have to be like, oh, I feel like I need something like that, otherwise I'm missing out. Because that's when people settle for things that secretly make them way less fucking happy than what would actually just be more comfortable to them. Fairly oblivious. So part of the reason relationships are difficult is anxiety. But the other part is I can't take a hint. Anxiety is hard. Not taking a hint, I don't know much about that one, to be fair. But anxiety can ruin things a lot. I'm one of those people where if you send me a message and it has like the wrong kind of tone, I think like, oh, I've done something wrong. What did I do wrong? And then I hyperfixate on it for like the next several hours. Like, should I message them? Should I apologize? What do I apologize for? What did I do wrong? They're clearly being mean to me. And sometimes it is just like, hey, people are having a bad day and they are treating you in kind of a bitchy way. And it isn't like, oh, I've done something wrong, so I deserve this. It is just like they're having a bad day. They're kind of lashing out at me. You just need to step back and be like, okay, that's fine. We need to talk. Fuck. We need to talk. Fuck, what did I do this time? What did I do? I don't know what I did. Did I say something in a bad way? Did I not respond to them fast enough? Yeah, all of that kind of shit. I like run over everything we've done in like the last several weeks and I'm like, did I do something bad? And they've been holding on to it all this time. What did I do? Being autistic in a relationship, you just have to ask for them to be overly specific. It's a struggle, but they'll get used to it. Both of you have to be open about your communication needs. Exactly. Communication is so important in every relationship, but yes, very much so. Too many factors that I'll refrain from dumping onto chat right now, but thank you very much, Sensei in chat. No problem, chewing. And I do hope like things go well, but yeah, definitely chatting with Pupals, chatting in like an open board like this, like, yeah, definitely talking to somebody specific, even family members. If you have family members that are decent and will listen to you and want the best for you, because obviously some family members are shits and just want to like swerve you their own way or just don't really care and will just be dicks. But yeah, therapy, if you can afford it, talking to a therapist is the best way to like have things explained to you as like, oh, so you're dealing with this, and like get like a clinical like diagnosis for like, this is what you're going through. And no, it's not like, nobody is unique. Nobody is dealing with the first fucking thing that's ever happened in the world. There will always be cases of like, there are plenty of people who feel that way. Here's a term for it, or there's no term for it. It's just like part of a variety of things. And like, let's discuss where it came from. And if you want to work on it, here are some things you can do to work on it, kind of thing. Very often, the social anxiety we feel isn't something we should feel as much. The anxiety controls your life, not you. That's when you should look for a doctor or therapist. Yeah, exactly. When you start to like ruminate and not be able to do anything, your mind starts to shut down just worrying about things that could happen. Anxiety is your body and mind fearing what could happen to the point that it does start to mess around with you currently. We evolved it as a way of just like realizing, oh, here are some bad things that could happen to us in the future. Let us prepare for that. Meanwhile, somebody who is like seriously anxious can just like lock themselves into that kind of mindset of always worrying about things that won't happen and therefore not doing things that could make them more comfortable, not just living their life. They're never living in the moment because they're constantly worrying about the things that might happen in the future. So you're losing your life to things that might not even happen. I'm content just vibing with myself. I do feel a little touch-starved sometimes, though. It's hard asking for physical affection. Yeah, especially platonic physical affection is a tough one to ask for from people because some people will get like mixed signals from it. And yeah, other times it's just like a thing that not everybody will understand. So yeah, that's a rough one. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you vibe with yourself. That's the most important thing, being comfortable in your own skin and being comfortable alone, having your own hobbies and like enjoying your life no matter whether someone is there or not. Because the opposite of that is like feeling like, oh, I need a partner to make me complete. You do not need a partner to make yourself complete. And in that case, if you lose your partner, your life is like ruined. It should be a thing of like, I like who I am alone. I'm very confident with who I am. I know what type of person I am. But this other person makes me very happy as well, and I want to spend my life with them, and therefore let's work on like this together, being like together against the world. It should never be like I need somebody to fulfill me. It should be I fulfill myself at the same time. This person makes me even happier and brings even more light into the world, even more joy into my life. I want them to be happy for the rest of their lives. They want me to be happy, and so together we have become one unit. Yeah. And that could just be friends. Exactly. You complete on your own, girly pop? Damn straight. Been betrayed a lot growing up in social situations, so much so I put a wall and didn't help. It didn't help that I'm autistic. When I got out of school, I found 3 of my closest friends at my first job. Oh, I'm glad that, yeah. A lot of people have terrible relationships when they're at school because you're stuck with a bunch of kids who have nothing in common other than the fact that you were born around the same year. When you get out of that and you actually start to meet people in different ways, sometimes it helps. If we want funny love stories, my mum joined a WeChat matchmaking group chat and has tried to set me up a couple of times. I tried texting some dental student for a couple weeks before losing my temper with him because everything he asked me felt like a job interview. That shit sucks. I know exactly what type of person you mean. The type of person who is like, they are looking not for a partner. They are like hiring interview style for like either like the father of my children or like the person who will like join me in making money. Like they are hiring for a job process. So yeah, I get what you mean, where it feels like they're constantly checking you with you for like, how much money do you earn? What do you do? What are your hobbies? Do you smoke? Do you want to have children? Like, it's like, are we getting to know each other, or are you like seeing if I check off a fucking wish list? So yeah, I can see why that would get very frustrating for you very quickly. I think cuddling is perfectly normal among everyone. Couples, siblings, parents, and even friends. It's just physical bonding. I like cuddling with others. Unfortunately, all my friends hate touch. Yeah, I think some people are resistant to touch, and some people also just... Some people get the wrong clue sometimes. Like, if you just want to cuddle someone, because you're a cuddly person, you're a very, like, comfortable person when it comes to touch, so you like to, like, grab people and cuddle them and be happy with them. And then somebody will get the wrong opinion about it and be like, oh, you led me on, or like, why would you do that? Or like, it's unfortunate. Not hugged enough as a child? Yeah, that can be part of it as well. Very lucky to have friends that understand me and are comfortable with me being clingy. When we saw each other more often, we'd have cuddle puddles, which is so nice. That's so cute. So yeah, you actually get like the touch fulfillment as well from friends. That's good. That's good. I've never been much of a cuddler, to be honest. So yeah, these are things where I'm just like, oh, that's cute. For me, yeah, that was never the issue. Everyone has different orientations. Just me. I like to call myself JWC sexual. Just want to watch Cú-Sensei have sex. And that's fine. I'm looking forward to the fanfics that you write, Kushami. And that is completely fine as well. There are so many people nowadays who are just like, never want any of this shit to happen to me. At the same time, every fetish under the sun when it comes to this fictional character. Or there are people who are straight up like asexual, but have so many fantasies for themselves. You can be asexual and still be very interested in self-love. You can be asexual and still be like, well, I explore my own body. It's fun. Just because you don't want to do it with anyone else doesn't mean you can't be like, oh, I have crazy fantasies. Nobody else can fucking fulfill them. That's why I only ever fuck myself. Nobody will ever make me feel as good as me and my toys. Someone from church tried to do that to me. They don't even know the other person. Ugh. Yeah, people try to set you up and they're like, oh no, he's really, they're a really good person. Like, they have a good job. And it's like, they're a serial killer though. They collect people's skin. they straight up collect people's skin. But because they have a good job and make a lot of money, you're like, oh, they're a great person. Good to know. Good to know. To be fair, if it's Hannibal Lecter, might be worth it. Might be worth it. My dad once told me his friend's daughter had planned her wedding and was ready for it to happen next year. I asked him what his fiance was like. Dad told me they were still looking for a suitable man. That's a red fucking flag. That's a red fucking flag. Imagine being the person who's like, I kind of like this person. And then you realize you're just a prop in their fantasy. They're like, yeah, I do like you. And now we can get married. I have everything planned. I have the church already reserved. I have like everything prepared. I even got a suit for you. You are a 36 wide, right? And it's like, you run the other fucking way, my dude. That's a serial killer of a different kind. They may not murder you, but you are a prop. Friends suggested I get with some random acquaintance they barely know because the other person was also a VTuber fan. Oshigura. Okay, that's even fucking funnier. You Oshigura. Okay, so that puts you down. It's you versus like 6 million other guys. They're a VTuber fan. They like the most well-known VTuber in the world who literally had a collaboration with fucking Taco Bell. That's like, oh, they like K-pop. You two will totally be great. Which is nothing, again, that's not saying anything against like Gura's fanbase. Gura's fanbase are amazing. Gura's a fucking amazing performer. It was just, yeah, no, if they're like, oh, they like VTubers like you, names the most popular VTuber in the Western world. It's like, that gives me 6 million more fish in the sea. That's incredible. Genuinely is like, oh, you like music? Like, you like One Direction, right? This person really likes Avenged Sevenfold. You're gonna get along great. Can a chum bud and a Pupal find love? Why not? Why not? I think one of the best things is when you are in like a similar fandom, but you have like, yeah, different Oshis. And you both support each other's Oshis. Like you have to listen to your partner talking about their Oshi is the thing. You can't be like constantly talking about your Oshi and talking about the events they're going on and everything they're doing. And then when they talk about your Oshi, you just tune it out. That is one thing you have to realize with a partner is like their hobbies. It's not a thing of like, oh, that hobby's stupid. Even if the hobby is really fucking stupid. If you think the hobby is really stupid, you really need to figure out a way to be like, but I like this person, so I need to show some interest. If you're having to feign the interest, that's a problem. Sometimes you've got to like feign the interest for a bit, but then realize this makes them happy. And if they're happy, I'm happy. That's how it should be in a healthy relationship. Meanwhile, if it's like, I hate this person's interest, it annoys me when I talk about it, that might honestly be a relationship ender. And that's a valid relationship ender. Suddenly I'm reminded of when my aunt tried to set me up with one of my friends. Me and my mom were so unimpressed that I've never invited said friend to a family gathering again. Good shit. Good shit. Oh, God. Yeah, it's just like, no, they did not pass the check in front of everyone else. I don't get the hobby, but I like when they are talking excitedly. Exactly. If... No matter what it is, even if it's one of the most pointless things in the world, as long as it's not something detrimental to them, if it's something that's actively hurting them, if it's an addiction, then you can have the conversation of like, yo, I don't think this thing's actually good for you. But other than that, it's like, yeah, you just have to be like, well, they like the hobby. I'm happy when they're happy. And sometimes it's nice to just listen to someone yap and you realize you picked up some shit that you really didn't want to pick up. Like, I think that's one of the funniest moments in the world is when you're like, oh, no, I fucking hate boy bands. And then somebody's like listing a bunch of things about boy bands and you're like, shit, I know everything about them now. I'm angry that I know everything about them. It's like your partner has talked so much about them. And even if it's just a friend, like sometimes you'll have a friend who's super into something and you don't shut them up because you want them to be happy. And so you just osmosis pick up a bunch of information about shit that you really do not care about. You can have long conversations about things you have zero interest in just because you've heard so much about it. And even when you're like half paying attention, you're just like, they're happy. I'm happy. You pick up things and then you realize you know those things and they've stuck in your mind and you're like, ugh, still happy they're happy. Still happy they're happy. Not happy that I know these things, but you know what? At least I can talk to them about it. My partner comes with an Oshi in-law, not gonna lie, I'd be so excited. Yeah, people with Oshi in-laws, like it's a nice thing to be able to be like, we get to go to double the events now. We have two different Oshis, but at the same time, like, a fucking K-pop fan and a VTuber fan can vibe together really well. A gamer and somebody who's into anime can vibe together really well. It doesn't just have to be an Oshi. Like, two people with very specific hyperfixations that just understand this is their hyperfixation. This is what they're going to be all about, possibly forever, possibly just for like several years. Sometimes, even for people, it's just for like a few weeks to a few months, where it's like they become obsessed with one thing and you just have to roll with it and be like, okay, they're excited for it. It means we get to like experience different things. When it comes to like an Oshi, you get to like go to concerts and watch things together and pick things up and occasionally get dragged into streams that you might really not like. K-pop and VTuber is literally me and my friend. K-pop and VTuber, I think, is like a very common crossover one, to be fair. So I have this Oshi who has another version of himself inside of himself. Even though they can't papapa, I know they can because, hey, why are you running? I'm not done yet. Let me tell you more about how the Oshi wants to fuck himself. Yeah, that becomes an interesting conversation. I am not the easiest Oshi to have if you want to talk to other people about me. With other Oshis, you can be like, they're a really good singer, or like they're really good at this one video game. They're really entertaining. Let me bring you up their best clip. For me, it's like they're really into storytelling, but only like one particular story. They like role play as this character and they're trying to write a novel about it. I can show you like a 20-minute intro video that they made because they're that fucking obsessed with this shit. They're just like, I don't want to watch a 20-minute video. It's like, please no. Like, it's fine. It's cool. It's cool. I already tried to explain you to my boss. It's hard. Back to FellyCu being hard. No. That's what I love about my close cousins. We share our hyperfixations and fuel them and even end up getting into them with each other. That's great. Like, I have people that aren't into Epic the Musical at all that will like share me when they're doing like an Epic the Musical event. Like, I got invited to an Epic the Musical event in London where they were doing like a sing-along through the whole thing, like a 3-hour event, like at a pub, where they were just going to play the music and everybody was going to be cheering along and getting drunk and singing the songs. And it was like, that would be cool. Do I want to go? No. But at the same time, it's nice that people could invite me to those kind of things. They're not even into Epic the Musical. It was just like, hey, I saw this thing. I'm not into it. You might like it. And it's like, sick. I don't want to go to that, but I do love Epic the Musical. Watch my Oshi do this gecko mating call. Hey, come back here. Why aren't you laughing? Look, he can do the turtle mating sound too. He does a little and sometimes he accidentally takes his shirt off. It's hilarious. My husband went and see their husband, Gerard, wave. My partner went and saw their husband Gerard Way a few weeks back, and I started crying, not out of jealousy, because they worked so hard to being able to live that dream, so I was proud. That's fucking adorable. Have you had the conversation about hall passes? Because that's not a conversation I've ever had with a partner, but that shit's always hilarious to me. When you have partners that are so confident and so comfortable in each other. Who was it? There are like 2 celebrities. There are celebrities where one of them, their hall pass is Jack Black, and their partner like met Jack Black at the same time with them. Like, the girl is a celebrity and she has a partner. Jack Black is her hall pass. And because they were both at this event together with Jack Black, the first thing the guy said to Jack Black was, "Oh, by the way, you're my wife's hall pass." And the girl was just immediately like dying of embarrassment. And Jack Black was just like laughing and like, "Good to know." Like, he just rolled with it and was like, "Cool." Hall pass? Oh, God. Yeah, okay. This is going to be an interesting conversation. So, you know, every couple has their own thing. For a lot of people, this is going to be like, that's disgusting. What do you mean? Do you two even love each other? Basically, a hall pass is, yeah, when it's like something completely unrealistic that's almost definitely never going to happen. But you have like a list of people where it's like, if I do happen to run into Mad Mikkelsen, sorry, Maz, I cancelled out the wrong, like, letter there. If I do ever happen to run into Maz Mikkelsen, and if he does happen to be down to clown, you can't be angry at me if I chase that dream. That's what a hall pass is. It's like agreeing with your partner, like, oh, you run, like somebody just said, Jason Momoa? Yeah, okay, fair. My last partner gave me a hall pass for Jason Momoa. And at some point, it's like a double hall pass from the couple, where it's like, hey, if you happen to meet Jason Momoa and they're down for a 3-way, call me the fuck up. We will Eiffel Tower. We will do all kinds of crazy shit. Normally not into sharing my partner, but at the same time, for that man, yes. I'd be angry if you didn't do it. Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, you need to do it. You need to tell me about it. Like, I know you're not going to be allowed to take photos without an NDA. More than anything, ask them if they want a third. Nav the phase, if you had a chance to take it, even if I want to throw you onto the stage, live it. Jackson Wang, ask if you're single and if you're, oh my God, Jesus Christ. My wife said she'd be cool if I smooched my other Oshi and said that she'd go, yeah, get him, baby, on the side. See, that's fine. Because if it's like, you know what? My partner may, you know, smash that celebrity. At the same time, they're still going to come home in love with me. It's going to be a crazy experience for them. And I don't know how I'd feel about that. It's different for every individual. At the same time, oh God. Gets messy when people include non-celebrities. Oh yeah, no. Non-celeb, no. I've heard stories like that. I've heard stories where people were going through hall passes and like one partner is listing off celebrities. The other partner starts with listing off celebrities and then lists like their partner's best friend. That's when it's a red flag as fuck. If you're looking at somebody else that you see in your daily life and thinking, yeah, no, I'd smash them. I'd have sex with them. That's like the preparations for cheating. That's not a hall pass. That is you actively thinking like, huh, that person's attractive. I'd have sex with them and cheat on my partner. A hall pass is supposed to be something where it is straight up like, it's never going to happen. If it did, let a dream a dream. Let a dream a dream. So fictional characters count as hall passes. I don't think that even counts as a hall pass. I think like, I don't know how other people would feel about it. If you're having fantasies about fictional characters, that's not cheating. Meanwhile, if you have fantasies so intense about fictional characters that you do things like... So here's one thing that I have heard. I have heard about somebody who their hall pass was a fictional character. It shouldn't count as a fictional character. That's the whole thing, because they're the fictional character. The person justified cheating on their partner because it was like an official cosplayer at an event. It was an official cosplayer at an event, which, you know, was paid to envision the character almost perfectly. And they didn't actually cheat on their partner, but they were very calmly having this conversation with their partner where they were like, yeah, so I waited for them to get off the stage, and then while they were leaving, I was just like shooting my shot. I was like, it's my hall pass, so like if you want to go have some fun. And they didn't want to. They had a partner of their own, unfortunately, and they were like explaining this to their partner while their partner just was like slowly listening to the fact of like, oh, you were trying to convince another person to have sex with you. You were trying to convince someone trying to cheat on me to that kind of level. That's the thing. That's not a hall pass. Fictional characters are fictional characters. It's never going to happen. And if you have a fantasy about being with a fictional character, the way you should try to achieve that is roleplay with your partner. Like, if you're going out and being like, oh, this person is exactly like that fictional character, I should be able to smash them. It's fine. No, you are cheating on your partner. Telling it to the partner too is just crazy delusion. Yeah, it is. It is. Did she think the wig stayed on? Okay, now to be fair, if you pick up a cosplayer and the wig doesn't stay on, you are doing it fucking wrong. If you pick up a cosplayer and the wig comes off, that cosplayer is not understanding what is going on that night. The wig stays the fuck on. As much of the clothing as possible stays on, unless the underwear matches the clothing. You just want like things unzipped and things lifted out of the way. As much of the costume stays on, the fucking wig stays on, the makeup stays on until you're both too sweaty or too wet from other fluids that it starts to run down. That is the agreement when it comes to cosplay sex. I don't make the rules, but I just like that needs to be known. Clang clang is mandatory. Talking about like Feileacan's metal tipped boots. Me hearing this as a call. Obviously, I'm for actual cosplayers out there who just want to go and enjoy an event. Chill. We're kidding. We're kidding. At the same time, if I am like picking up I want to be fucking the character for the night. I don't want to be fucking... What was the phrase that somebody else said to me at some time? Like, I want to be fucking Sasuke Uchiha. I don't want to be fucking Jeff who works for Best Buy. And I was like, yeah, no, fucking true. You stay role-playing as that character until everything's done. And then you get to know each other. Then you're like, huh, do we want to have breakfast together? I love that you said rules of cosplay sex. Yeah, no, to be fair, I immediately realized there are people who cosplay and actually just genuinely love cosplay. You shouldn't have said that. So let me backtrack that real quick. Cosplayers just want to cosplay, guys. They just want to envision their character and share that with the world, and that's completely fun. At the same time, if I'm trying to pick up a cosplay, that's what I should have said. The rules for me, if I'm trying to pick up a cosplayer, is I am picking up the character. You better have a fucking hotel room next to the convention center. You better not try to change in the convention center bathroom before we go somewhere. You're coming to the bar in the outfit, you're going to bed in the outfit. Otherwise, I would have picked up somebody in a bar. Poor Jeff from Best Buy. Jeff from Best Buy is living his best life. Don't worry about him. He has a dog. He has 3 kids. He's happy. The pyramid stays on with Pyramid Head. And the fake fucking, like, bloody scars stay on. You're damn well right they do. If they have fake blood, I want them to reapply it right before things start. I want it dripping down their fucking face. There's a reason we make flavored blood packets. There's a reason we make, like, additional fluids in different colors that are edible. There are reasons for these things. Immediately covers Tusia's ears. I'm glad you guys are protecting the more say-so Pupals. I'm surprised they've survived this long. I cannot imagine the hell one would try to go through to smash with the leather outfit of Feli. Let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick. You see these belts? You notice the fact that right below those belts, you can see where the trousers start to open. You don't have to do much for Feli. You just straight off have to like pull down the pants. You pull down the pants, the belts stay on, the pants get bunched up around the fucking top of the boots. And boom, you've got all the access you need. You want the nipple? You can fucking cut a hole into this fabric and have the nipple. Like, those trousers are super fucking long. Super fucking, like, low down for one thing. Like, you can literally see the opening. There is... I'm pretty sure Rock already shared the image without the belts in the way. They start like half cock. They open up like they've... he doesn't even one of those things where you have to, like, unzip it and then, like, carefully negotiate it out of the way. You unzip it and it will probably just flop out. I mean, there's no zip. You untie it and it will flop out. Sensei, this is so serious to me. I'm glad. I'm glad. I was very serious about that conversation. I have thought about this many times. I have thought about this many a time. Showing up to the convention with a plastic... No joke. The fucking story we were talking about the other day with the Asuna who wanted to get with multiple Kiritos. She had the plastic sheet because they were if you're staying at a fucking hotel, it's only respectful to have either a fuck ton of towels or a plastic sheet. Because if you're having an orgy, there are gonna be fluids. Don't leave that on the fucking hotel staff to clean up. So that Asuna cosplayer did show up with her own damn plastic sheet because there was gotta be spillage. She wanted a specific type. I told you guys, she wanted the bukake. There were gotta be like misses, and not everything is gonna go the right direction. Like, anyway. Plastic sheet is way easier to clean. Yeah, you just wrap that shit up into a ball and throw it in the trash. That's fine. Anyone digging around in the trash, that's their problem. As long as you ball it up the right way, that's no longer anybody else's problem. Sensei, as always and since the start. I feel like there's got to be a but in the middle of this sentence. This is starting like very nice, but in like a but kind of way. As always and since the start, it's a pleasure listening to you. Your comments and advice are full of kindness and wisdom in a comfy and fun way, even on the craziest subjects. Okay, that didn't go the direction I thought. I thought that was going to be like, psych, like, why are you talking about this? Why have I ever heard this thing? Based. Thank you for being you. No problem, Miri Lively. I'm glad we can have these conversations. Thank you for donating the flowers, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Stop pasta. I think some of the Pupals have had enough. I know. I'm seeing it now. I don't know what it is with Pupals and Bukake. Bukake apparently is a level too far. I think maybe it's just like the mention of bodily fluids in general. As soon as I said flavored bodily fluid packets, I think people were like, nope, that took it away from the fantasy realm. That took it to a very real place. I always wondered if Sensei would pat Ku and Felly if he could. Hell yeah, definitely. I have a question moment. It's like, wait, really? That's a thing? On some very common places, actually. Very common places. One of the ones that gets memed to hell and back, I think, was the first one that had, like, the white liquid. Because there are a lot of people who want to experience, you know, being filled up. Anyway. What's it made of? I don't know. I've never used it. I know they use it a lot in like porn production. Because a lot of people who do like OnlyFans or who do like solo porn productions will use toys and then they will use those. Because it looks realistic. And you know, a lot of people feel cheated if they don't get like an ending that feels complete. That would make sense. Yeah, and then it's just also people playing by themselves or couples fantasizing, engaging with things where it's like, I don't want to necessarily bring in another person. At the same time, I do have a fantasy of there being like 6 of us at the same time. That kind of thing. I would want Tropical Berry Blast. Yeah, I could see that. I feel like cherry flavored would probably be good. Be surprised to hear that they teach about that in uni and English studies. Wait, what? That was a moment of like, there you go, as they should, followed by, which particular bit? Please do go on, Sneku. I would love to learn some more. How did we get here, by the way? Valentine's Day. We were talking about love. Love in all its forms. Okay, we're going to move on from this topic, I swear. Just about that? That's fine. I'm not surprised that comes up eventually. I mean, it's going to be in literature. read some shit by the Marquis de Sade. Just can't imagine how awful the cleanup process would be for Felly. Oh, definitely. But let me say you made that thought for me even fucking worse. See, poor Sal was talking about like the cleanup process when it comes to all that leather and like the sweat that would accumulate and stuff. And I was just like, but easy access though. Aphrodite's working overtime today. Yeah. Yeah. So is Eros. Eros is shooting around a fuck ton of arrows. Homemade, usually made with cornstarch, coconut water, and or egg whites. See, I didn't even know that. Thank you for the lesson. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And it would have a nice light coconutty flavor. Although I know a lot of people with like, what's the word? Allergies. Allergies to coconut, unfortunately. There's some protein right there. Exactly. Homemade. You really wanted to... Okay. Final thing before we move on. People with fetishes and fantasies engage in them in all kinds of ways. So I am not at all surprised that there are people that have gone completely homemade when it comes to that. I have heard stories about people living out their overposition fantasies in certain ways. And that fucking blew my mind. Okay, we've officially moved on. But yeah, at least they get protein. Plus it's healthy protein. It doesn't even have any of the unsaturated fat and cholesterol. It's just the egg whites. Wish we had a full-on visualization and the professor's personal experience. You guys want me to get out my drawing kit? I can draw on the blackboard. I technically did have CSP open this whole time. I could just like... I knew cornstarch was one of the ingredients. Yeah, cornstarch is just, you know, the thicker maker. I wanted to say that like it was like Bounty, the quicker picker-upper. Cornstarch, the thicker maker. Yes, but no? Yeah, no, we're not actually going to. That was just a joke. In fact, we're officially too late for me to even be bothering with the scrapbook for today. I'm going to do the scrapbook offline. But what I am going to do is I'm going to share the scrapbook from last week. I'm just going to share the fan work that I want to share from it real quick. Because we got some beautiful projects this week. I only included 2 of them, so I've got 2 more to add to this week. But yeah, for one thing, Kurohiko spent 3 months making my cardigan crochet style out of actual yarn. It's so freaking gorgeous. It has the perfect exact shape. All the colors are so vibrant and beautiful. When you stretch out the arms, it turns into a full butterfly thing. It's got front, back, side, everything. It looks so perfect. They did such a good job and I'm so in love with that. So gorgeous. So thank you so much, Mei Kurohiko. I'll let you guys read everything offline, but just like I had 2 big projects to share this week. So I was like, let me share these on stream at least. And then I'll post the scrapbook pages by the end of tonight. I don't know if it'll be like 3 a.m. or what, but before I go to sleep, I'll be posting these and like the big long text explanation of the schedule and everything. And this one, this is made by Kitchen Alchemy. I cannot unfortunately pronounce the Chinese in their name, but their @ is @herb, and they got these really, really cute Pupal bentos. For one thing, look at the little Pupal's butt. The attention to detail is crazy. The fact that we have the little X cross on the Pupal's butt sticking out of the food is so cute. These look so adorable, and the little Pupal faces is so cute, and just the food in general looks so amazing as well. They cooked on this. So yeah, I wanted to share those today. I'll upload the scrapbooks properly after, but yeah, I was just blown away by those. Sorry, today turned into like a full-on yap session. For homework, if you want to join like the FellyCu fanfiction writing, please do use hashtag FellyCuVday. It's a very simple hashtag. You can share it either on Twitter or Blue Sky. Unfortunately, if you try to put it on YouTube, I'm probably not going to see it because I imagine a lot of them will get like censored, and so a lot of them won't make it through. So that's why for this time, we're just doing hashtags. But in a future week, like next week, we're going to do confessions. And I think for confessions, we will use the YouTube community tab. So we won't have, nobody will have to use social media. You won't have to worry about that. We're just finally going to use the YouTube community tab for a way for you guys to deliver homework. But yeah, for the FellyCu fanfiction, feel free to share it. We will be reading those on Saturday. So you have to get them done by Saturday. We won't be reading those next week. The ones that I want you to leave in the comment section of this video, if you have like a romance story, whether it's something like incredibly romantic, beautiful, you want to share and make everybody jealous and make everybody happy, feel free to share that in the comment section. Or if it's something silly, it can be like adult content, like I said, as long as you're not graphic about things and it's just like a funny little sexual story or a silly story about romance, feel free to leave those in the comment section as well. And we'll be reading more of those next week and going through those. Will our confessions be safe for YouTube? Good question. I think with next week, because I'd imagine most of them will be safe, but with next week, if there are some that get like censored on YouTube, you can probably just like take a screenshot of them and then post a link to like a social media thing. If it's like, if it has to be uploaded on a social media thing, just post the link and like use a screenshot to like do a summary before we click on it. I think that's the best way to handle things. But yeah, we're going to try and use the YouTube community for the confessions. So you don't have to think about confessions before next week. It's just next week. I'm going to bring up some confessions. I don't know what I'm going to bring up. I do some gross things. It feels like every time I describe like one of my habits, somebody in chat is like, ew, sensei. Brother, So I feel like I could find some confessions. The fact that like I'm sad that I wasted the whole confession of like, yeah, I didn't even like wash that coat. I just let the stain naturally come out in the rain and it smells fine. So I'm still not going to wash it. Still not getting that bitch dry cleaned. But yeah, I'll share some confessions of my own next week. We'll grab some live if any Pupals want to do short ones. And then that'll be the homework next week. But yeah, next week we'll use the community. For this week, we are using social media. I won't forget you not washing that coat. Please wash the coat. I will wash the coat for spring. I will wash the coat before I go to get Duke. And then it will get covered in brown dog hair anyway and look ridiculous. Because I'll probably have to carry him most of the way home. He'll be a puppy that's like crying and stuff. So, yeah. Stinky ack. No, it smells wonderful. It doesn't even smell like wood anymore. It just has like a really nice smell. I can't even explain it. I made somebody else smell it the other day. I literally just like took off the coat and handed it over and said, just sniff it. And they smelt it and they said it was amazing. And yeah, they were like, oh, did you put cologne on this? And I was like, no, that's the thing. I haven't worn cologne in like 4 days. It just smells like that naturally now. The Pupals will remember that. Good. Musky? Surprisingly, no, because wood is actually quite musky. It's a very like musky scent. But for some reason, the coat, it's kept like the high notes of whatever is in that cologne. So it smells good. It smells good, but it doesn't smell like wood anymore. It smells perfumed. But yeah. Sure, that happened. You guys don't have to believe me. It's fine. I know that I smell magnificent. That's all that matters to me. But with that said, we are going to wrap up for the day. We're going to be on a 2-day break, and then we're going to be back. We're going to do the Hungry Lamb. So we're going to be crying and suffering and going through a lot of dark stuff. And then we're going to do... Oh, yeah. I already went through the schedule. I can literally bring it up. I'm prepared for this. This is part of this show. We're going to do the Hungry Lamb on Thursday. And then Friday, we're doing Writer's Workshop Part 2 with Frederick Knudsen. So we'll see if I manage to make those little excerpts any better. I've technically rewritten the whole of Chapter 1, but we won't go through the whole of Chapter 1. I just like want to see what Fred thinks of like my new version of the beginning of the story. FellyCu fanfiction on Saturday. So feel free to share those using the hashtag. And then finally Sunday, our usual writing and chill. So yeah. 2 days off, but then I'll see you guys again. By the end of the day, I will make sure to share the schedule properly on YouTube and on Twitter and everywhere else, Blue Sky and everything. I will make sure to add the descriptions of everything and like the rules for the FellyCu fanfiction and the hashtag and stuff so nobody's confused about it. Nice thumbnail art, by the way. Hell yeah. Whispering May / Feileacan did such a wonderful job on it. It's so gorgeous. Felly looks so wonderful there. And the hand grabbing the trousers. Goddamn. Felly images my hand so busy I can't even type. Good to know, Kushami. Good to know. Can't wait to read some of your fan fiction. Kushami, this is your time to shine. I'm just saying. You say a lot of things during stream. If you don't have some incredible fan fiction coming up on Saturday, I don't know what to do at that point. I'm probably going to be disappointed. I'm going to be like, all talk, no action. Sharon, thank you so much for donating the allowance. No message. Oh, wait, that is a message. I thought it. Thank you for the stream, Sensei. No problem. I hope you enjoyed it. I had a wonderful time. I'm glad I got through like all the most important parts early. For once I even actually did the review. I've been planning on doing reviews like that for like 3 weeks now. So I'm glad I actually I've learned I need to do those early. Because if I try to do those at like a 3 or 4 hour mark, I'm like, I'll just do the scrapbook. I'll be half asleep. I can't do a review and read from a script like that. So yeah, no pressure, he says. Yeah, no pressure. Except for Kushami. Kushami has pressure. Everybody else, no pressure. Do what you will. It's all good. Kushami specifically, no. You talk the big game. You talk the big game. It has to something has to appear. Something has to materialize from this. And finally, Tribe Princess, thank you so much for donating to the allowance on Streamlabs. That's so sweet of you. No message, but I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for being here. Oh, awesome. Ah, this one says not to read out loud, but I'll just say thank you so much for the lovely message you sent offline. Oh, this one came I read the Streamlabs yesterday, but 2 of these came after the stream, so I'll read these as well. Tribe Princess, thank you for the lovely donation and the lovely message. It's up to you if you want to read this dono. Sensei, thank you for another work stream. I'm always productive with you and the Pupals. I truly appreciate it. I normally struggle, bedrot, and don't feel great, but ever since these work streams, I feel energized. I'm so glad to hear it. I love the work streams too, especially since normally I just lock in and do writing, but yesterday being able to just do managerial kind of work, essentially. I was talking to a lot of the people that are running the other projects that I'm doing and stuff like that, and preparing for future conventions and stuff. Yeah, it was nice to just be able to have that going on in the background, taking the proper breaks, vibing with people and chatting about things. I love those membership streams. It definitely helps me feel locked in without going insane. Because if I do 5 hours of work by myself in a row, then I'm dead. But after doing it with the Pupals, in a writing stream, making sure that I'm getting the stretches every 90 minutes, I don't know, it feels more relaxed. By the end of that stream, I'm normally that was a fun and productive day. And I always get the productive feeling, but sometimes I'm oh God, I got through that. And now I just need to collapse. Keeping up with Streamlabs as planned. Yeah, that's something else I said yesterday on the membership stream. I'm going to make sure I read Streamlabs at the end of every stream from now on. I had a bunch of talks about different financing things for people. But yeah, it was fun. I like having those membership streams. Jennifer Multi-Fandom. I think Felly needs milk pumps from that art I see. What do you mean? I see nothing coming out of the nipples. Let me make sure. You can't even see the nipples. He doesn't need no milk pumps. He's fine. There's other arts occasionally. There was a beautiful piece of art by, it was Moonpearl. Moonpearl did a beautiful piece of art last week where the nipples were perfect. They were puffy, they were pink, they were so gorgeous. That could have maybe used a milk pump. It definitely looked like they were a bit swollen. But yeah, not in this picture. This picture, we don't need a milk pump. He's doing great. But he looks engorged. Not up top, though. It's a different thing that's engorged in that image. It's practically pushing the pants. Anyway, sorry, let me finish this one. Thank you again, and I wish you and Pupals a lovely day. P.S. Thank you for keeping me company during my family's Super Bowl party. I don't pay attention to football, nor am I an avid fan, except for the World Cup and Olympics. I like the World Cup of football. But there was food, had a game, and a stream to distract. I'm glad I was able to help distract you. That's awesome, Tribe Princess, and I hope you have a wonderful day after this. Super boy. I do not like the football that is secretly hand egg. I am never bothered. Sometimes the commercials are pretty good. So, that's something. Hopefully there were some interesting commercials this time. I love men with big hearts, with a big heart. Of course. Why am I frozen? What has occurred? Oh, I'm back. That was weird. Yeah. it must be time for me to go. I'm getting the brain frogs so hard they're freezing my body. With that said, I will head out for the evening. As always burn bright, my Pupals. I will catch you guys next time. We'll be back very soon. But yeah, sorry I couldn't do the scrapbook this week. We got everything else done. I'm slowly getting better and figuring out what exactly Oshiete or Cú-Sensei should be. What kind of topics we should be that are like the most engaging. Is Feli overtaking the body? Your nipples engorged, buddy? You need to lactate? We'll see about that. Oh my god, he's taking over the body again. Okay, I'm gonna head out. Wait, the fuck? Wait, come back. Come back. Last time it was only like 3 seconds. Uh-oh. That's a bad sign. I'm still connected, so that's good. Let me check which pod it's at. 1 second. Ah. Yep, nope, that's an issue. That's an issue. Okay, I'm gonna head out for the day. I can't get it back. Everybody have a lovely day. As always, yeah, he definitely did not like that joke. That's actually fucking hilarious. As always, everybody have a lovely day. Burn bright, my Pupals. And I will catch you guys next time after I've milked Feli. Bye-bye! Feli won today. Oh, we'll see who wins when the milk pump comes out. By milk pump, I mean my...
Such a long way together.
Oh my god, it's back.
Walked the roads and saw the days go by before we had a
Still
chance
not gonna finish that sentence.
to find a separate meaning. But I kept searching for a place, not a general direction. All the paths they point to you. It took me time, but then I knew that I could not go back. Won't be the same as before. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's painful, but I don't regret it. All that I have, all that I am, wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me. If I rest my head upon your shoulder, let the tears fall down and hide away inside your open arms, to stay like this forever, to grasp at one more day. Find a way to go beyond the unknown. Let it all just fade away until there's nothing more to say. That I'm not holding back, just falling down to be where you are. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. what you mean to me. On the road I don't wanna go alone. No.
Happy
Through the changing
birthday!
weather we stay so warm. Is it really true? Then again you always knew. Don't wanna go another day far away from you. It's pain.
I guess you could call that a hard spot.
Regret it. All that I have,
It's okay. We
all
enjoy
that I
being
am wrapped inside of you. Though time goes by, I won't forget it. What you mean to me.
I'm going to bed. I'm frozen again anyway. Honestly, thank you to everybody who shared stories today. This was a very fun interactive stream, so thank you to everybody who was part of it. Hope you all have a lovely evening, Pupals. I'm sending you guys to Cassie and Floris on the way out. Have a lovely evening and see you guys on Thursday or next week for more Oshiete or Cú-Sensei. Bye-bye. It feels weird not moving. Bye-bye.